Now Li Fengmian was a bit nervous. Because behind him a flying sword with golden patterns shimmering was chasing him to chop. On the square of the city lord's mansion, a child of about 10 years old was running desperately around the square with his short legs followed closely by a flying sword. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce Li Fengmian's rear with a skyward thrust, Li Fengmian suddenly dropped flat and the flying sword swept over his back. "Hey sword brother, play is play, joke is joke, don't make fun of my innocence." Li Fengmian quickly got up and ran in the opposite direction shouting for help, but the people nearby ignored him. Under the shade of a tree by the square stood several children about Li Fengmian's age and the old steward of the mansion, Old Su. "Ah, the young master has gone to provoke that divine sword again out of boredom." A young man of about 14 or 15 shook his head and sighed helplessly. "How long do you think the young master will last this time?" Old Su, standing beside the children, asked curiously. "I think Brother Fengmian might not last even one incense stick," said a little girl who was squatting on the ground holding her porcelain-like face in her hands watching Li Fengmian run around. "How about we bet again today?" Old Zu's eyes turned as he tentatively asked the children. The children all rolled their eyes at him. "What? You cowards dare not bet." The young man who spoke earlier was provoked by Old Su and put his hands on his hips saying, "I dare." "How can I not dare? Good, straightforward. What about the rest of you?" Old Su, like a child, started placing bets with the nearby kids. A little girl with braids stood silently just watching the old man and the children betting spirit stones. As Li Fengmian ran past Old Su and the others, he heard their conversation and cursed, "Old Su, you son of a bitch, come and save me. I can't hold on." Soon after Li Fengmian ran away, Old Su shouted at him, "Young master, they bet you won't last an incense stick, I bet you can. You must hold on. I've put my coffin money into this." After one incense stick, the flying sword seemed tired, angrily tapped the ground with its tip a few times, then flew back into the mansion helplessly. Li Fengmian plopped down on the ground, sweating profusely, looking at the people resting under the tree. "Yeah." Old Su bent down and high-fived the little girl with a porcelain face. "Hand over all the spirit stones you lost." The little girl put one hand on her hip and extended the other to demand spirit stones from the others. The other children and the young man reluctantly took out a few spirit stones from their waist pouches and handed them to the little girl. "No more playing. You guys win every time," the children said angrily and left the city lord's mansion. Seeing them leave, Li Fengmian quickly got up and ran over to Old Su and the little girl. Li Fengmian ran up, looked at the little girl's lap full of spirit stones and asked anxiously, "How is it? How much did we earn today, Ruer?" "Brother Fengmian, we earned 13 spirit stones today." The little girl called Ruer proudly puffed out her chest and showed the stones to Li Fengmian. "Not bad. They really are a bunch of rich young masters." Li Fengmian quickly took the spirit stones from Ruer's arms and counted them with joy. The little girl with braids stepped forward, looked at Li Fengmian counting the stones and snorted, "You little devil. Hey little wife, I'm earning your dowry here. How am I a little devil?" Li Fengmian looked up unhappily at Zhang Yusin before him. "Who wants to marry you? A devil is a devil." The little girl, teased by Li Fengmian, stomped her feet, angrily cursed at him and ran out of the mansion. "Oh, my little wife has quite a personality." After counting the spirit stones, Li Fengmian gave 10 to Old Su, 10 to Ruer and kept 19 for himself, claiming he contributed the most and almost lost his innocence. "Brother Fengmian, if Sister Yusin doesn't marry you, I will marry you." Zhang Rui, holding the spirit stones Li Fengmian gave her, looked at the departing Zhang Yusin and said. Li Fengmian looked at this little beauty and said playfully, "All right then, Ruer can be my concubine later, but you need to eat more, grow big and pretty." "Okay. Even as a concubine I'm fine." Ruer didn't catch the teasing and replied happily. Old Su beside them couldn't stop laughing, holding Ruer's hand as they walked towards the mansion. Old Su spoke worriedly, "Young master, the clan's divine body test is tomorrow. Are you two little ones prepared?" Hearing this, Li Fengmian sighed. "Old Su, you saw it yourself, that sword is not human. It chases its own master to chop." Just thinking about that divine sword made Li Fengmian's head ache. The day he crossed over, that divine sword descended with his birth. Everyone said it was a god-bestowed sword, but no matter what he did, it would not recognize him as its master. Before the age of 10, Li Fengmian often tried to pull the sword out, but it seemed welded to the ground. Just after turning 10, whenever Li Fengmian got close to the divine sword, it would chase him to chop, with a particular interest in his rear. Such absurdity in his past life he had only seen in Chengdu. Originally as a transmigrator, Li Fengmian thought he would awaken a system like others, but after 10 years of calling out day and night for the system, he realized he didn't have that fate. The only comfort was the divine sword born with him, but it turned out to be unworthy, wanting to kill its own master all day long. So helplessly, Fengmian returned to his old ways, teaming up with Old Su and Ruer to start the business of squeezing the wallets of the Sword Clan children. But as the Sword Clan children's divine body test drew near, Li Fengmian still felt some anticipation in his heart. After all, being born into a clan where everyone was bestowed a divine sword once past 10 years old, and after the divine body test one could begin cultivation. This meant he could finally achieve flying on a sword in this life. The thought alone was thrilling. As the sun rose and set the next day, the city lord's mansion square gathered a large crowd of Sword Clan members. When the blazing sun baked, the earthly Fengmian stood before the Sword Soul steely waiting for his test result, his heart extremely nervous. Buzz, suddenly a mass of dark clouds surrounded this small world and a golden light of over 1,000 zhang burst into the sky, blinding everyone. Li Fengmian felt an inexplicable force surging from the Sword Soul steely, pulling his hand onto it. He was not frightened but delighted. Brothers, I've been in this world for 10 years. Could the system I've been pleading for be coming? As Li Fengmian waited with rapid breaths for his test result, a sword cry resounded through the city lord's mansion. The divine sword that accompanied Li Fengmian's birth and had been stuck in the mansion for 10 years transformed into a streak of light, flying straight toward Li Fengmian with a sharp sound of breaking air. Not good. Fengmian dodge. Li Feng's expression changed drastically and he instantly leaped down from the high platform, rushing toward Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian was also stunned by the sudden change. He watched the flying sword getting closer, its golden light almost blinding his eyes, his mind blank. No way. The divine sword wants to kill me. I have no grudge against you. Since I started walking, I've watered you every day with my urine. Just as Li Feng was about to reach him, an invisible energy shield suddenly spread from the Sword Soul steely, enclosing Li Fengmian. The flying sword crashed loudly against the energy shield, its tip pressing hard, the blade trembling slightly, emitting a humming sound. Li Fengmian collapsed inside the shield, his legs weak with fear. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but his hand was firmly stuck to the Sword Soul steely, unable to move. Just as Li Fengmian let out a sigh of relief, the divine sword began to tremble violently again, as if determined to pierce him to death. Don't move, you broken sword. Brother, this is a new account. Don't do this. I'm wrong, okay? From now on I'll wipe your scabbard every day, sing lullabies to you at night, don't kill me. If it really doesn't work. When no one is around at night, I'll give you my butt. Whether Li Fengmian's pleading worked or not, the flying sword actually stopped, inserting firmly into the energy shield, no longer thrusting forward. Feeling the Sword Soul steel release his hand, Li Fengmian withdrew his hand and sat on the ground. Looking up at the flying sword so close, his heart was still pounding wildly. At that moment, everyone's attention turned to the Sword Soul steely, as if the thrilling scene just now was forgotten, their eyes full of anticipation. Li Fengmian also raised his head and looked at the Sword Soul steel. Golden characters slowly appeared on the stone tablet, the strokes vigorous and powerful, carrying an awe-inspiring sword momentum shining in the sunlight. Windy sword, divine grade. Just 5 short words exploded like a thunderclap on the square. The crowd first fell into dead silence, the sound of wind clearly audible. The next second it completely erupted. Divine grade. It's a divine grade, divine body. My god. In the history of the Sword Clan, only a few have appeared with divine grade bodies, right? The young master is actually divine grade. No wonder a meteor fell on his birthday and he was born with a divine artifact. This is truly a heaven-mandated talent. The waves of discussion rose higher and higher. Some were excitedly gesticulating, staring at Li Fengmian with adoring eyes. Even the usually composed elders could not contain their excitement. Elder Thousand Swords stroked his beard into a mess, muttering repeatedly, divine grade. Our Sword Clan has hope of returning to the continent. Li Feng stood to one side, tilting his head back, trying not to let tears fall, thinking of his wife Aru, who died in childbirth when Li Fengmian was born. Aru, do you see? Our child is a divine grade, divine body. We made it. He silently repeated in his heart, his voice choked. Li Fengmian sat on the ground looking at the divine grade on the steel. He gave his thigh a hard pinch, it hurt. Not a dream. Ha ha ha. I knew it. How could a transmigrator be ordinary? No system, but here comes the golden finger. He laughed wildly in his heart, almost laughing out loud. Suddenly the Sword Soul steel let out another soft buzz. The Wentian sword divine grade gradually faded, and then new words began to appear. 3 words slowly emerged, clearly imprinted on the steely no sword soul. The noise in the square instantly vanished, even deeper than before. Even people's breaths could be heard. What? No sword soul. That means a crippled divine body. You can't practice martial techniques without a sword soul. When you fight, are you just going to swing a sword around randomly? Isn't that right? What a pity. Not. Fine, so this is how it's played, huh? Li Fengmian listened to the comments and instantly deflated like a punctured ball, slumping beside the Sword Soul steel. Li Fengmian recalled his past life on Earth, where he was a junior at a top domestic science and engineering university, majoring in mechanical engineering, minoring in all-night champion and food delivery connoisseur, and ended up in the hospital with late-stage leukemia. Li Fengmian lay in the dark hospital for half a year, then closed his eyes and died. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a huge meteor hurtling toward him from the sky. Later, after the Sword Clan members shattered the meteor, a divine sword flew out of the rubble and landed in the courtyard where Li Fengmian was born. Li Fengmian originally thought that divine sword was his golden finger from transmigration, and many nights he tried to pull it out. But that divine sword was as if welded to the ground. No matter what method Fengmian used, it remained motionless. Later he had to settle for the next best thing and started the long system summoning. System Daddy. You there? Old Grandpa. Are you hiding in my body? Divine artifact. How about a sound? No matter how he called, the system remained silent. Fengmian even once brought out the chrysanthemum he had cherished for over 20 years on Earth, yet still couldn't awaken his system. If it weren't for the divine body test that the Sword Clan conducts for children at age 10, Fengmian would have long wanted to lie flat, retire and wait for death. But today he thought his golden finger was finally coming. Unexpectedly, it gave him a huge letdown. A divine grade Windian sword but no sword soul. Was he really supposed to just use a basic attack weapon to conquer this continent? Better to just lie flat then. He was at least the young master of the Sword Clan. Although the clan had been trapped in this ancient relic called the Small World for over 1,000 years, scarce in resources and poor, the poorer the more glorious. But then Fengmian reconsidered. This was a martial cultivation world. Ah heavens, I just want to experience flying on a sword. Why must you target me like this? Why are you treating me this way? The elders standing on the elder seats were caught off guard by this unexpected outcome and fell silent for a moment, turning their gazes to Thousand Swords Elder and Feng. A divine grade questing heaven sword without a sword soul. Our sword clan has never seen such a precedent in 10,000 years. Thousand Swords Elder pondered for 3 breaths before speaking slowly. Fenger, do not worry. Even if I have to search through all the books in the scripture depository, I will find a way for Fengmian to absorb a sword soul. Thousand Swords Elder looked at Feng and continued. A divine grade physique. Our sword clan hasn't seen one in 10,000 years. Our clan's return to the mainland is now possible. I thank the Grand Elder on behalf of Fengmian. Feng forced a disappointed expression as he spoke to Thousand Swords Elder, then turned his gaze to a little girl in the square with a porcelain doll-like face. Fengmian, this sword was born with you and no one can take it away. The divine grade sword god physique is a gift from heaven. Use your will to withdraw your physique. Upon hearing this, Fengmian extended his index and middle fingers, guiding the divine sword to his forehead. The flying sword embedded in the energy shield turned into a white light and drilled into his brow, and the energy shield dissipated. Fengmian, come to grandfather Thousand Swords. Thousand Swords Elder spoke warmly and kindly to Fengmian, his heart full of both pity and helplessness. Seeing Thousand Swords Elder crouched down, Fengmian turned and walked toward Elder Qian. Since coming to this world, besides his father who was always busy with official duties, it was Thousand Swords Elder who often visited him, and old steward Su from the city lord's manor who doted on him the most. Just a few steps after Fengmian started walking toward Thousand Swords Elder, suddenly a dragon's roar came from the direction of the city lord's manor. The earth began to shake and the crowd scattered in panic. Seeing this, Thousand Swords Elder instantly flashed to Fengmian's side, scooped him up and swiftly flew above the ground, staring intently toward the city lord's manor. When the dragon's roar faded and the ground stopped shaking, Thousand Swords Elder looked at Feng, who was frowning with a puzzled expression. Then Thousand Swords Elder quickly set Fengmian down and said to the elder still standing by the testing stone, take good care of Fengmian. Have everyone evacuate first. After speaking, Thousand Swords Elder with a stern expression led the elders as they rose into the air and flew toward the sky above the city lord's manor. Fengmian looked bewilderedly at his father and the elders flying away, his heart shocked. That sound just now was a dragon's roar. A dragon. The dragon from the 12 zodiac animals. This world has dragons. Fengmian's heart was in turmoil. Damn, if there are dragons, could there be dragon maidens too? If I could grab a dragon horn. That's worth exploring. Fengmian rubbed his chin with a lecherous expression, revealing a look unbefitting his age. Fengmian pulled his wandering thoughts back. He also wanted to see the dragon with his own eyes. Those old geezers are too much, leaving a child alone here. Still complaining inwardly, Fengmian in the next second dashed off with all his might toward the city lord's manor. Young Master Fengmian, Elder Thousand Swords told me to look after you. Where are you going? Seeing Fengmian run off, the testing elder quickly instructed his subordinates to disperse the crowd and seal off the city lord's manor. By the time he had arranged everything, Fengmian had already vanished. The testing elder could only head in the direction where Fengmian had disappeared. On a street in Ling City, a middle-aged man was holding the hand of a little girl dressed in a pink gown with a porcelain doll-like face, walking northward. Father, what is no sword soul? I just heard everyone say that Brother Fengmian has a waste divine physique and cannot cultivate. Father, why is that? The little girl let out a childish voice, asking the middle-aged man beside her. Ru'er, our clan is favored by heaven. Each clansman is gifted a divine physique. Other humans without such a gift can only cultivate the 5 elements arts. Similarly, heaven is fair. Our clan has powerful physiques but cannot practice the 5 elements arts. The middle-aged man said this, looking at his daughter with a hint of pity. But the reason our sword clan is strong is that our heaven-gifted sword god physique contains a sword soul. A sword soul is the spirit of the sword, also called a sword spirit. Different people have different sword souls, so there are grades. The sword soul helps us cultivate martial techniques. The stronger the sword soul, the earlier we can learn higher level techniques and the greater our comprehension. The martial techniques comprehended by the sword soul can be used directly in battle, so we don't need to spend time cultivating them. We can spend more time improving our cultivation. Moreover, a powerful sword soul can be a battle companion. Sword souls above the 7th rank can leave the sword god physique and fight alongside us. That's like fighting 2 against 1 in a duel. Young City Lord Fengmian has a divine grade physique but no sword soul. That means his sword god physique has reached the highest divine grade, but without a sword soul it's just a very hard scrap iron sword. Our sword clan lacks 5 elements spiritual roots. Even if we learn martial techniques on our own, their power will be greatly reduced. Even so, young Master Li Fengmian can only become an ordinary swordsman. Ah, brother Fengmian is so pitiful. Is there any way to fix it? The little girl asked innocently. Ruer, everyone has their own destiny. You have your mission and brother Fengmian has his. The man suddenly crouched down, stroked the girl's hair and said gently. Okay, but I feel I really like brother Fengmian. He must be very sad now, right? The little girl pouted. Alright Ruer, that's not our concern now. What I should care about is whether mom has made your favorite osmanthus cake at home. Okay. Meanwhile, above the city lord's manor, the sword clan's high-ranking members gathered, all staring intently at an old well below. Cold air kept rising from the well and thick frost covered the ground around it. Thousand Swords Elder looked at Li Feng, who stood not far away, and asked with a heavy expression, Fenger, what is going on? How did that dragon locked in the well come to be? Grand Elder, it's a long story. This dragon is related to your wife. Li Feng looked at the feigning Thousand Swords Elder and replied. Enough, let's seal this news first and deliberate later. The beast tribe must have heard that dragon roar. A fierce battle is unavoidable. Seeing that Li Feng gave him no good face, Thousand Swords Elder spoke to him. After Li Feng arranged for the courtyard to be sealed, just as everyone returned to the city lord's hall, a scout rushed in urgently. Report. Beast tide incoming 50 li from the city. Before everyone could react, another scout rushed in. Report. Beast tide is less than 40 li from Ling City. Quickly notify all sword clan warriors to man the walls and defend the city. Li Feng exchanged a meaningful glance with Thousand Swords Elder and began arranging the defense swiftly. The dragon roar just rang out and the beast tribe attacks in force. It seems our sword clan has a traitor. An old man sitting opposite Thousand Swords Elder stood up and said indignantly. Fifth Elder, our sword clan is united in heart. How could there be a spy? Thousand Swords Elder also retorted with righteous indignation. The creatures in this small world are beast tribes, not shape-shifting demon clans. If there were no spy in the clan, how could they lurk in Ling City to gather intelligence? The fourth elder beside the fifth elder stood up and said. What if the beast tribe obtained dragon blood? Tempered by dragon blood, they must be able to transform. Thousand Swords Elder said, as if trying to divert attention to the dragon in the well. Thousand Swords, you're talking nonsense. Our sword clan was hunted 1,000 years ago. Our ancestors brought us into this small world completely isolated from the outside for a millennium. Even we cannot leave this small world. How could the beast tribe get out? Where would they get dragon blood? The fourth elder beside the fifth elder retorted. Enough. This is not the time for quarreling. Everyone follow me to the city wall. Seeing that the crowd had no intention of stopping, Li Feng interrupted, then led the group and leaped up quickly, heading to the city wall. When everyone arrived at the city wall, the beast tribe was less than 5 li from Ling City. All sword clan soldiers were ready for battle, everyone tense. Seeing the panicked crowd in the city, Li Fengmian heard news of the beast tide. He said helplessly, just tested my divine physique, I almost died, and now it's the clan's turn. Looks like we're all doomed. Ah, forget it, let me go see what a dragon really looks like. That cheap father should handle those beasts fine. Thinking this, Li Fengmian continued running toward the courtyard where the dragon's roar had come from. Meanwhile, on the other side, as everyone rushed to the city walls to fend off the beast horde, Li Fengmian was stealthily evading the patrolling guards nearby, making his way toward the dry well in the backyard. In Li Fengmian's memory, Li Feng had always forbidden anyone from approaching this courtyard because it was here that his mother had died giving birth to him, succumbing to the ordeal of childbirth. Taking advantage of his small stature, Li Fengmian slipped past layers of guards and reached the dry well, only to shiver uncontrollably from the chilling cold that emanated from it. Just as he leaned over to peer into the well, someone shoved him from behind, sending him tumbling into the abyss. Li Fengmian felt himself plummeting rapidly, and before he could shake off his daze, a splash echoed as he plunged into water. He thrashed about frantically, only to find the water was not deep. He quickly looked up at the well's opening, trying to see who had pushed him, but there was no one in sight. Cursing inwardly, he roared, "Damn it all! Which heartless bastard would stoop so low as to do this to me? When I get out, I'll string them up and give them a beating. In his fury, Fengmian momentarily forgot that he had sneaked in here stealthily. With no time to dwell on it, he used the dim light from the well's mouth to survey his surroundings. He discovered a vast space beneath the well, and he was standing at the edge of a shallow pool of water. Staring into the pitch-black expanse before him, Fengmian momentarily forgot he had come to see a dragon. In a fit of frustration, he trudged to the edge of the pool, plopped down on the ground and lay back, trying to soothe his startled young soul. As he was still pondering whether he had slipped or been pushed, a massive shadow loomed over him. An enormous head hovered above, startling him so much that he sprang up and darted away. When Fengmian realized the wall of the well blocked his path, he pressed his back against it and turned to look at the spot where he had just been lying. There, a colossal dragon's head flickered in and out of view in the dim light. Whoosh! Several oil lamps suddenly flared to life on both stone walls of the well, illuminating the space below. Only then did Fengmian take in the entirety of the scene before him. Before his eyes lay a massive golden black dragon about 7 or 8 zhang in length, or more precisely a golden dragon wreathed in black deathly aura. The golden black dragon was bound by 6 enormous iron chains, and it raised its colossal head to scrutinize Fengmian. Fengmian stared fixedly at the dragon, cursing inwardly, "Mother of mercy, I'm done for. With a head that big, it could swallow me whole without even chewing." The dragon suddenly thrust its head forward, but the chains yanked it back, stopping it just half a zhang from the well's opening directly above Fengmian. With practiced ease, it rattled the chains around its neck, and its exhaled breath rushed straight at Fengmian, chilling him to the bone and making him shiver violently. "Hello, hi, I didn't mean to barge into your territory, I was pushed down here," Fengmian stammered awkwardly, pointing a finger toward the well's mouth. Seeing the dragon remain unmoved, he was about to speak again when the chains binding it shifted slightly. The dragon turned its head to glance at the chains behind it, then fixed its gaze back on Fengmian with deadly intensity before slowly retreating. Fengmian's heart was still pounding wildly as he looked up at the well's opening, ready to call for help. Suddenly, the voices of Steward Old Su and the maids echoed from above. Young master, where have you gone? Old Su, I'm down here." Fengmian clung to the sound like a lifeline, shouting desperately toward the well's mouth. When Old Su finally hoisted him out, Fengmian collapsed at the edge, gasping for breath. "Young master, how did you end up here? Are you hurt?" Old Su asked with genuine concern. But Fengmian didn't hear him. His heart was no longer filled with relief but with lingering terror. Facing that dragon for the first time in over 30 years, spanning 2 lifetimes, he felt a crushing sense of helplessness. Reflecting carefully, he realized someone must have deliberately pushed him into the well. The sudden lighting of the oil lamps and the clanking of chains at the bottom suggested it was all orchestrated. Fengmian lifted his head and stared hard at Old Su, who was gazing at him with concern. He found nothing but genuine worry in the old man's eyes. "Old Su, how did you know I was here?" Fengmian scrutinized him but quickly dismissed his suspicions. After all these years, if Old Su had wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have waited until now. "Young master, a servant said they saw you come this way, so I gathered everyone and rushed over. The beast tribe is attacking and it's chaos out there," Old Su said, reaching out to help him up. Fengmian dodged Old Zu's outstretched hands, got up on his own and slipped away through a side gate of the mansion, heading back to his room. Old Su was left standing there, frozen in place. "All of you go and change the young master's clothes immediately. Don't let him catch a chill. You couldn't even keep an eye on him, he'll deal with you later. And not a word of today's events to anyone, including the master. He forbids us from setting foot in this courtyard. If anyone speaks out, you'll face the consequences." After dismissing the servants, Old Su stood by the well, glancing alternately at the direction Fengmian had taken and then at the well's mouth. "Master, the young master may be young, but he's sharp-witted and far more mature than his peers. My clumsy tricks have probably already been seen through," Old Su muttered, shaking his head as he looked up at the sky. On the city walls of Ling City, the Sword Clan's elite warriors stared grimly at the 10,000-strong beast army that had halted just below. A path suddenly opened in the middle of the beast ranks, and a wolf demon, a head taller than the others, swaggered forward. "City Lordly Elder Thousand Swords, long time no see," the wolf demon said, fixing its gaze on the figures atop the wall, addressing Elder Thousand Swords and Li Feng. "Ling Wolf, what business do you have bringing your tribe to our Sword Clan's territory?" Elder Thousand Swords seized the moment to challenge him. "Oh, Elder Thousand Swords, you actually know my name. What an honor." The wolf demon mimicked human greetings, clasping its paws toward the elder on the wall. "Boss, don't forget the ancestors' orders," a scrawny rat demon said, its eyes darting shrewdly as it stood on its hind legs and whispered to the wolf. "Ah, right." The wolf demon suddenly remembered, cleared its throat and continued, "Elder Thousand Swords, our tribe recently captured a dragon, but somehow it was rescued and we've been searching high and low for it." Ling Wolf spoke as if the words had been rehearsed. "Just now a dragon's roar echoed from your city. So it turns out you've stolen the dragon we captured. I advise you to return it promptly, or else rivers of blood will flow." "Sir, the ancestor said rivers of blood," the rat demon corrected the wolf. "Right, rivers of blood," the wolf hastily added. Hearing the wolf's words, the people on the city wall felt a chill run down their spines. Although the beast tribe had simplistic minds, they were born with immense physical strength. Coupled with the cunning of their high-ranking members and the mystery of their lairs, the Sword Clan had been unable to defeat them or conquer this small world for 1,000 years. Ling Wolfar clans have been locked in conflict in this small world for a millennium. We can't even enter your den, how could we possibly have the ability to steal a dragon? That dragon's roar you heard was merely from our clan's prodigy breaking through the cry of his dragon's roar, sword, Elder Thousand Swords said as if coaxing a child. After speaking, Elder Thousand Swords whispered to those beside him, "Are we ready?" "Grand Elder, we're prepared to engage at any moment," a middle-aged man in armor replied. "What? Just your Sword Clan prodigy's breakthrough? Then? Nonsense. Your prodigy doesn't even have a dragon's roar sword, you're clearly lying," the rat demon interrupted loudly before the wolf could fumble for a response. Elder Thousand Swords furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed it on the rat demon, which stood only half the wolf's height. "I've already explained the situation, it was our prodigy's breakthrough that caused the dragon's roar. Are you insisting on war by pressing this matter? You cultivators have not come by your power easily. Don't invite unnecessary slaughter. Besides, your mere tens of thousands of troops aren't even enough to warm me up," Elder Thousand Swords said, casting a contemptuous glance at the beast army below. Just as the rat demon was about to retort, the alarm bells on the other side of Ling City's walls rang out, signaling an enemy attack. "Ha ha, Elder Thousand Swords, do we only have tens of thousands of troops?" The rat demon raised its head, tilting its ear to hear the bell tolling from the other city wall of Ling City, then rolled its eyes and began to taunt. "Report. A large number of beast tribes have been discovered outside the northern city wall. Not good. 6th Elder Zhang Xing and Fenger, stay here, the rest of you follow me." Elder Thousand Swords exclaimed, leaping into the air and swiftly rushing toward the northern city wall. "Everyone kill. Whether our clan can transform depends on this battle." The rat demon, seeing this, quickly commanded the beast army behind it, yet silently retreated. The wolf demon laughed heartily, raising its spiked club and shouting, "Warriors, kill. Once inside the city, human women are yours to enjoy." With that, it took the lead and leaped onto the city wall, which stood over 3 zhang high. 3 days later, as the moon was about to set, this great battle finally ceased. The beast tribes had successively deployed 30,000 troops, including 3 5th-rank demon beasts and 1 6th rank, all of whom were completely annihilated. The losses were incalculable, severely depleting their strength, leaving them unable to invade the Sword Clan for a century. The Sword Clan also suffered heavy losses in this battle, losing nearly 20,000 soldiers, and even more unbearably, the 4th and 5th elders of the Sword Clan fell in this great war. As dawn broke, the women of the Sword Clan led the able-bodied children onto the city walls to clean the battlefield and help tend to the wounded. Li Fengmian followed Old Su onto the city wall. Seeing the scattered limbs and broken bodies everywhere, Li Fengmian felt a strong discomfort in his stomach, but as he encountered more and more corpses, he gradually grew accustomed. Li Fengmian stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. The battlefield outside the city was strewn with corpses, smoke rising everywhere. Suddenly his heart felt expansive and a notion of unification arose within him. Li Fengmian curled his lips into a smile, thinking to himself, "Is this the inherited bloodline of our grand Chinese civilization over 5,000 years? Once again he couldn't help but admire Qin Shi Huang, who swept across the 8 directions and unified the 6 kingdoms. Old Su, watching Li Fengmian smile with curled lips, felt a shock within. He had originally intended for Li Fengmian to witness the cruelty of war, but Li Fengmian was actually smiling. Seeing this scene, Old Su couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then he tentatively spoke, "Young master, our clan has suffered heavy losses in this battle. Our clan's war with the beast tribes began 1,000 years ago when we arrived in this small world." Listening to Old Zu's incessant chatter, Li Fengmian couldn't help but recall how since childhood Old Su had often nagged him like an old woman. "Old Su, let's go." "Well, go see father." Li Fengmian turned to Old Su and without waiting for him headed toward the command room on the tower. "Young master, watch out for the spear on the ground, don't step on it." Old Su followed closely behind Li Fengmian, afraid he might hurt himself. Li Fengmian looked at the dilapidated command room on the tower with burn marks everywhere. He walked to the door, stretched his head to look inside, and saw everyone dejected, chatting sporadically. Li Feng, seated in the main seat, was the first to spot Li Fengmian and said, "Mianer, why are you here?" "I came to see father and the elders." Everyone turned to look at Li Fengmian standing at the door, which made him momentarily awkward, unsure whether to enter or not. "Fengmian, come to grandfather Thousand Swords." Elder Thousand Swords suddenly spoke affectionately. Li Fengmian looked at Elder Thousand Swords sitting beside the main seat and walked toward him. "Come sit on grandfather's lap and let me hold you. Don't mind if I'm dirty." Elder Thousand Swords turned the inside of his robe outward and placed it on his knees, afraid that the blood on him would stain Li Fengmian. "I don't mind, grandfather Thousand Swords. All the elders and seniors have risked their lives for our sword clan. Fengmian doesn't mind." Li Fengmian sat on Elder Thousand Swords' lap and addressed everyone. "Good, very good. Our sword clan has a worthy successor. In the future, Fengmian will surely be a fine city lord. After the sixth elder spoke, everyone chimed in agreement, instantly lifting the gloom in the command room. Fengmian, don't worry about the awakening a few days ago. Once I finish dealing with the current matters, I will go into seclusion until I find a solution for you. Elder Thousand Swords spoke gently. Looking at his kind face, Li Fengmian didn't know what to say. He remembered old Su mentioning that Li Fengmian's mother was not of the Sword Clan. Back then, Li Fengmian's father left the Sword Clan's territory to train abroad and returned with a pregnant woman who was Li Fengmian's mother. When the Sword Clan's high-ranking members learned of this, they repeatedly questioned the woman's origins, but Li Fengmian's father blocked them by citing the imminent birth of the child. However, Elder Thousand Swords arguing that the woman's origins were unclear and she was not of the Sword Clan and that the child about to be born might not possess Sword Clan bloodline, tried to prevent the birth. This led to incessant quarrels and eventually a physical fight between Li Fengmian's grandfather and Elder Thousand Swords. As a result, Li Fengmian's grandfather was forced by the Sword Clan's high-ranking members to abdicate as city lord, and Li Fengmian's father was imprisoned. Later, because Li Fengmian's birth triggered celestial phenomena, the Sword Clan, believing they were about to be annihilated, released all imprisoned Sword Clan members, hoping the survivors could escape and continue the clan's bloodline. Unexpectedly, that meteorite did not destroy the barrier but pierced through the small world's barrier and crashed straight into the city lord's mansion. The Sword Clan had to resist, desperately paying a heavy price to jointly destroy the meteorite. Li Fengmian's grandfather also perished in that meteorite disaster, and a flying sword from the meteorite stabbed straight into the courtyard where Li Fengmian was born. Afterward, Elder Thousand Swords changed his attitude, believing Li Fengmian was the one most likely to lead the Sword Clan in breaking the small world seal and returning to the continent. Li Fengmian's father smoothly became the new city lord of the Sword Clan. Elder Thousand Swords began to change his attitude toward Li Fengmian, carefully nurturing him as he grew up. That is why Elder Thousand Swords is so good to him now. Li Fengmian withdrew his thoughts and felt a sudden sense of relief. Perhaps this was a transaction. Elder Thousand Swords valued his potential, hoping he would grow up and lead the Sword Clan out of the small world. But Li Fengmian also understood that perhaps one day, when he no longer had the potential to lead the Sword Clan out of the small world, Elder Thousand Swords would not hesitate to abandon him. Having come to terms with this, Li Fengmian decided not to dwell on it and simply accepted Elder Thousand Swords' goodwill, since everything he did was not just for himself. While Li Fengmian was lost in thought, Elder Thousand Swords and Li Fengmian's father discussed his upcoming seclusion and how he would find a solution for Li Fengmian. Meoner, why don't you thank Elder Thousand Swords quickly? Li Feng said in a lecturing tone to the dazed Li Fengmian. Thank you, Grandfather Thousand Swords. Li Fengmian, sitting on Elder Thousand Swords' lap, said to him. Good, Fengmian is such a good child. Elder Thousand Swords affectionately patted Li Fengmian's head, then turned to Li Feng and continued, Fenger, after cleaning up everything, arrange a time soon to test the remaining children for divine bodies. All right, Grand Elder. I'll leave Fengmian's matter in your hands. Li Feng clasped his hands to Elder Thousand Swords. All right, we're family, no need for formalities. Everyone is tired, let's stop here for today. Fenger arranged for everyone to rest. After Elder Thousand Swords finished speaking, he took Li Fengmian's hand and was about to leave. Just then he suddenly turned around and said to Li Feng, keep an eye on that dragon for now. Once everything is settled, we'll hold an elders meeting. Elder Thousand Swords then left, leading Li Fengmian away. Everyone seated stared at Li Feng with curiosity, envy, surprise and jealousy in their eyes. One evening 2 days later, the setting sun dipped below the distant mountain peaks, its afterglow staining the entire sky crimson. The smoke of war in Ling City had long since dissipated. If not for the sight of workers still repairing the city walls in the distance, it would seem as though nothing had ever happened. Li Fengmian leaned against the railing of the pavilion, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Zhang family mansion in the courtyard adjacent to the city lord's residence, where children were awakening their sword souls. His thoughts drifted aimlessly between heaven and earth. Just as Li Fengmian was lost in reverie, a dazzling pillar of light shot up from the courtyard beside the city lord's residence, piercing the sky. The people hurriedly stopped their work and rushed toward that mansion in Ling City. When the crowd arrived outside the mansion, the two characters Zhang Mansion on the plaque came into view. Everyone nodded with an air of inevitability, as if they already knew what had transpired. In the open space of the Zhang family estate, Patriarch Zhang Xing was conducting the great assessment of the heaven-bestowed divine physique for the Zhang clan's younger members awakening their sword souls. The dazzling beam that had shot into the sky moments ago was the extraordinary phenomenon triggered by the awakening of Zhang Xing's daughter's sword soul. At this moment, Zhang Xing stood on a platform not far from the open ground, looking with immense satisfaction at his daughter standing before the stele. A young girl in an emerald green dress with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll turned her head and looked up excitedly at Zhang Xing on the high platform with her large sparkling eyes. At that moment, a group of powerful experts flew in from all directions, halting above the Zhang mansion. These were the high-ranking members of the Sword Clan. At their head was Elder Qianjian, whose weathered face bore a faint, barely perceptible excitement. Grand Elder, you have arrived. Zhang Xing, who had spotted Elder Qianjian first, quickly greeted the elder who had just appeared in midair. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly bowed and greeted Elder Qianjian with clasped hands. Elder Qinjian floated down from the air to the little girl's side, looked up at the large characters that had just appeared on the steel, 9th grade sword god physique, 9th grade sword soul, and instantly burst into a beaming smile, unable to close his mouth. Zhang Xing stared at the words on the steely, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. It was only when Elder Qinjian led the little girl over to him that he finally came to his senses. Zhang Xing, truly like father like daughter, Elder Qinjian said earnestly, patting Zhang Xing on the shoulder. Grand Elder, not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the clan's nurturing, otherwise I could never have risen from being a servant to the patriarch I am today, Zhang Xing replied modestly. Ah, what a pity. If only Fengmian possessed such a sword soul, this barrier would certainly not be able to hinder our clan's emergence. Elder Qinjian looked up at the sky above side and said. Elder Qinjian shook his head and continued, heaven has taken away from our clan a Fengmian who could have become a peerless prodigy, yet has bestowed upon us a Yusin who is destined to be a genius. Heaven has not been unkind to our clan. Haha, excellent. Truly excellent. Zhang Xing, once the funerals of the 4th elder and 5th elder are concluded in a few days, I will convene a council of elders. Our clan will spare no effort in nurturing Yusin. After speaking to Zhang Xing, Elder Qinjian handed Yusin back to him, then left the Zhang mansion with a radiant smile. The other elders who had arrived from afar along with Li Feng took in the entire scene, their eyes filled with envy. Once Elder Qinjian departed, everyone stepped forward to congratulate Zhang Xing. Li Fengmian stood on the pavilion watching the scene of congratulations being offered to Zhang Xing and grumbled inwardly, it's over, guys. The wife my cheap dad arranged for me is now someone else's. Li Fengmian thought that according to the plot's development he should be about to be jilted. He wondered whether he ought to utter that line, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the youth for being poor. He truly dreaded the follow-up lines like, don't bully the middle-aged for being poor and don't bully the elderly for being poor. After all, as a 21st century college student, lying flat was the true cultivation of a young person. Besides, in his past life he had been an orphan suffering for over 20 years. In this life he had finally been reborn as the only son of the city lord. It would be an outrage against heaven not to enjoy it properly. Really, why overthink it? Let the music play and the dance continue. At this moment Li Fengmian remained standing on the pavilion gazing at the full moon on the horizon. He spread his arms wide, feeling the gentle evening breeze. After everyone finished congratulating Zhang Xing, he led Zhang Yusin back to the rear courtyard, and soon after they quietly slipped out through the back door. Young Master Night has fallen and the air is getting cold. Let's go back. Old Su, who had been standing not far away on the pavilion all along, walked over to Li Fengmian and spoke softly. Old Su, don't worry about me. Fine, Li Fengmian said in a calm tone. Young Master, we may lack a sword soul for now, but that doesn't mean we can never have one. You don't need to be too sad, perhaps in the future. Old Su began trying to console Li Fengmian but was interrupted. Old Su, you've been standing here with me for so long. Do you really think I'm some child who would act recklessly? Of course not. Although you lack a sword soul for now, you are still the second genius in our clan in 10,000 years to possess a divine physique. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Alright, Old Su, go back and rest first. You've had a tiring day accompanying me. Li Fengmian spoke unhurriedly, a hint of concern evident in his tone. Since Li Fengmian's birth, aside from being cared for by a wet nurse until weaning, Old Su had been the one by his side through everything. He was in truth the real father figure in this world for him. Young Master, I'm not tired. Let me stay with you. Old Su looked at Li Fengmian with a pained heart. He knew that Li Fengmian, as the young city lord, was fully aware of what he would face without a sword soul. Compared to other children who had just turned 10, lacking a sword soul would at most leave them upset for a few days or even indifferent. They would simply go back to herding cattle or cutting grass. But for Li Fengmian, who was destined to inherit the position of city lord, not having a sword soul would make it difficult to command respect. Moreover, during the awakening ceremony for the younger generation of the Zhang clan, just now the clan leader's daughter Zhang Yusin had tested as a 9th grade sword god physique and awakened a 9th grade sword soul. This was an immense blow to Li Fengmian, especially since he and Zhang Yusin had been betrothed since childhood. Forget it, Old Su, let's go back. After speaking, Li Fengmian turned and descended the pavilion with Old Su. Half a month later, the city lord's residence's reception hall was filled with high-ranking members of the sword clan who held sway. Grand Elder, a few days ago I discussed annulling the engagement with Li Feng, but he threw me out of the city lord's residence. Today I beg you to do justice for my daughter and annul this marriage, Zhang Xing said, rising and cupping his hands toward the elder seated at the head of the hall. The Grand Elder smiled, stroking his grizzled beard, and looked up at Li Feng, who was seated in the city lord's position, without speaking. Li Feng stood up from his seat in fury, pointing at Zhang Xing, and said, Brother Zhang, we grew up together and endured thousands of hardships. Has all that camaraderie been thrown to the dogs? Before Li Feng could finish, Zhang Xing interrupted him, saying, City Lord Li, do not speak of camaraderie anymore. I was merely a servant in your city lord's residence, subject to anyone's bullying. If the clan hadn't discovered my martial arts talent and meticulously nurtured me, how could I have achieved what I have today? Moreover, regarding the matter of the dragon soul these past few days, this is a 1,000-year foundation for our clan. It concerns whether our clan can escape the shackles of this small world and return to the mainland. Yet you as the clan leader have repeatedly obstructed and refused to hand over the dragon soul. What are your intentions? Do you intend to keep the dragon soul for your worthless son? The Grand Elder has said that Fengmian has no sword soul because his sword god physique cannot contain one. How can you be so stubborn? Do you want to destroy the dragon soul? Furthermore, my Yusin possesses a 9th grade sword god physique and a 9th grade sword soul. She is destined for greatness and will reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Fengmian on the other hand is a crippled divine physique without a sword soul, unlikely to achieve anything significant in this life. How could my phoenix-like daughter be worthy of your dog of a son? Phone, you'd best produce that marriage contract and hand it over to me. Don't hurt our feelings and don't delay my daughter's future. Zhang Xing, how dare you insult my son like this? Phone clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as a surge of overwhelming power erupted from him. Zhang Xing did not back down either. A burst of energy equally formidable to Phone's exploded from within him. The two forces collided and the entire hall began to tremble. Enough! Elder Chenjian suddenly roared, stopping the two who were about to come to blows. Fenger, a forced melon is not sweet. Since Fengmian and Yusin are not fated to be together, why harm the relationship between the two clans over this? Return the marriage contract to the Zhang family. Fine, very well. Zhang Xing, remember this, it is my son who rejects your Zhang family's daughter, not your family, annulling the engagement with my Li family. Here is the marriage contract. Take it back. Li Feng gnashed his teeth as he spoke, then flung a marriage contract from his sleeve. Zhang Xing caught it and with a thought incinerated it. Since this matter is settled, everyone may leave. Li Feng flicked his sleeve in indignation and turned to depart. Hold on. A middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Elder Thousand Swords suddenly stood and addressed the departing Li Feng. Li Feng paused, turned back reluctantly and cast a glance at the silent Elder Thousand Swords. Today was originally a matter between my Li family and the Zhang family, yet I have involved everyone here. I apologize for the spectacle. Li Feng sighed, then spoke to the middle-aged man with a look of guilt. Brother Qian, if there is still business, could we perhaps discuss it another day? Fenger, this matter concerns the fate of our clan, so it is best to decide swiftly. Just as Li Feng was about to leave again, Elder Thousand Swords suddenly spoke. Grand Elder, our clan has lived peacefully in this small world for 1,000 years. Breaking the seal to return to the mainland is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Fenger, our clan reached its current scale 500 years ago. For 500 years we have made no progress. The clansmen can wait no longer. Fortunately, 5 years ago the child Xianyu proved herself by awakening a 9th grade sword soul. She has trained diligently over the years, and within 1,000 years she will surely lead our clan back to the mainland. If that dragon in the well behind the city lord's manor could become Qianya's protector, then Qianya's life would not be confined to this barren land of 13 prefectures. Elder Thousand Swords spoke, lost in reverie, then turned his gaze to the assembled crowd who were forcing smiles. Elder Thousand Swords, although both have a 9th grade sword soul, the child Zhang Yusin possesses a 9th grade divine body, a grade higher than Qianya's 8th grade divine body. In the future she might surpass Qianyu, don't you think? Why not choose that heaven-chosen daughter of the Zhang family? Seeing that leaving was impossible today, Li Feng sat down to parley with Elder Thousand Swords. At that moment a masked man burst in and strode directly toward Elder Thousand Swords. How dare you? This is the Council of Elders. Who allowed you in? Guards, drag him out. Recognizing the newcomer as a member of Elder Thousand Swords clan, Li Feng felt a sudden foreboding. He rose and after shouting toward the door released a powerful pressure that surged toward the masked man. Hold! Elder Thousand Swords also stood abruptly and a surge of celestial energy equal to Li Feng's neutralized the pressure. Grand Elder, the dragon is gone, the dry well holds nothing. And we found no trace of the young city lord. A scout just reported that the young city lord left Ling City 3 days ago with the city lord's steward. As the oncoming pressure was nullified by Elder Thousand Swords, the man swiftly moved to Elder Thousand Swords' side and knelt on one knee to deliver the news. Excellent! Elder Thousand Swords slammed the table, shattering it into pieces. Li Feng, you traitor of the Sword Clan! Zhang Xing suddenly pointed at Li Feng and cursed. Then turning to Elder Thousand Swords he said, Grand Elder, I will immediately send men to retrieve Li Fengmian. The dragon soul is likely with him. Elder Thousand Swords did not rush to issue orders after hearing Zhang Xing. Instead he took a breath and sat down again. Fenger, where have you hidden that dragon? Hand it over quickly and stop jesting with me. Grand Elder, what if I refuse? Li Feng replied with a resolute tone. Li Feng, do you think we have no way to deal with you if you refuse? Elder Thousand Swords suddenly spoke with a mocking tone. Our clan has been trapped in this small world for 1,000 years. No one can escape. On this continent, aside from that little princess of the Dragon Clan who can ignore the barrier, no one can. No. Could it be? Elder Thousand Swords seemed to realize something and roared to Zhang Xing and Qian Xuanan standing nearby. Quick! Send men to bring Li Fengmian back. Nan and Zhang Xing go. Zhang Xing and Qian Xuanan swiftly departed, but Li Feng sat down leisurely to sip tea as if none of this concerned him. Ah, Grand Elder, are you overthinking? The little princess of the dragon clan is no ordinary being. How could she be trapped by me? Li Feng adjusted his robes after drinking, speaking with a mocking tone. The king of Qin's token, it hasn't been lost. Elder Thousand Swords' eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Li Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone rose from their seats, their eyes gleaming as they fixed on Li Feng at the head seat. The legendary king of Qin's token was not lost in the upper realm. An old man wrinkled and gaunt spoke with excitement. Elder 7, what is the king of Qin's token? Is it some heavenly treasure? Legend has it that the king of Qin's token was awarded to our ancestor by Emperor Qin 10,000 years ago for his meritorious service in battle. I have only seen references in ancient sword clan texts. As for its purpose, I am not certain. All I know is that it has the power to traverse the void. Elder 7 lowered his head, then raised it again, his eyes glittering as he looked at Li Feng. Ha ha. The king of Qin's token has appeared. It seems Grand Elder is getting old. Better go home and sleep early. A flash of murderous intent passed through Li Feng's eyes, but he burst into hearty laughter. Grand Elder, you've played a clever game. First, the Beast Tribe's attack led to the fall of 4th Elder and 5th Elder who supported me. Then you withdrew the clansmen from Ling City. Wasn't your goal all along to make me hand over that dragon? Li Feng stared at Elder Thousand Swords with bloodshot eyes. When Aru and I returned from outside, you obstructed us time and again. And when Fengmian was born, how did my father and Aru die? Do you think you can hide it from me? You old bastards. You prattle on about serving the Sword Clan, but it's only to advance your own kin. Today I will seek justice for Aru and my father. As Li Feng spoke, a violent surge of celestial energy erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire hall. At the height of the tension, Zhang Xing, drenched in blood, entered carrying a severed head. He walked to the center of the hall and tossed the head to the ground. Ha ha. Li Feng, you and your father are both stubborn fools. Now your son is dead and you're next. Seeing Zhang Xing enter, Elder Thousand Swords burst into laughter, taunting Li Feng mercilessly. Oh, is that so, old man? Take a good look at whose head this is. Zhang Xing looked at the smug Elder Thousand Swords and felt an inexplicable pity rising within him. But recalling Elder Thousand Swords' usual facade of benevolence toward the clan and his current twisted expression, a wave of revulsion washed over him. What? Elder Thousand Swords stared in shock at Zhang Xing, then turned to look at the head on the ground. Recognizing the alto familiar face, he bent down to pick it up, his entire frame trembling. At that moment, Zhang Xing drew his blade and shouted, "Heaven and earth slash!" A crimson blade light shot straight toward Elder Thousand Swords' face. Elder Thousand Swords, as the strongest of the Sword Clan, quickly erected a barrier around himself, but Zhang Xing's slash still broke through. The blade light struck Elder Thousand Swords squarely in the chest, sending him flying 2 zhang away. It shattered a pillar in the city lord's hall, and the roof tiles cascaded down, burying him beneath them. This slash I've saved for 10 years, take it. Zhang Xing sheathed his sword and steadied his breath. Brother Zhang, you've worked hard all these years. Li Feng rose to his feet, summoning his divine form. A cyan longsword materialized in his grasp, and in an instant his entire demeanor turned as biting as the northern wind, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Ah! A pile of rubble scattered in all directions as Thousand Swords Elder rose from the debris. His hair was now disheveled as if he had succumbed to inner demons. Well done. Zhang Xing, what a brilliant scheme. I never imagined I would be outwitted by you one day. Thousand Swords Elder brushed the strands of hair from his face and growled through gritted teeth, but what a pity that strike failed to claim my life. Today killing one is the same as killing two. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you, Zhang Xing, later. Though that blow couldn't kill me, it's enough to gravely wound you. Zhang Xing finished speaking, and with a flick of his left hand a crimson short sword appeared in his grip. He gazed fondly at the blade and murmured, "For this strike I've honed my swordsmanship for 10 years. It's been so long since I last met my old friend. Hold them off for a moment. Let me recover from my injuries first," Thousand Swords Elder declared. He produced a pill and swallowed it, then sat down to regulate his chaotic chi and blood. Aside from the 4th and 5th elders who had perished in the beast invasion half a month ago, the remaining 4 elders summoned their divine forms, ready to trap the 2 men. Seeing this, Li Feng instantly flashed to Zhang Xing's side. As the 5 elders encircled them tightly, Li Feng and Zhang Xing stood back to back. Brother Zhang, are Fengmian and Yusin nearing the eastern fortress? Li Feng asked Zhang Xing, his gaze fixed on Thousand Swords Elder, who was still cross-legged on the ground regulating his chi. That old scoundrel Thousand Swords secretly sent his personal guards to hunt down Fengmian and the others. But it's fine, the Black Armor Guard has been shadowing them all along. Zhang Xing turned his head and said angrily to Li Feng, after I killed Qian Xuanan, I eliminated the last batch of personal guards sent after Fengmian. I feared I wouldn't make it in time, so I rushed back. Good brother, leave the rest to the children. Now it's our battle. With these words, Li Feng raised his sword and lunged at Thousand Swords Elder. Zhang Xing meanwhile hurled a fully charged sword beam at the second elder. Li Feng, you do have a way to leave the small world. Surrender it today or all of you will die. Thousand Swords Elder frenzy chased Li Feng with relentless attacks. In an instant the entire Lord's Mansion hall crumbled, forcing everyone to leap into the air above the compound. Li Feng faced the mightiest Thousand Swords Elder and the seventh elder alone, while Zhang Xing single-handedly fought the second, third and sixth elders. Suddenly the second elder struck out with a palm, sending the off-guard Zhang Xing crashing into Li Feng. Li Feng was also forced back by the raging Thousand Swords Elder. The five elders cornered them and the two stood back to back once more. Brother, are you alright? Li Feng asked softly as he watched Zhang Xing wipe the blood from his lips. That old bastard Tang San has somehow mastered a palm technique. I was caught off guard, but it's nothing serious. Zhang Xing regulated his chi and replied. Upon hearing their conversation, the second elder roared, You brat Zhang Xing, how dare you call me an old bastard? You've sealed your own doom. With that the second elder began to gather power for his ultimate strike. Young master, if we both make it out alive today, let's travel to the Four Seas realm. Zhang Xing spoke with longing in his eyes, even as the crimson short sword in his hand continuously accumulated energy. Young master, it's been 10 years since I last called you that. Let us fight one more battle together today. Zhang Xing charged at the nearest second elder with his sword. Brother Zhang, don't call me young master. We've always been brothers. If we survive this, let's go drink the finest peach blossom brew in Chang'an together. Li Feng brandished his cyan longsword and launched himself at Thousand Swords Elder. Meanwhile, Li Fengmian was jolted awake by the rumbling thunder. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated temple with wind and rain pouring through the broken wooden door. Li Fengmian scrambled from the pile of straw and rushed outside. In the distant sky he witnessed a clash of dazzling combat techniques and roaring thunder. Seeing Li Fengmian emerge from the temple, Old Su hurried over and grabbed his hand. Young master, you're awake. We must leave now. Old Su, what happened? Why am I here? Li Fengmian shot Old Su a puzzled look, pulled his hand free and gazed at the distant sky with a foreboding feeling. He distinctly remembered lying in bed asleep only to wake up here. Young master, this is all the Lord's arrangement. I'll explain on the way. Old Su said urgently, reaching for Li Fengmian's hand again. Father's arrangement. Li Fengmian was bewildered but no longer avoided Old Zu's hand, allowing himself to be led into the rain outside the temple. Young master, it's a long story. Miss Zhang is still waiting for us. We must hurry to meet them. As Old Su held an umbrella for Li Fengmian and they exited the temple, a group of men in black armor and masks armed with blades lined up silently behind them. Li Fengmian's heart tightened. These men were the Lord's black armor guard sworn to protect the city lord. It seemed a major upheaval was unfolding within the Sword Clan. He wondered how his so-called father was faring. As Li Fengmian's mind churned, two carriages emerged from the woods beside the temple. A girl lifted the carriage curtain and called out, Fengmian, hurry, get in. Hearing her words, Li Fengmian grew even more confused. What was happening? Were they retreating to the safe zone? Amid the rain, Li Fengmian looked toward the carriage window. A girl with a porcelain doll face was leaning out, waving and shouting for him. Before Li Fengmian could react, Old Su grabbed him and pulled him briskly toward the carriage. At the carriage, Old Su shoved Li Fengmian inside, then took his seat beside the driver. He cracked the whip, urgently driving the carriage swiftly down the road from the temple. Inside the violently jolting carriage, Li Fengmian gradually collected himself. He quickly lifted the curtain to look behind. Through the rain he saw the black armor guard riding hard in pursuit, with some men occasionally falling. What in the world? Was this a getaway? He had only been a young master for a few days. What was that worthless father of his doing? Gone were his riches and his harem. As Li Fengmian vented his frustration, a warm little hand covered his. Li Fengmian lowered the curtain and turned to see the girl who had called out to him, her hand now resting on his. Fengmian, don't be afraid. My brother and I will protect everyone, the girl comforted him. Looking at her familiar face, Li Fengmian recalled her name, Zhang Rui. When Li Fengmian was 7, he had first met Zhang Rui at the Lord's mansion. She had chased after him, calling him Fengmian and declaring she would marry him when she grew up, leaving the much older Li Fengmian quite embarrassed. But that Fengmian from her lips, he truly loved hearing it. As he drifted off, a magnetic voice came from outside the carriage, young lord, rest assured. I will protect both you and Ru'er. Hearing the man's voice, Li Fengmian was speechless. What in the world was that useless father of his up to? After calming down, Li Fengmian accepted the reality before him. It seemed he couldn't just laze around anymore. He might as well ask what was going on. Old Su explained it to me, Li Fengmian said, suppressing his irritation and speaking with resignation to Old Su, who sat in the driver's seat. Since arriving in this world, Li Fengmian has always felt a sense of disconnection, as if he were out of place with everything around him. He even wondered if he could be reborn back on Earth after death. However, reflecting on his miserable days on Earth, Mu Ran felt as if it was all quite similar. At least here there are many people living for him. They are all assassins arranged by his cheap father, and without him perhaps his father would not have intervened to save them. One can only say, if you have come, then settle down. The young woman inside the carriage had not finished speaking when Li Fengmian interrupted her, saying the young city lord the elder wants to kill the dragon and extract its soul, but the dragon has broken free and is now fighting alongside the elders of the Sword Clan. Li Changzhu and that dragon are old acquaintances, and they are currently... Alright, no need to ramble on, I think I understand. The dragon's soul is now with me, right? The reason I'm unconscious in the temple is that my cheap father extracted the dragon's soul for me. We are on the run because they want to pursue me back, they want the dragon's soul. Li Fengmian said softly, his hands gripping the wooden board of the seat, his gaze fixed on the mud on his shoes. After Li Fengmian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They could only hear the creaking of the wheels on the muddy ground and the distant sound of horses whinnying along with the clashing of weapons. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of hooves behind them grew fainter until a black armored guard rushed forward, saying, "Young city lord, a large group of cavalry is approaching and our numbers are dwindling." Old Su, how did my father arrange things? Li Fengmian looked at the black armored guard who had risked life and death for him, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Young master, the city lord arranged for General Li to let us through the eastern fortress. We are currently heading there. Old Su pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and spoke to Li Fengmian. Upon hearing about the eastern fortress, Li Fengmian gradually recalled that the map in his father's command room marked this location, and the establishment of this fortress was meant to guard the barrier at all times. Although the Sword Clan did not know whether the barrier would open automatically, they hoped to be informed as soon as it did. And then what? How do we exit the barrier? Li Fengmian felt a sudden sense of impending doom, and although he did not have a strong sense of belonging to this world, he was genuinely frightened at that moment as death loomed before him. Whoa! Just as Old Su was about to respond, the carriage suddenly came to a stop, causing Li Fengmian and the others inside to be thrown around unexpectedly. Young master, we are in trouble. The young man sitting in the driver's seat slowly spoke and urged the carriage to move forward at a slow pace. Li Fengmian hurriedly climbed up and pulled aside the curtain, glancing at another carriage parked by the roadside before turning his head to look ahead on the road. There, a middle-aged man in black was blocking the road on a magnificent black stallion, its eyes glowing with an eerie red flame that was particularly striking in the rain. The man in black looked at the approaching carriage, raising his spear to point directly at Li Fengmian. The commander of the elders' black-clothed guards, Lin Feng. Zhang Rui's brother tilted his head and introduced him to Li Fengmian, then picked up a bundle wrapped in cloth next to him and jumped down from the carriage, walking towards the black-clothed man in the distance. At this moment, another carriage slowly approached Li Fengmian's carriage, and the person inside lifted the curtain to look at the two figures in the rain. At that moment, Li Fengmian also recognized that the person in the other carriage was Zhang Yusen from the Zhang family. Old Su, can he fight? Li Fengmian was curious upon seeing Zhang Yusen, but did not delve deeper into why she was fleeing with him, instead asking the soaked Old Su. Not necessarily, but the move that the master taught him he has been practicing since he was 5 for 20 years, so it shouldn't be too bad. Old Zu's gaze was fixed on Zhang Rui's brother. We should take the opportunity to escape while Lin Feng is distracted, it should be fine. After finishing, Old Su noticed the frown on Li Fengmian's face and quickly attempted to comfort him. So Zhang Rui's brother was arranged by my father to protect me, perhaps even as an assassin for me. At that moment, Li Fengmian was at a loss for words. Having died once on Earth, he understood that feeling of helplessness, yet these people were willing to die for him while his father in this world had long paved the way for him. Perhaps it was only at this moment that Li Fengmian truly began to accept the father from this world. Old Su turned to look at Li Fengmian, unsure of what to say. He felt 3 parts confusion and 7 parts heartache. After all, this was only a 10-year-old child facing all this. In the brief moment while Li Fengmian and Old Su were conversing, Zhang Rui's brother had already pulled out the wrapped item, which was a long pitch-black knife covered with dense unintelligible inscriptions. The raindrops falling upon it were sliced in half by the blade. What is his name? Li Fengmian looked at the middle-aged woman in the carriage who was already in tears and at Zhang Rui, helplessly asking Old Su. Zhang Sun. Old Su replied with a sigh of relief, and after he spoke everything fell silent again, leaving only the sound of rain falling on the trees along the roadside. Young Master Fengmian, the master told me to tell you that if you cannot become a sword cultivator without a sword soul, then practice the knife. After saying this, Zhang Sun raised the knife he was holding to his chest. As soon as Zhang Sun finished speaking, Lin Feng charged at him on horseback, immediately thrusting his spear. Zhang Sun with his knife fully charged dashed towards Lin Feng in the distance. When he was 2 zhang away from Lin Feng, Zhang Sun swung his knife, creating a brilliant blade of light that sliced through the rain, heading straight for Lin Feng, who was riding on the beast. Heaven and earth, one blade slash. Seeing the blade light's momentum, Lin Feng quickly crossed his spear over his chest, gathering true chi to protect himself. At the moment the blade light made contact with Lin Feng's spear, it actually deformed the spear, and then Lin Feng was sent flying by the blade light, crashing into the nearby forest, where he broke through over a dozen trees before finally stopping. Lin Feng stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as if he had not suffered much damage. Seeing Lin Feng stand up, Zhang Sun's heart tightened. It seemed that the gap in their realms was significant and killing the opponent would not be easy. Zhang Sun then stuffed a pill into his mouth and rushed towards Lin Feng in the forest, while Lin Feng saw that his spear had already bent and threw it at the incoming Zhang Sun, who sidestepped to avoid it. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng summoned his sword deity and engaged in combat with Zhang Sun. As Zhang Sun found himself increasingly overwhelmed, he quickly distanced himself from Lin Feng. "Su Guanjia, hurry and take the young master away!" Zhang Sun shouted loudly towards the carriage where Li Fengmian was, but unexpectedly Lin Feng seized the opportunity and pierced through one of Zhang Sun's arms. Old Su quickly turned to look at Li Fengmian as if seeking his consent. At this moment Li Fengmian felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Li Fengmian, like a deflated balloon, said to Old Su, "Let's go. Don't let Zhang Sun's brother sacrifice himself in vain. But if you don't, then I will be the one to die." Is this truly the world of the strong preying on the weak? It's so damn heart-wrenching. If I were stronger, why would I need to flee and rely on the moods of others to survive? This debt will be repaid in the future. Li Fengmian silently thought, "Zhang Sun, thank you for saving my life today. I will avenge you in the future." At this moment the middle-aged woman sitting in the same carriage as Li Fengmian had already cried herself into a mess, tightly holding Zhang Rui in her arms, too afraid to look outside the carriage. As two carriages sped along the muddy road, Li Fengmian parted the curtain and watched Old Su relentlessly wielding his whip. For a moment his mind was a complete blank. Just as Li Fengmian was at a loss for what to do next, a warm little hand reached out to wipe away the tears on his face, and a childish voice said, "Brother Fengmian, father says a real man bleeds but never cries." Li Fengmian quickly reached up, feeling the warmth lingering on his fingers, and exclaimed inwardly, "Damn, when did I start crying?" He hurriedly wiped away the remaining tear stains from his own face, then gently dried the wet traces on Zhang Rui's cheeks. Taking her small hand in his, he comforted her. "Rui, or brother Fengmian won't cry, so you mustn't either, all right?" Li Fengmian looked at Zhang Rui, his heart aching. He himself had lived for over 30 years, yet this little girl before him was only 10. And she had just watched her own brother sacrifice himself to protect another. Before Li Fengmian could even warm Zhang Rui's little hand, Old Su spoke abruptly like an emotionless machine, "Madam Zhang, it's your turn." The middle-aged woman looked at the little girl leaning on Li Fengmian's shoulder and suddenly said, "Royer, say goodbye to brother Fengmian. We must go fulfill our mission." Madame Zhang then took out a set of clothes from her bundle, pulled Zhang Rui into her arms and dressed her in the garment. Li Fengmian recognized the familiar clothes on Zhang Rui as his own. A surge of tension gripped him, but it quickly deflated and he slumped wearily onto the carriage seat. "Goodbye, brother Fengmian. Royer must go fulfill her mission. Brother Fengmian has his own mission too." Zhang Rui took his hand and continued, "Brother Fengmian, I really like you. If we meet again and I've grown up, will you marry me?" Feeling the warmth of Zhang Rui's hand, Li Fengmian could not hold back his tears. Hearing her words, he was at a loss, unsure whether to call her naive or foolish. A wave of fury washed over him. How could they lay a hand on such a young child? Was his own life truly so precious? "Old Su, can Royer stay?" Li Fengmian asked calmly. After a long silence, Old Su replied coldly, "No." Li Fengmian closed his eyes, recalling the few times he had met the little girl. Every time she would call him brother Fengmian, and each call struck a chord deep in his heart. "Your mission is to protect me, but my mission can't protect you." Li Fengmian closed his eyes in resignation. "Don't call me brother Fengmian anymore." "Brother Fengmian, why?" Zhang Rui asked innocently. "Your brother Fengmian can't protect you. I'm not worthy of being your brother." Li Fengmian suddenly felt overly sentimental. Back on Earth he had always mocked such cliched plots, never imagining he would one day act them out himself. His heart was a mix of emotions. "We're here. Madame Zhang, take Royer to the other carriage quickly." Old Su halted the carriage before a fork in the road and urged Madame Zhang inside. Just as Madame Zhang was about to alight with Zhang Rui in her arms, the little girl suddenly spoke, "Brother Fengmian, if Royer survives, will you marry me when you grow up?" "Yes." Li Fengmian replied, suppressing the indescribable emotion welling up inside him. Madame Zhang pressed Zhang Rui's face tightly against her chest lest anyone notice that the child she carried was not Li Fengmian, then hurriedly descended from the carriage. Just as Li Fengmian was about to lift the curtain to look in the direction Zhang Rui had gone, Old Su suddenly called out to him, making him halt his movement. "Young master, they will follow the carriage behind. If luck is on their side, they might also make it out. It's best you stay silent." Old Su spoke loudly on purpose, then glanced around warily before urging the horses forward again. By the time the eastern fortress gate of the Sword Clan appeared on the horizon, the rain had stopped and the sky was growing pale. Just then a squad of cavalry burst out from behind the carriage, clinging stubbornly to their trail. Fortunately, the carriage entered the eastern fortress gates safely, leaving the cavalry stalled outside. But the cavalry did not leave. They began to rest outside the gate as if preparing to attack the fortress. Only when the carriage turned a corner inside did Fengmian finally step down. Fengmian looked around and saw only military tents and a simple wooden gate. It resembled a field camp for soldiers on campaign, not the tall brick walls he had imagined. Still, it was within his expectations. After all, even the largest city of the Sword Clan, Ling City, was nothing more than a dilapidated town. When Fengmian first arrived in this world, he thought he had been reborn into the household of a minor ancient city lord, for the entire city was a wretched sight. Apart from the barely passable city walls, the only decent structures were the city lord's mansion and a few residences owned by prominent families. The rest were thatched huts. Brick houses were rare and the overall environment was appalling. Though it was a world of martial cultivation abundant with spiritual energy, the lives of the Sword Clan were utterly impoverished. Fengmian reasoned that the Sword Clan numbered only 200 to 300,000. Because they were born with divine physiques, over half could cultivate, leaving little manpower to improve their living conditions. Perhaps this was why the major families of the Sword Clan sought to escape the Sword Province small world. After all, with their formidable strength, what couldn't they obtain in the outside world? As Fengmian was lost in thought, a bearded man approached and handed him a bundle and a ring, saying, "Young city lord, I am Li Shan, general of the Eastern Fortress. The city lord sent these half a month ago. This spatial ring contains enough food to sustain you until you reach Guan City." Li Shan then led Fengmian and Old Su to an open space. Old Su pulled out a dark green token from his pocket with the character Qin engraved in its center. "Young master, this is the Sword Clan's ultimate treasure, the King of Qin token. Years ago, the previous patriarch used this token to leave the small world and train outside." "Old Su, what about Zhang Rui and Zhang Yusen? Where are they? Didn't you tell me they could get out too?" "Old Su, you lied to me." Fengmian's scalp tingled and tears streamed down his face. "Old Su, you damn liar." Fengmian felt his scalp tingle, tears streaming down his face. With that, he turned to run back the way he came to find Zhang Rui and her group. "Young master, please calm down." Old Su quickly grabbed hold of Fengmian, who was about to rush back to Zhang Rui. "Old Su, don't stop me. Zhang Rui is still a child." Fengmian shouted at Old Su in agitation. "Young master, they can get out too. Listen to me." Old Su hastened to explain. At that moment, the sound of clashing weapons came from outside the camp. Li Shan urged Old Su to take Fengmian away. "Young master, back then the family head used the King of Qin's token to bring Zhang Xing, the head of the Zhang family, out of the small world. Because the Zhang family has always been the protectors of the Li family. Zhang Yusen is your guardian and Zhang Rui is the sword spirit. The family head gave them a drop of dragon's blood. As long as we leave the barrier at the same time, it will work." Old Su said excitedly. "If they aren't hunted down by the Grand Elder's black armor guards, we can all leave together." Old Su looked at Fengmian, catching his breath, and spoke with some dejection. "Then you protected me to get here with General Li's support, but what about them?" Fengmian suddenly calmed down after hearing Old Su's words, but then realized Zhang Rui had no one to protect her and shouted at Old Su again, "Who will protect them? Are you sending them to their deaths?" "Madame Zhang will protect them." Seeing Fengmian's stubbornness, Old Su shouted back at him. "Madame Zhang. So for my sake, Zhang Rui lost her brother and now she's going to lose her mother too. Old Su, you have such cruel hearts." Li Shan looked at the sun, which had fully risen above the horizon, and urged, "Steward Su, the agreed time is up, hurry. The soldiers of the fortress left camp have betrayed us. They're attacking in coordination with the black armor guards outside the fortress. My personal guards can't hold them much longer." Just then a troop of soldiers was being pushed back by the advancing enemy, retreating to where Fengmian and the others stood. "General Li, take care. Farewell." Old Su finished speaking and grabbing Fengmian charged toward the barrier. "Steward Su, take good care of the young master and take care of yourself too." Li Shan clasped his hands to Old Su, then summoned his sword god body and held it ready. Just as Fengmian and Old Su passed through the barrier and exited the small world, a rain of arrows fell upon the very spot where they had been standing. Li Shan gripped his sword tightly, but by now his body was already bristling with arrows. Through the barrier, which was fading from transparent to dark, Fengmian saw Li Shan pierced by the arrow rain. He turned his head and through the palm-sized transparent barrier grinned at Fengmian and Old Su. Standing in a sea of grass that threatened to engulf him, Fengmian watched the final transparent gap seal shut. Everything before him dissipated like a bubble, as if the world of the Sword Clan had never existed. "Old Su, we've made it to the outside world, haven't we?" Fengmian asked, somewhat dazed. "Young master." Old Su hesitated. "Ruer and the others should be out by now too." Fengmian looked at Old Su with hopeful eyes. "Where were they transported to? Let's go find them." Before Old Su could speak, Fengmian continued, for he was truly afraid of hearing a bad answer from Old Su. Gazing at the vast boundless grassland, Fengmian had no idea which direction to take. So he slumped down onto the grass. Fengmian hadn't cried when he saw his cheap father being ganged up on. He had only silently wept when Zhang Sun risked his life for him. He hadn't cried when Zhang Rui was used as a decoy to lead the pursuers away. But at this moment Fengmian couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into loud racking sobs on the grass. While Fengmian sat on the ground crying, old Su didn't comfort him. Instead he clutched the 2 jade tokens in his hands, his grip deathly tight. They're glowing, they're glowing. Young Master, Miss Zhang escaped. They're alive. They're alive. As Fengmian was crying his eyes out, old Su saw the faint light flickering on the 2 tokens and shouted loudly to him. Hearing old Zu's voice, Fengmian leaped up from the ground, snatched the 2 tokens from old Zu's hands and kept wiping his tears, trying to see something on them. Young Master, these are the soul tablets the Master gave us. As long as they're lit, it means they've escaped and are still alive. They're alive. Old Su said excitedly, wiping away his own tears. Fengmian looked at the tokens which were growing brighter in his hand and suddenly threw himself into old Zu's arms, sobbing loudly once more. On the endless grassland, the old man and the young boy held each other, their cries carried away by the wind. After they had both cried themselves out and sat down on the ground, Fengmian spoke. Old Su, is there a meeting point? Young Master, the exit point is random. We don't even know where we are now. Old Su said bitterly. The Master said that after we get out we should always walk towards where the sun rises. That means heading east to the Tang Empire. Father had you come out with me using the King of Qin's token to protect me along the way. What about Ru'er and the others? Who did Father arrange to protect them? Fengmian asked slowly. Young Master, Zhang Yusin is your guardian and she can leave the barrier at the same time as you. Zhang Rui is the sword spirit, so she can also leave the barrier along with us. No one else from the sword clan can leave. Old Su looked at Fengmian nervously and spoke slowly. Ru'er is a sword spirit. Whose sword spirit is she? Hearing Old Su mention that Zhang Rui was a sword spirit again, Fengmian asked. Young Master, she's yours. Otherwise Zhang Rui couldn't have gotten out either. Old Su looked at Fengmian. But I was tested and found to have no sword spirit, Fengmian asked in confusion. Young Master, when you were born the Master already knew you had a divine-level godly body. A divine-level godly body is always born with a divine-level sword spirit. To prevent you from being controlled by the family and unable to leave the small world today, the Master used a secret art right after you were born to extract the sword spirit from the divine sword in the courtyard. It just so happened that the daughter born to a collateral branch of the Zhang family had died, so he placed the sword spirit into Zhang Rui's body, saving her life. However, this made Zhang Rui your sword spirit. Old Su explained to Fengmian carefully. I never expected that my father would have foreseen today 10 years ago. It's truly admirable. So what was the purpose of him doing all this? Fengmian said with a self-deprecating laugh. To rescue the Sword Clan and your mother's Dragon Clan from the small world that imprisons them. Old Su said, looking at Fengmian. So my mother sacrificed her life and bore me a divine-level godly body with my father combined with the strongest Dragon Clan as protectors, all to save her own family. Fengmian was at a loss for how to express his feelings at that moment. Because this was a belief, a courage to selflessly dedicate one's life for the sake of family, a faith that no one could ever question. Just like the people on earth who unwaveringly hold the unity of their motherland as their belief, such a faith is selfless and great. Old Su, if we don't find Ru'er and the others, they'll have to rely on each other, 2 10-year-old children, to make their way to the Tang Empire. Fengmian's heart was weary, he no longer had the energy to shout. Old Su, how far is it from here to the Tang Empire? Fengmian thought for a moment and then asked. Young Master, I don't know either. The Master said they walked over 10,000 li to reach the Tang Empire's border pass. Old Su said guiltily. Old Su, haven't you noticed you can't lie? How far did my father and Uncle Zhang actually walk to reach the border pass? Fengmian said to Old Su, who was looking rather shifty. Young Master. It was 70,000 li. Old Su slowly squeezed the words out. 70,000 li, haha. 2 10-year-old children. They have to walk 70,000 li. Fengmian couldn't help but sneer. After speaking, he stood up, took the 2 soul tablets in his hands and started walking east. Young Master, where are you going? Old Su, seeing Fengmian leave, quickly caught up. To find Ru'er and the others. I can't bear to abandon them. Half a year later, Fengmian and Old Su had roamed this grassland for half a year without finding Zhang Rui and Zhang Yusin. Young Master, we won't find them this way. As long as the soul tablets are still lit, it proves they're alive and safe. We don't have much food left. If we keep searching like this, I'm afraid we won't make it to the Tang Empire's border pass. Young Master, don't forget you carry the hope of 2 races on your shoulders. Fengmian crouched on the ground, staring at the 2 soul tablets in his hand, his heart already exhausted. If Zhang Rui and the others were transported close by, they might have already reached the Tang Kingdom. Old Su will listen to you. From now on, well, just keep heading east. Fengmian finished speaking and the two of them supporting each other walked eastward until the setting sun cast their long shadows, the old man and the young boy. Fengmian and Old Su walked on like this, and before they knew it 2.5 years had passed. During that time they traversed the boundless grasslands and ventured into the unending mountain ranges. By day they followed the sun's direction to press forward, by night they sought shelter to rest. Every morning for those 2.5 years Fengmian's first act upon waking was to check whether the soul tablets of Zhang Rui and Zhang Yusin still glowed with light. The evening wind was chill as the old man and the youth sat by the campfire. Old Su, how much longer until we leave these endless mountains? Fengmian asked wearily, watching the sparks dance from the flames. Young master, according to what the master said, we have already entered the mountain range they passed through back then. Further east lies a desert. Once we cross the desert we will reach the Great Tang Pass. Old Su stirred the fire with a branch and continued, if we haven't strayed off course we are now only about 10,000 li from the pass. If we cross the desert smoothly we should arrive in a little over half a year. The desert nights are cold, we should gather more firewood to store in the ring. Fengmian rubbed his tired eyes. Old Su, why did you never take up the path of martial cultivation? He asked with a hint of resignation. Young master, this old servant was born with a wasted divine physique and cannot cultivate. My parents perished in the war between the Sword Clan and the Beast Clan when I was but 5 years old. Old Zu's eyes were filled with tender reminiscence. Grand Elder Qian Jian embezzled the pensions meant for the families of fallen soldiers. The old city lord found me starving and near death and took me back to the city lord's manor. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Fengmian felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Old Zu's words. He silently moved to sit beside him, unsure of how to offer comfort. He grumbled inwardly, what a mess. My cheap father couldn't be bothered to send a strong protector. At least he could have taught Old Su how to cultivate. Now his son can't cultivate at all and has to rely on his own 2 legs to walk all the way to the Great Tang. Old Su, tell me about this world. The current state of the continent. Fengmian said, noticing Old Zu's lingering melancholy. All right, young master. It is time you knew these things. The continent is divided into 13 provinces. 1,000 years ago, after defeating the Northern Qi dynasty, the Great Tang occupied 8 of those provinces. The Fan Kingdom holds 2, the Demon Clan was driven to the northernmost U province, thus they hold 1, and the Beast Clan holds 1. Our Sword Clan is born powerful, every clansman awakens a unique divinely bestowed physique. The elders say that 1,000 years ago our clan numbered nearly 1 million scattered across every corner of the continent. At that time the Great Tang Empire existed in name only. Our clan was preparing to rise up and seize the continent. But on that very night a youth wielding a sword emerged from the depths of the vast mountain range in the northwest. In a single night he slaughtered our clan almost to the last, leaving only a few 10,000 clansmen led by the patriarch. He forced them to retreat into the small world deep within the mountains, never to leave for eternity. A little over a decade ago, after the clan leader left the small world, he made extensive inquiries and learned that after our clan was sealed within, that youth vanished from the continent without a trace. Through a millennium of exploration our clan discovered that the small world we are trapped in is the tomb of a mighty being from 10,000 years ago. The Beast Clan within are the tomb's guardians. Though the small world is not small, the area that can sustain our clan is merely Ling City and its surrounding few hundred li. But as our clan recovered and multiplied, this territory could no longer accommodate our expansion. Furthermore, because all clansmen possess the sword god physique, most are devoted to martial arts and very few are willing to farm or labor. On the mainland our clan could rely on its strength to command the service of other humans. But within the small world we must fend for ourselves. As for the young master's mother's dragon clan, that is a far more distant tale. The mistress did not tell me much. I only know that the dragon clan once ruled the continent countless ages ago, but 10,000 years ago they were trapped within a small world in the eastern sea, unable to escape for 10 millennia. Old Su, so my father and mother met when he was traveling the continent. They realized they couldn't save their own races, so they decided to create me. As Fengmian listened to Old Su, he felt the world growing increasingly enigmatic, as if some colossal hand was manipulating everything. A genius of the Sword Clan and a saintess of the Dragon Clan, both unable to save their peoples, now pin their hopes on a transmigrator who couldn't even win 50 yuan from a 500 yuan lottery ticket. How utterly ironic. At this thought Fengmian couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could they place their hopes on a good-for-nothing youth from the 21st century who just wants to lie low? Cheap father, you're something else, daring to mess with a dragon. He then felt like slapping himself. Though he felt no bond with his parents in this world, he shouldn't mock them so. Young master, this old servant cannot help you on the path of martial cultivation. But once we reach the Great Tang and pass the pass, we will head to Xiaoling City to find the master's old friend. He will aid you in your training. The master told me that when he returned to the Sword Clan small world, he left our clan's most powerful cultivation art with that old friend. Old Su said, trying to reassure Fengmian. For over 2 years his young master had followed him. By day his feet blistered without a word, and at night instead of sleeping he tirelessly pondered how to cultivate. Li Fengmian felt a surge of joy at this news but then thought, why didn't his father just give the art to old Su? He could have started cultivating right away. It seems this cheap father has some other plan in mind. Very well then. He would rest well at night and push himself to cover more ground during the day, with old Su striving to reach Xiaoling City sooner to begin his training and then go find Ruyer and the others. By the way, old Su, didn't you say Zhang Yusen was my guardian? Shouldn't there be a connection between us? Li Fengmian suddenly sat up from his sleeping cloth and asked. Young master, the master found you a new guardian, the dragon from the dry well. So your connection with Miss Zhang Yusen was severed, but she remains your guardian nonetheless. Young master, I'm sorry. It was I who pushed you into that well on the master's orders. You don't still blame me, do you? Old Su stammered after his previous words. Old Su, let bygones be bygones. I understand you had no choice. Li Fengmian looked up through the gaps in the branches at the full moon in the sky, then at the 2 soul tablets in his hands. He thought to himself how comforting it was to see the moon in this world just like the one he knew. Hey old Su, Ruyer is my sword spirit. Can she exist forever? If I ever reclaim the sword spirit, will Ruyer have to leave us? He recalled the doll-like face, the little girl chasing after him shouting she would marry him, and those small hands that wiped away his tears. He couldn't help but wonder why she felt so familiar. He wondered how they were doing now. Hey old Su, answer me. Li Fengmian turned his head and saw old Su already asleep leaning against a tree trunk by the campfire. Never mind. As long as they are alive, that's enough. Li Fengmian put away the soul tablets, closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Another 2.5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Beat him. Beat him to death. On a dilapidated street in Guanqing, a group of lads in coarse clothes were kicking and punching a gaunt old man who curled up tightly, clutching something to his chest without fighting back. You filthy bastard, how dare you offend someone you shouldn't have. For crossing our young master, beat him to death. A youth ran from afar trying to push through the crowd and shield the old man, but his frail body was instead protected beneath the old man's. Before long, the lad, seeing the old man barely breathing and unwilling to cause a death, slunk away. The youth quickly sat up, cradling the blood-soaked old man in his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. The old man reached into his chest, pulling out a perfectly wrapped roast chicken, and said with a faint voice, young master, your favorite roast chicken. Today you turned 15. This old servant begged for it for you. Eat it while it's hot. The youth, now dissolved in tears, held the old man tightly and kept saying, old Su, how could you be so foolish? I don't want the chicken, I want you to be well. Young master, this old servant knows his time is short. From now on you must rely on yourself. The old man pulled a jade pendant from his chest and handed it to the youth. Young master, if one day you leave Guanqing, 200 li southeast at the foot of Mount Shu lies a great city called Xiaoling. South of the city is a blacksmith's shop. The owner is an old friend of your father. Take this jade pendant and seek him out. With those words, the old man slowly fell still. The youth was none other than Li Fengmian, who had fled the Sword Clan's small world deep in the vast mountains 5 years ago. The old man was old Su, his steadfast companion. Li Fengmian clenched the jade pendant tightly in his palm, sobbing with choked breaths, his body trembling uncontrollably as memories of the past 5 years of wandering with old Su flooded back. Xiaoling City, an old friend of father's. Brother G. Li Fengmian silently recalled old Zu's words. At the mention of old friend, another acquaintance came to mind, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Li Fengmian placed old Zu's body into his ring, tilted his head back to gaze at the gray sky, and forced back his tears. He lamented inwardly at the unpredictability of life, how crossing into such a world with such a fate was truly a cruel jest of destiny. He and old Su had traversed endless grasslands, crossed countless forests, waded through innumerable rivers, and journeyed 5,000 li through a desolate desert to reach Guanqing. Just as they thought better days were near and his martial journey in this world was about to begin, they found themselves trapped in Guanqing of the Tang Empire. Without the so-called travel permits, Li Fengmian and old Su were stranded in Guanqing. They had bribed the city lord and other clans in Guanqing with much gold and silver to leave, only to be deceived time and again, failing each attempt. They had even tried sneaking out with passing caravans countless times, only to be dragged back by the city guards until they had exhausted all their savings without ever escaping Guanqing. Eventually, Li Fengmian and old Su accepted their situation, deciding to make a temporary living in Guanqing while planning their next move. Yet every time their lives began to improve, someone would shatter their hopes, reducing them to beggars on the streets of Guanqing. A gust of wind rose, filling the streets with sand as the triennial sandstorm swept over the border city of Guanqing. Guanqing was a city where Zhenzhou bordered the Tang Empire, a strategic throat passage into Tang and a coveted military stronghold. South of the city, Wangqian Street was infamous as a slum and slave market. Here lived impoverished refugees stranded in Guanqing without permits, becoming the city's cheapest labor force. Yellow sand filled the streets of Guanqing. Most residents had retreated to underground shelters. Aside from a few city guards scurrying about to warn of the impending sandstorm, only a lone youth trudged aimlessly down the streets, dragging his weary body. Heavens, why has the sandstorm come a month early? My wife hasn't even stocked enough food. I don't know what to do now. Two soldiers ran toward Fengmian. Spotting him in the sandstorm, one kindly called out, "Hey young friend, why aren't you in a shelter or cellar? Why are you still wandering the streets? The sandstorm's coming. Go take cover." Fengmian looked up at the soldier's urging, then lowered his head and continued his aimless walk through the sand-swept streets. Forget it. Let's hurry to the city lord's mansion for a bag of rice and get home to the cellar with our wives and kids. The other soldier urged. This one's clearly from the slums. We can't help everyone. If the sandstorm hits, we'll be stuck too. The soldier pulled his companion away, running down the street while muttering something under his breath. By late night the sandstorm had yet to fully strike, but the wind and sand had already engulfed all of Guangcheng. Everywhere in Guangcheng was covered in yellow sand, on rooftop streets and even in the air. Fengmian's uncontrollable body flickered in and out of view amidst the swirling sand, his frail frame swaying as if a single gust could sweep him away. The hazy moon vanished suddenly, replaced by dark clouds. Gale-force winds tore off rooftops and uprooted trees, yet Fengmian stood firm. The raging wind could not even stir his tattered coarse clothes. Fengmian's head lifted involuntarily, staring at the moon hidden by clouds. A tornado swirled the sand around him, rising up and engulfing him. Snapping out of his grief over old Zu's departure, Fengmian felt his body slipping from his control and was seized by panic. Was he about to die so soon after old Su? Perhaps it was for the best, better to end it than be trapped in Guangcheng as a beggar for life. But then he thought of Zhang Yusin and Ru'er. Yes. He couldn't die. They would surely come to save him. If he died, they would perish too. No. He had to live. The tornado grew larger, lifting most of Guangcheng's houses into the air, spinning them around. Fengmian stood frozen within the vortex, his face etched with defiance. Suddenly 9-colored divine lightning flickered across the night sky before striking down, hurtling straight toward Fengmian. Watching the 9-colored lightning rush toward him, Fengmian exclaimed in delight, "Ha! It seems my system, a must-have for any transmigrator, has finally arrived. Perish, you scum of Guangcheng." Then the lightning struck him and he was knocked unconscious. On the streets, fine sand mixed with rainwater streamed into the lowlands. The fierce wind blew for 10 days and 10 nights, occasionally accompanied by heavy rain. Guangcheng was shrouded in thick fog, as if the city within had become a world of its own. Every sect and clan of the Tang Empire watched the events in Guangcheng intently. From the deep palace in the capital, the empress sent countless scouts to investigate, but all were blocked by the dense fog surrounding Guangcheng. Countless gifted individuals gathered at Yumen Pass, 100 li from Guangcheng, waiting for the celestial phenomenon to dissipate so they could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Many sect families prepared to head to Guangcheng, seeking newborns or 10-year-olds who had awakened divine bodies during the anomaly, hoping to nurture a future successor or forge a bond of goodwill to elevate their clans when the prodigy rose to glory. 10 days later, the thick fog around Guangcheng gradually faded. The city lay in ruins, with broken houses and scattered wooden planks everywhere. Collapsed walls lined the streets and a few harrowing corpses lay scattered across the rain-soaked ground. At the head of Wangqian Street, Fengmian lay on the wet pavement, half his face pale from the rain. An old willow tree had fallen over him, shielding him from the debris and rubble that threatened to bury him. The first wave of powerful figures strode through the air, led by the Jiang clan, the most formidable family in the Tang Empire. Behind the elder of the Jiang clan were representatives from various sects, all at the Dongshu realm or above. "Is the city lord of Guangcheng present?" A young man stepped forward from the group, bowed to the Jiang elder, and addressed the city lord's mansion below with a voice that carried authority through every street and alley. The area around the city lord's mansion was already a ruin, with only a collapsed corner of the building standing precariously at the city's center. Soon after, the mansion's gate burst open. A middle-aged man surrounded by a retinue strode out quickly and bowed to the Jiang elder in midair. City Lord Wang Qing of Guangcheng pays respects to Lord Jiang, to all the esteemed lords and to the elders of the sects. City Lord Wang, gather the surviving citizens in the square immediately. Bring everyone who can still breathe. Lord Jiang has an announcement to make. The young man beside the Jiang elder glanced disdainfully at the debris-strewn square below and commanded the city lord on the ground. "As you command. Please, Lord Jiang, rest in the hall. I will muster men at once to gather the people of Guangcheng here." With Wang Qing's respectful reply, the young man swept his sleeve, clearing a clean patch in the square. He then deferentially followed the Jiang elder as they landed, and under Wang Qing's guidance the group entered the city lord's mansion. In August, the air of Guangcheng was thick with heat waves, making even breathing feel scorching. Fengmian slowly awoke amidst the clamor, and before he could fully gather his senses, 2 soldiers came rushing toward him. Fengmian struggled to rise, only to find himself pinned beneath a large tree, unable to break free. The 2 soldiers reached him, yanked him out, and dragged him away as if he were a death row convict, not even giving him time to steady himself. Fengmian wanted to resist but realized that days without food had left him utterly weak. Thus he let the 2 soldiers haul him along roughly. System, are you there?" Li Fengmian recalled being struck by divine lightning before passing out, so he urgently called out to the system in his mind. System! Can you hear me? But after calling out repeatedly in his mind, he received no response. System, you're being a bit coy, aren't you? Tell me whatever conditions you have, I'll meet them all. Li Fengmian quickly changed his tone, afraid that his method of activation was wrong. No matter how many ways he tried to rouse the system, it remained silent. Only then did Li Fengmian realize that he had been overthinking. If the system were to come, it would have already arrived. Damn it, no system, and I got struck by lightning for nothing. As the two soldiers dragged Li Fengmian around a street corner, his eyes fell upon tens of thousands of refugees gathered before the city lord's mansion. The noise and the cries of infants made his already starving head spin even more. The two soldiers tossed Li Fengmian to the edge of the crowd and left to report to their commanding officer. Li Fengmian struggled to turn over, crawling to a broken pillar nearby, and leaned against it. Everyone shut up. A group of elders emerged from the city lord's mansion, and a young man beside them shouted loudly, his martial aura sweeping across the entire square. The uproar ceased abruptly and the pressure gradually dissipated. An elder in luxurious robes led a group of immortals with an ethereal bearing toward the high platform at the center of the square, where they took their seats in turn. Out of the deep-seated reverence for immortals, all the people in the square knelt down. We pay homage to the immortals. Immortals, save us. Immortals, give us something to eat. Immortals, please save my child. Instantly the square erupted into chaos again, with cries and wails rising one after another. Some begged for help, others cowed out incessantly, and still others pushed toward the high platform, turning the entire square into a mess. Silence. The young man flicked his sleeve and a wave of martial energy spread from him across the square. The refugees trying to climb onto the platform were all flung back, a zhang crashing into the crowd. City Lord Wang, proceed as arranged. The young man commanded Wang Qing, who stood aside with his head lowered. After speaking, he turned and walked to the side of the elder from the Jiang clan. Wang Qing quickly bowed and said obsequiously, yes, Lord Jiang. Dear fellow townsfolk, today the esteemed lords and the elders of the immortal sects have come to our Guanqing to recruit disciples, a rare blessing in a century. I hope all fellow townsfolk from newborn infants to children up to 15 years old can participate in the recruitment tests of the various sects. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow and announced loudly to the people below the platform. Of course, for those stranded in Guanqing without travel permits, if your child is selected by a sect, the city lord will allow the child to leave. Li Fengmian, leaning against the pillar, glared fiercely at Wang Qing on the platform. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, his pupils contracted and he sat up straight, instantly afraid of missing anything. He possessed a rare and unparalleled divine physique. Once tested, sects would surely vie for him, and no matter how that bastard Wang Qing tried to obstruct, he could no longer keep Li Fengmian trapped in Guanqing. Though he didn't know why that scoundrel Wang Qing did this, it no longer mattered. Once he escaped and cultivated to success, he would return and tear that bastard to pieces. At that moment, Li Fengmian saw a glimmer of hope. He had to seize this opportunity, or he didn't know when he would ever escape this place again. Just as Li Fengmian strained to see the platform through the crowd, various murmurs erupted among the people. What? Immortals are here to recruit sect disciples. What a blessing. Now my child can enter the immortal realm, cultivate to become a strong one, and no one can bully us anymore. The crowd began chattering, seemingly forgetting the catastrophe they had just endured. All right, quiet down. A white-haired elder stood up from his chair on the platform and spoke gently. Dear fellow townsfolk, rest assured. Our Blaze Flame sect promises you that if you entrust your children to us, we will diligently nurture them, making them rare powerhouses of the continent in the future. The white-haired elder kindly assured the people below. The Blaze Flame sect is here, that's a first-class sect of the southern prefecture. Indeed, according to my nephew, in the Blaze Flame sect, it now boasts 20,000 disciples and is the foremost sect in the southern prefecture. The crowd showered the elder with goodwill, and many people with children knelt before him, hoping their offspring could enter the Blaze Flame sect. Li Fengmian watched the white-haired elder on the platform. Beneath his amiable expression lay a pair of deep, cunning eyes. By old Zu's teachings on reading people, he was definitely not a good sort. Li Fengmian struggled to prop himself up, having regained some strength after the brief rest. Elder Wu, please proceed according to the rules. A middle-aged man in a blue robe gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, and spoke slowly to the white-haired elder who was organizing the disciple recruitment. Are all the people of Guanqing here? The elder from the Jiang clan also lifted his teacup, took a sip, and asked Wang Qing, who stood before him. Reporting to Elder Jiang, our Guanqing had a population of 50,000. In this great disaster, no fewer than 10,000 perished. All families with children are here. Among them there were 107 newborn infants, but fewer than 60 survived. Wang Qing replied, tremblingly terrified of displeasing this powerful figure and losing his head. The elder from the Jiang clan rose without a word and walked away alone. The others quickly stood and bowed to see him off. Everyone, let's divide the people as previously agreed. The young man who had been beside the Jiang elder addressed the group on the platform. Yes, Steward Wang, as you command. The others responded politely. All those with children under 5 including newborns come with me. I will arrange new homes for you. After speaking to the crowd, the young man walked away without looking back. A group of white-robed youths quickly moved into the crowd. Within less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they had taken all children under 5. The parents who resisted had their children forcibly taken away by the white-robed youths before they could react. Those without children head to the east of the city. The government has set up a porridge station. Go eat something first and wait for further instructions. City Lord Wang took the opportunity to disperse the childless populace. The past city has already fallen into ruin and all of you are homeless. Those with children aged 5 to 10 please line up here. We will take the children into our sect and rebuild your houses in the past city. Li Fengmian, hearing only that children aged 5 to 10 were to line up for testing, stepped forward dejectedly and asked a woman in a purple dress, "Senior sister, is there any chance for those over 10 to enter the immortal sect?" There is a chance, but it depends on whether they possess excellent 5 elements spiritual roots. You should first go to the porridge tent and eat something. There are still a few hours before we start recruiting disciples over 10. The young woman glanced at the frail Li Fengmian, then at the long line, and spoke softly. So Li Fengmian, feeling the hunger in his stomach, hurried to the porridge tent, drank a bowl of thin gruel, and rushed back to the square. 2 hours later, the major sects finished recruiting disciples and left with the children. The remaining people without children were driven away by soldiers, leaving only those with children aged 10 to 15 waiting. After all the major sects had departed, only a few scattered sects remained in the square recruiting disciples. Children aged 10 to 15 line up for talent testing. Those who pass can also be accepted as disciples by us. A young disciple shouted to the square and the waiting crowd surged forward. Having eaten something in the past few hours and regained some strength, Li Fengmian quickly stood up and struggled to squeeze into the crowd, hoping to be selected. Wang Zhu, 11 years old, no spiritual root not accepted. Xia Xin, 14 years old, fire spiritual root accepted. When it was Li Fengmian's turn, he stepped forward, registered his information, and confidently approached the stone tablet that was much taller than him. Looking at it, he recalled the test in Jinzhou that had left him utterly disappointed. Li Fengmian took a deep breath, thinking to himself, surely fate won't toy with me this time. In this continent, a God-given divine body was extremely rare and everyone cultivated only the 5 elements spiritual roots. He would surely astonish everyone. Li Fengmian, hurry up, what's the delay? The disciple testing spiritual roots urged him. Li Fengmian grumbled inwardly, hurry, hurry, hurry. Soon I'll blind your dog eyes. Then, gambling on his luck, Li Fengmian placed his hand directly on the crystal ball. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, drawing everyone's attention. A God-given divine body. It's a God-given divine body. As the light faded, everyone saw a rusted iron sword floating in Li Fengmian's left palm. The crowd murmured and quickly dispersed. Li Fengmian, 15 years old, God-given divine body. A scrap iron sword. When Li Fengmian saw the divine sword in his palm transform into a rusted iron blade, he was utterly stunned. Wait, where is my majestic Windian sword? Li Fengmian stared in confusion at the rusted iron sword in his palm, still flickering with lightning, and a bold guess formed in his mind. So that's it, my divine sword was shattered by the 9-colored divine thunder. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Well, this is the end now, completely over. Young friend Li Fengmian, you have a keen spiritual root. Though your divine body manifests as a scrap iron sword, it is still a God-given divine body, 1 in 10,000. Your future is boundless. An elder in plain robes spoke from the side. Elder, may this junior follow you and cultivate in your sect. Hearing the old man's words, Li Fengmian's hope reignited instantly. Young friend Fengmian, but our sect cannot train sword cultivators. I suggest you seek elsewhere. The plain-robed elder apologized awkwardly to Li Fengmian. Hearing this, Li Fengmian silently cursed the old man's ancestors for 18 generations. Young friendly Li Fengmian must be your pseudonym, isn't it? I wonder, are you from the Wang clan of Qingzhou? The plain-robed elder, sensing the momentary awkwardness, asked Li Fengmian with some curiosity. Hearing this, Li Fengmian breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared being questioned about his origins, for the sword god body was not easily obtained. Elder, I am indeed from the Wang clan of Qingzhou, but my mother was merely a servant. Li Fengmian, as if sinking into painful memories, continued, after my mother died, I was cast out of the Wang mansion, so I took my mother's surname. The plain-robed elder nodded in understanding and said slowly, I see. Young friend Li, do not lose heart. Though this test revealed a waste divine body, sword cultivators never measure their heights by such things. Do not despair. Listening to the elder's words, Li Fengmian didn't know what to say, only thinking to himself, you're actually quite a kind person. Seeing the elder about to call the next person for testing, Li Fengmian quickly pursued, thank you, elder. May I ask which sect a sword cultivator should join? If young friend Fengmian wishes to practice the sword, you should go to the Sword Sect. But the Sword Sect is extremely strict in recruiting disciples, and I fear you may not be admitted. Moreover, the Sword Sect values fate and destiny. The plain-robed elder paused, then continued, you could also go to the Sword Sect, but Lishan is 10,000 li away. And it is at odds with the imperial court. I would not recommend it. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Fengmian clasped his fists, turned and left the line, sitting down alone by a corner of the wall. After the rain, the distant sky blazed with sunset clouds dyeing the heavens red. Fengmian sat by the wall watching the dwindling crowd in the square, uncertain of where to go. Now that old Su was gone and the past city was sealed, what fate awaited him? Fengmian rubbed his nose, his heart aching. He hadn't expected to face such a destiny in this world. Where was the promised fortune and glory? He was merely an ordinary man struggling to survive. As Fengmian lamented the cruelty of fate, a woman in a green dress caught his eye. She had a classic oval face and sparkling peach blossom eyes that seemed to gaze with tenderness at everyone. With a voluptuous figure and jet black hair cascading to her waist, she was so stunning that words like beauty that topples cities could hardly do her justice. All eyes in the square were fixed on her. She walked up to Fengmian, bent down and teased him playfully, little brother, do you want to join a sect? Your elder sister here is recruiting disciples regardless of talent. Would you like to come with me? Blinded by the two vast expanses of white before him, Fengmian started and scrambled to his feet. Fengmian studied the woman carefully and was astonished to find she was even more beautiful than any internet beauty he had seen in his past life. He couldn't help but grumble, not only are you beautiful and well endowed, but you also charge in with the ball. Truly a foul, deduct 2 points. Yes, I'm willing. No, I mean, which sect are you from? Fengmian stammered, unable to speak clearly. As an orphan in his past life, inferiority had been his shield, and only in the last month of his life did he realize how stifled he had lived. The woman looked at the somewhat dull Fengmian and said, I am an elder of the Sword Sect. I can teach you swordsmanship, and of course I can take you out of the past city. When she mentioned taking him out of the past city, her voice dropped so low that only Fengmian could hear. Startled, he wondered how she knew he was trapped there. What, not interested? The woman asked, seeing Fengmian lost in shock. Fengmian looked up at the woman leaning close to him. Her fragrance wafted into his nostrils and he felt a wave of shyness. Though he had been reborn for 15 years, having lived 2 lives, he had rarely been this close to a woman, let alone one so exquisitely beautiful. All right, beautiful. Elder, I am willing to go with you. Fengmian said, somewhat flustered. Haha, beautiful elder, what a unique appellation. The woman laughed heartily, tossing a token to Fengmian before turning and walking away. You are now a disciple of my Sword Sect. This is your identity token. Follow me. Fengmian followed the woman in green, heading east. After a series of verifications, he finally exited the fortress and stepped onto the soil of the Great Tang. Fengmian trailed behind the green-clad woman, his pace gradually slowing, his steps growing heavier. He suddenly halted, staring blankly at the distant mountains, tears welling in his eyes. The face of old Su's smile surfaced before him. 5 years had passed and Fengmian had finally set foot in the Great Tang, but old Su, who had accompanied him, was no longer there. Those bastards at the fortress, one day he would tear them limb from limb. And Thousand Swords, elder of Jianzhou, wait. The day of reckoning was not far off. The more Fengmian thought, the more agitated he became. Already frail, he felt a dizzying spin. Just as Fengmian felt on the verge of fainting, the green-clad woman turned back, noticing he had stopped and was lost in thought. She quietly approached. Fengmian withdrew his gaze from the distant mountains but was drawn to the voluptuous figure of the woman who claimed to be an elder of Lishan. Before he could get a clear look, his head grew heavy and he fell straight forward into her chest. Caught off guard, she was knocked into. Just as she was about to flare up, she realized Fengmian had fainted. Looking up, she spotted soldiers pursuing them from the city gate. With a flick of her sleeve, a small flying boat appeared in midair. The flying boat, 3 zhang long and 1.5 zhang wide, was a common tool for martial artists on the continent, capable of traveling 800 li in a day. The woman glanced at Fengmian in her arms, then leaped onto the boat with him, steering it northward. 2 days later, when Fengmian awoke, the green-clad woman was piloting the flying boat over an endless forest. Beautiful. Elder, how should I address you? Fengmian emerged from the cabin and asked the woman, who had changed into a black robe and was seated at the edge of the boat. Isn't beautiful elder good enough? It's the first time I've been called that. The woman sat on the edge of the flying boat, turning to smile innocently at Fengmian. Her long legs dangled over the side, swinging gently as she savored the cool breeze brushing against her calves. Fengmian looked at her in that moment, unsure how to respond. But her innocent smile, so mismatched with her age, sent an inexplicable chill through him, a strange discomfort he couldn't articulate. Yet old Su had once said that some women were born with enchanting bones capable of captivating souls and refining blood essence for cultivation. Practitioners with shallow cultivation might fall under their spell, becoming their puppets. Fengmian slowly walked over and sat beside her on the edge of the flying boat, looking down at the forest receding beneath his feet. He couldn't help but marvel, the Great Tang possessed such wonders. If he and old Su had had this flying boat during their escape all those years ago, they wouldn't have endured so much suffering. He thought of old Sue, of his father whose fate was unknown, of Royer and Jean Yusen who had been separated from him. These events remained etched in his heart, impossible to erase. What is your real name? What is your true identity? Li Fengmian let out a sigh and asked slowly. The woman turned to look at Li Fengmian, who was now gazing at the distant mountains. Though he was thin, his high nose bridge and sharp jawline made him a remarkably handsome young man. I didn't expect you to be so sharp. I knew I wasn't an elder from Lishan. The woman said unhurriedly, her tone still laced with frivolity and teasing. So can you tell me when I gave myself away? The woman glanced at Li Fengmian, then turned to look into the distance. You knew I wanted to leave the fortress. And Lishan is in the south of the Great Tang, 100,000 li from here. In just 10 days Lishan couldn't have reached the fortress. Li Fengmian observed the woman's expression as he spoke. Is that all? The woman was slightly surprised. You could deduce that from just this information. Is there a possibility? First, most people in the fortress are trapped without travel permits. Seeing you alone and helpless, it wasn't hard to guess you wanted out. Second, is there a possibility that I am an elder of Lishan, happened to be traveling, stumbled upon the celestial phenomenon at the fortress and wanted to recruit a few disciples, maybe even strike gold? But I arrived late, saw you helpless and chose you. Isn't that possible? Of course it's possible. Li Fengmian said indifferently. You tricked me. The woman suddenly exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief. Seeing her anger, Li Fengmian quickly changed the subject. Look at our current direction. Are we heading south? The woman looked around. This vast forest has no landmarks. How can you be sure we're not heading south? Li Fengmian said nothing, didn't turn to look at her, but pointed at the western sky. Li Fengmian gazed at the setting sun sinking in the west, thinking of old Sue. With old Sue no longer by his side, he didn't know where to go. Right, go to Xiaoling City to find his father's old acquaintance. But over a decade had passed, would that person still be there? Suddenly Li Fengmian found direction and his heart filled with renewed strength. The woman turned to look at Li Fengmian, following his gaze. The setting sun hung at the horizon, painting a few clouds crimson. Li Fengmian had just pointed at the sky without looking at her, so he now discreetly turned his head to glance at her. The sunset glow fell upon her delicate features, her fair skin bathed in the evening light, so beautiful that he couldn't help swallowing. He quickly looked away and asked softly, so what's your name? Where are you from? Where are we going? What? So eager to ask for my name and address, are you planning to propose? Ha ha. The woman supported herself on the edge of the flying boat, laughing heartily at Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian's face flushed from his neck to his ears in an instant, his mind full of exasperation. Not knowing how to respond, he muttered, what a lunatic. Have you ever wondered if your inability to escape the fortress for so many years was really just because of tight security? The woman suddenly turned serious. If I hadn't taken you away, do you think you could have survived? You can't even take care of yourself and you're worried about where we're going. Can't take care of myself. Li Fengmian looked into the distance. The sun had set and the lingering glow was fading. He began to reflect on the countless times he had tried to escape only to be dragged back. Look at this. The woman waved her sleeve and a beam of light appeared in the sky, showing a flying boat crowded with soldiers pursuing them, all wearing the uniforms of the fortress guards. Li Fengmian hurried to the rear of the flying boat, scanning the sky behind them, but saw nothing. Yet he keenly sensed a faint, elusive killing intent. While Li Fengmian and his beauty soared through the skies together, a youth disguised as a beggar on the streets of the fortress shivered in the cold, watching the moon climb above the treetops. As night fell, Li Fengmian and the woman sat before a basin of charcoal fire, the flames flickering across their faces. Don't worry, they can't catch up. The woman reached out to stir the charcoal, speaking to the anxious Li Fengmian. At worst, they'll just take me back under surveillance, but where will you take me? Li Fengmian stared at the sparks leaping from the red basin, his face etched with helplessness and resignation. Where to take you? I'll take you to elope. Ha ha ha. The woman teased, then burst into laughter. Li Fengmian watched the woman laugh heartily, her body swaying like a blossom in the wind. He felt an indescribable helplessness tinged with shyness. After all, being teased by such a beautiful woman would unsettle anyone. But he dared not make any rash moves, for one misstep could land him in 3 years of trouble. The woman studied his face for a few moments and asked with confusion, not funny. Why aren't you laughing? Were you born without a sense of humor? Alright, I'll stop teasing you, little virgin. My name is Chen Luolua and I am the princess of the demon clan. Boom, you're from the demon clan. Li Fengmian sprang to his feet in an instant, quickly distancing himself from the woman, accidentally kicking over the fire basin in the process. The woman swiftly dodged and stood a short distance away, hastily checking her skirt. Li Fengmian, what are you doing? If my skirt gets burned, I'll kill you. Sorry. Li Fengmian stood at a loss, unsure of what to do. Seeing the still burning embers on the deck, he quickly crouched down and swept them back into the basin. What's wrong with the demon clan? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Besides, if I were from the demon clan, could I wander freely around the central plains? You absolute fool. Brainless. Chen Luoluo fumed, grumbling at Li Fengmian as he crouched on the ground. He looked up annoyed. If you're not from the demon clan, why did you say it so convincingly? Isn't it just a piece of clothing? Why are you cursing me out? So what? I like it. What's it to you if I curse you? You'll curse your father, curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Chen Luoluo paced back and forth, checking her skirt in a huff. You. Do as you please, they're all gone anyway. Li Fengmian started to retort but swallowed his words, his spirit sinking. Chen Luoluo suddenly stopped. I'm sorry. I didn't know your parents were no longer with us. I thought you were some young master from a great family who ended up in Guancheng. It's fine. Have you been in Guancheng for a long time? Otherwise you couldn't know so much about me. I just want to ask, among all those people in Guancheng, why did you take notice of me? Li Fengmian lowered his head, watching the glowing embers in the basin flicker in the wind. So many questions. Anyway, I helped you escape Guancheng, you should thank me. As for where we're going, you'll know when we get there. For you it's a rare paradise on earth. Chen Luoluo smoothed her skirt and sat down, taking dry wood from her storage pouch to feed the fire. Can I not go with you? Li Fengmian ventured cautiously. No. Chen Luoluo replied coldly without looking at him. Li Fengmian gazed at the beautiful woman before him, feeling as though he had been kidnapped. His primary concern now was to protect his kidneys. Paradise on earth. Rejected. Li Fengmian recalled the woman's earlier words, puzzled. What paradise on earth? But on second thought he had no other choice. Even if a cliff lay ahead, he would take the chance if there was even a slim hope of survival. You'll find out when we get there. Chen Luoluo spoke while pulling sweet potatoes from her storage pouch and tossing them into the fire. Li Fengmian quickly used a fresh branch to rake the sweet potatoes out of the flames. Without looking up, he said, "Let me handle this." Chen Luoluo rose and sat on the edge of the boat, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. That night, under a bright moon and a canopy of stars, a flying vessel sped through the forest sky. Less than 100 li behind, another vessel deliberately kept its distance. Chen Luoluo sat by the fire, savoring the sweet potato Li Fengmian had roasted, praising it between bites. Li Fengmian leisurely peeled his own. How much longer? Li Fengmian asked. We should arrive by tomorrow morning. Chen Luoluo replied, distractedly chewing heartily on her sweet potato. A wolf's howl echoed from a distant mountaintop. Li Fengmian looked up and saw a vessel larger than theirs speeding toward them. Li Fengmian quickly alerted Chen Luoluo. Look, a vessel is approaching. Startled, she scrambled to her feet and saw the vessel bearing down on them from the distant peak, her expression turning grim. My vessel can detect any flying ship within 100 li, but it didn't notice this one at all. Damn, it's a demon cultivator. Chen Luoluo pale threw away her sweet potato and dashed to the front of the vessel. She quickly retrieved a large number of crystals from her storage pouch and installed them into the steering mechanism. The vessel's speed surged instantly. Li Fengmian crouched by the edge of the vessel, watching the other ship rapidly close in. A race of speed ensued. Li Fengmian was alarmed. Demon cultivators. Old Su had once told him about them. Demon cultivators were those without spiritual roots who sought a path in martial arts by devouring others' innate spiritual roots to supplement their own. This made practitioners of this art bloodthirsty, always eager to kill. The chase continued for over an hour. Suddenly an even larger vessel appeared to their right rear. Li Fengmian looked closer. It was the ship from Guancheng pursuing them. Li Fengmian quickly relayed this to Chen Luoluo. I know. She remained focused on piloting, pouring vast amounts of spiritual energy into the vessel to maintain its speed. They're about to catch up. Li Fengmian watched the Guancheng vessel closing in at an alarming rate. He thought grimly that having barely escaped Guancheng, he was now being hunted by demon cultivators and chased by the city guards. Li Fengmian couldn't help but wonder how Chen Luoluo had managed to get him out of Guancheng. If they were to be dragged back, how had she helped him slip through the exit inspection? But there was no time to ponder that. Now escape was paramount. Chen Luoluo increased the consumption of spirit stones and the vessel shot forward, leaving the Guancheng soldiers and demon cultivators behind. Yet when the Guancheng soldiers encountered the demon cultivators, instead of clashing, they joined forces to pursue Li Fengmian and Chen Luoluo. Chen Luoluo sensed trouble. Guancheng was thousands of li away from these demon cultivators, and they were now far beyond the city's jurisdiction. When had they formed an alliance? Thus 3 flying vessels raced through the night sky until dawn, when the sky began to lighten. Chen Luoluo turned and saw their relentless pursuers growing hazy in the thin mist. She suddenly grabbed Li Fengmian's clothes and leaped off the vessel. The vessel continued onward, but Li Fengmian and Chen Luoluo had already disembarked. Chen Luoluo pulled him along as they skimmed close to the ground, searching for something. A waterfall appeared ahead. Without a word, Chen Luoluo dragged Li Fengmian into the pool and swam swiftly toward the bottom. Suddenly Chen Luoluo seemed to remember something. She turned to look at Li Fengmian and found him red-faced and purple-necked on the verge of running out of breath. She then recalled that Li Fengmian was still an ordinary person yet to begin his martial arts training. He had no skill in holding his breath underwater. When Li Fengmian saw Chen Luoluo looking back at him, he pressed his lips to hers and bit down. Clutching at her as if she were a lifeline, Li Fengmian sealed his mouth over hers, mimicking the emergency rescue techniques he had learned from books, and managed to take a breath. With a splash, Li Fengmian and Chen Luoluo surfaced, but they were no longer at the original exit. Once ashore, Chen Luoluo flung Li Fengmian, who was still clinging to her, onto the ground. She then found a large rock nearby, sat down, and began to regulate her breathing. Li Fengmian stared blankly at the scene. He had nearly died moments ago, and the terror of being unable to breathe still haunted him. It was a long while before Li Fengmian gradually emerged from the shadow of death. Li Fengmian collapsed to the ground. He looked up at Chen Luoluo, who sat cross-legged on a rock meditating. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body, accentuating her perfect figure, a sight that stirred the heart. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, steam rose from Chen Luoluo's soaked clothes and they soon dried. She stood up, glared venomously at Li Fengmian, then took clothes from her storage pouch. "Put these on and follow me." Li Fengmian wanted to say something but was silenced by her fierce gaze. He obediently took the clothes, changed behind a rock, and followed Chen Luoluo through a cave for about 15 minutes until they emerged. Outside the cave, a breathtakingly beautiful sect unfolded before his eyes like a celestial realm. When Li Fengmian saw the plaque above the sect gate which read Hahuan Sect, he stood frozen in place. It suddenly dawned on him that this must be the Hahuan Sect mentioned in the books, a paradise on earth every man dreamed of. Chen Luoluo retrieved a disciple token and a storage ring from her own ring and handed both items to Li Fengmian. "This is your identity token and storage ring. I must now report to the sect leader. Climb the ladder and someone will receive you." Her usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemnity that made her seem a different person, leaving Li Fengmian somewhat unsettled. Li Fengmian accepted the items, but facing the ladder that stretched to the mountainside, he could not bring himself to take the first step. "You could still choose not to join. Before you formally enter the sect and the barrier is sealed, you can turn back. But then again, do you truly believe you can leave? And even if you did, do you think those demonic cultivators won't rip your guts out? That is all I have to say." With that, Chen Luoluo soared into the air, leaving Li Fengmian rooted to the spot. He stood before the grand gate, staring at the three characters, Hahuan Sect, and the faint shimmering barrier that hung in the air before him. "Old Su, if I join the Hahuan Sect, will I be trapped here forever? Will those so-called enchantresses drain me dry until I am nothing but a husk?" Li Fengmian muttered to himself, then turned to leave. After 2 steps he halted. "Where would I even go? To Shu Mountain to find my father's old acquaintance. The journey is long, I'd likely die before I even arrived." He sighed. "Why overthink it? Can I even leave? They say I'm free to go, but do I truly have a choice?" Shaking his head, Li Fengmian turned and stepped through the Hahuan Sect's gate. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it," he thought. "If I'm to be drained, so be it. Ladies, here I come." Hidden within the void, Chen Luoluo watched his every move. Only when she saw him with a lecherous grin finally enter the gate did she breathe a long sigh of relief and step out from concealment. The sect leader's task is finally complete. With that, she soared away. Li Fengmian began his arduous climb up the ladder toward the mountainside, panting heavily. He watched the sect disciples flying on their artifacts with envy. By nearly noon, Li Fengmian finally reached the sect's main entrance on the mountainside. A young woman in a blue dress was already standing there as if waiting for someone. She wore a light blue gown, her hair cascading to her waist. Her figure was perfectly proportioned and her fair, delicate face was captivating, making it hard to look away. After a brief glance at the girl, Li Fengmian's attention was immediately seized by the sight before him. Looking through the grand gate, he saw a vast complex of buildings stretching endlessly. At the center lay a large plaza, and in the distance a magnificent golden structure rose high. On either side of the main avenue were neat rows of buildings. Li Fengmian was stunned. He had assumed the Hahuan Sect would be a minor sect given its reputation for matters of romance which many would scorn. He never imagined it would be so grand. He couldn't help but recall his childhood in Jinzhou. His family was the most powerful, their leaders of the Sword Clan, and even their palatial residence could not compare to this. "Greetings, are you junior brother Li Fengmian?" The girl in blue glanced at a portrait in her hand, then approached him with a sweet smile. Puzzled as to how she knew his name, Li Fengmian quickly set aside his thoughts and, recalling the formal greeting from the books, cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior sister. I am Li Fengmian." The girl scratched her head, clumsily imitating his gesture. "My name. I am Su Man. Junior brother Li, I will take you to your quarters and introduce you to the sect." "Thank you, senior sister Su." Li Fengmian cupped his hands once more before following her through the gate. Junior brother Fengmian, this is Sunny Mountain where outer disciples reside. The main avenue is the boundary, the left side is for male disciples' courtyards and the right for female disciples. Further in the plaza is where the elders gather the disciples for announcements. Before you climb the next ladder, the left side houses the mission hall and the right is the notary office. Senior sister, what is the notary office for? Li Fengmian understood the rest, but this term puzzled him. The notary office, also known as the notary hall, is where male and female disciples who decide to become cultivation partners must register and notarize their union. The sect will then assign them a courtyard on Fuyu Mountain. Of course, if you rank in the top 300 in the sect's Heavenly Pride tournament, you can become an inner disciple and apply to move to Fuyu Mountain for a larger courtyard. You would also need to register there. Climbing the ladder, the highest building is the assembly hall, used only for major events when the elders summon the disciples. The pagoda on the peak to the left of the assembly hall is the sutra library where disciples can borrow martial arts techniques and battle methods. The peak to the right houses the training grounds with 11 towers and over 1,000 training rooms for practicing techniques and sparring. Senior sister Su, with the sect being so vast, how many disciples are there in total? Staring at the immense complex, Li Fengmian couldn't fathom the number of people, and this was just the outer sect. The sect isn't very populous now. 3,000 outer disciples, 3,000 inner disciples, fewer than 3,000 on Fuyu Mountain, and including other peaks and elders were under 10,000. Su Man counted on her fingers as she spoke. And how large is the sect's territory? Li Fengmian looked around at the distant mountain ranges. Everything you see belongs to the sect. We are not connected to the outside continents, this is an independent small world, Su Man explained unhurriedly. Li Fengmian was awed by the vastness of this small world. Not bad, he thought. At least I won't have to suffer a life of hardship here. Su Man spent the entire afternoon showing Li Fengmian around the Hahuan sect, reciting information about the sect like a memorized script until dusk. She let out a long quiet sigh and muttered to herself, finally finished reciting that. Another task done. Feeling tired, Li Fengmian called out to the preoccupied Su Man, senior sister. Senior sister. It took 2 calls for her to snap out of it. Senior sister, where are my quarters? I'd like to go and rest. Oh right. Su Man suddenly remembered. Junior brother Li Fengmian, this is the token for your courtyard. With it you can enter and leave freely. Su Man turned around, clumsily fumbled in her storage pouch and handed him a token. Thank you, senior sister. You're welcome, she replied. Token in hand, Li Fengmian turned and walked toward the cluster of courtyards, a feeling of contentment washing over him. After 5 years of wandering, he finally had a place to call home. Li Fengmian stopped before a courtyard. After confirming the number on the gate matched his token, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a small courtyard of about 30 square meters. A bluestone path led directly to the house. On one side of the path various medicinal herbs were planted, on the other stood a stone table, stone stools and a small pond. Li Fengmian walked straight into the house. The main room, about 10 square meters, was for receiving guests. To the left was another room containing a bed with neatly folded linens, giving it a warm and cozy feel. Lying on the bed, Li Fengmian's thoughts drifted to those who had sacrificed their lives for him when he escaped the small world of Jianzhou, his nominal father Old Su, who later died in Guanqing, and Zhang Rui and Zhang Yusen. He wondered how they were faring. Exhausted, he gradually drifted off to sleep on the couch. Su Man remained standing in the plaza, struggling to recall the one very important thing the elder had told her to convey to Li Fengmian. The silvery moonlight scattered across Sunny Mountain, causing the Hahuan sect to glimmer beneath its glow, with tree shadows casting interlaced patterns on the ground. Su Man walked with her head lowered along the granite-paved path, muttering softly to herself, Junior brother Li Fengmian, first tomorrow you must report to the new disciple registration office. Second, senior sister Chen wants you to go. Where was it? Su Man halted abruptly, still unable to recall, so she pulled a strip of cloth from her sleeve. She slowly unfolded the cloth, which was densely covered with small seal script characters. Second. Senior sister Chen wants you to find her at Yueji Peak tomorrow. Third. Su Man read the information on the cloth word by word. Oh. Isn't this senior sister Su? A group of male disciples blocked Su Man's path. The leader was ornately dressed, flanked by several disciples in sect uniforms. Senior sister Su, why have you come to the male disciples' courtyard to recite cultivation techniques? Your tastes are quite peculiar, aren't they, everyone? Ha ha ha. A male disciple blocked Su Man's way and began taunting her. Su Man clutched the cloth tightly in her hands, trembling with nervousness as she stood rooted to the spot. Don't come any closer, or else. Or else. Or else. Or else what? Ha ha ha. Could this be a love letter you've written to some male disciple? Another disciple beside the leader mimicked Su Man's tone mockingly. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Suddenly a male disciple snatched the cloth from Su Man's hands. Brothers, I've grabbed the love letter of that fool Su. Let me read it out loud for you. Junior brotherly Fengmian, first tomorrow you must report to the new disciple registration office. The disciple opened the cloth and began reading immediately. What is this? Li Fengmian. Who the hell is Li Fengmian? The disciple felt something was off as he read on. Let me see. Wang Bo took the cloth and glanced at it. Idiot, it's obvious that a new disciple has arrived. Our fool Su took on a task to welcome a newcomer but couldn't remember everything and forgot to pass on the instructions, ha. Wang Bo laughed heartily with his companions as he spoke. Wang Bo, you. Oh, senior sister, see you what I can't even speak clearly. Wang Bo continued to provoke her. You bastard. Su Man shouted, her voice strained with anxiety. Oh, I'm a bastard. Hey, so what if I am? What can you do about it? Wang Bo made faces and kept mocking her. Su Man was on the verge of tears, looking around as more and more people gathered, yet no one was willing to speak up for her. Fool Su, what are you looking at? Do you really think someone will come to help you? Senior sister Wang isn't in the sect right now. A disciple beside Wang Bo said lecherously, his eyes greedily scanning Su Man's graceful curves as he licked his lips as if done deliberately. Of course, if you're willing to engage in dual cultivation with young Master Wang, well, stop harassing you. Don't go too far. When senior sister Wang returns, she'll definitely deal with you all. Su Man shouted loudly as if to bolster her courage. Another disciple accompanying Wang Bo stepped forward to touch Su Man's hair, and she fearfully buried her head into her collar. Just then Li Fengmian's hand reached out from the side, grabbed the disciple's arm, pulled him forward, raised his knee and drove it into the disciple's groin, sending him flying backward. Suddenly a figure stepped onto the courtyard wall and a flash of sword light hurtled toward where Li Fengmian stood. In the nick of time, Li Fengmian instinctively sidestepped, dodging the lethal strike. The sword she grazed past Li Fengmian's nose, shearing off a lock of his hair, nearly causing him to collapse in fright. The figure who had flown over turned around not far away, her white sect robe swirling with the motion. Before the figure had even settled, a young girl in sect attire had already pointed her sword at Li Fengmian's throat. Suddenly Su Man standing beside Li Fengmian leaned against his shoulder and wrapped her arms around him, startling him into a jolt. Li Fengmian turned his head to find Su Man resting against his shoulder, her soft breathing audible. Asleep. He thought, utterly bewildered. But with the sword nearly touching his throat, Li Fengmian quickly turned back to face the sword-wielding girl. She wore a sect uniform with her hair tied up, long eyebrows, sharp eyes and bandages wrapped around her wrist that held the sword. Senior sister, what's the meaning of this? Was it wrong for me to help senior sister Su against those bullies? Li Fengmian asked, timidly mustering his courage with a puzzled expression. The girl glanced at the male disciple curled up on the ground groaning while clutching his stomach and at Wang Bo standing nearby. She slowly withdrew her sword and pointed it at the fallen disciple. Senior sister Wang, this is a misunderstanding. He was the one bullying senior sister Su and we came to help her, said another male disciple in black, crouching on the ground pointing at Li Fengmian. Senior sister Wang, they were the ones who snatched senior sister Zu's cloth first, the very one in his hand. Li Fengmian pointed at the cloth in the fallen disciple's hand. Wang Yuyan noticed the cloth in Wang Ba's hand, bent down to take it, opened it for a glance, then looked up and fixed her gaze on the people before her. Senior sister Wang, it's a misunderstanding. Young Master Wang is the grandson of the enforcement elder, would he really be short a piece of cloth? The disciple deliberately emphasized the phrase grandson of the enforcement elder. Senior sister Wang, they were the ones. Li Fengmian tried to explain but was cut off by Wang Yuyan. Shut up. Stay away from Man in the future, or next time we meet I will cripple you all. Wang Yuyan threatened Wang Bo, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. She walked over to Li Fengmian and reached out to pull Su Man's hand. Su Man clung tightly to Li Fengmian, refusing to budge. Wang Yuyan shook her head helplessly. Carry her and follow me, she commanded Li Fengmian in an authoritative tone. Li Fengmian followed Wang Yuyan back to Su Man's courtyard. Su Man gripped his clothes so tightly that he had to take off his outer robe to lay her on the bed. Wang Yuyan sat by Su Man's bedside and handed Li Fengmian a cloth strip. He unfolded it, noting the delicate handwriting, and momentarily thought that Su Man's penmanship was truly beautiful. But when he read the content he couldn't stay calm. He involuntarily murmured softly, Junior brother Li Fengmian, first tomorrow you must report to the new disciple registration office. Second. As he looked at the cloth, Li Fengmian wanted to laugh but didn't dare and was about to ask Wang Yuyan. Get out. Wang Yuyan glared at him fiercely and shouted in anger. Li Fengmian quickly slunk out of Su Man's courtyard, the cold moonlight spilling onto the granite-paved floor. He took out the cloth again and glanced at it, thinking to himself that such a beautiful senior sister turned out to be a foolish one. Li Fengmian treaded back to his courtyard under the moonlight. Pushing open the door, he discovered a folded letter resting on the table in the main hall. Li Fengmian tensed up, instantly summoning his scrap iron sword into his hand. He inspected every corner of the room and only relaxed after confirming no one was there. Returning to the main hall, he used the sword to nudge the letter open and examined it carefully. Junior brotherly Fengmian, you have already offended Wang Bo. His grandfather is an enforcement elder extremely protective of his grandson. You must be cautious upon arriving at the sect. After reading the letter, Li Fengmian realized it was a warning to beware of Wang Bo's retaliation. Only then did he sheath his sword and pick up the letter. The calligraphy was vigorous and forceful yet neat, bearing an air of daring to break through the heavens, confident and unrestrained yet tinged with a hint of worldly troubles. Li Fengmian read the letter thoroughly, surmising from the handwriting that it was likely from a senior female disciple. Moreover, the fact that she could deliver the letter directly into his room indicated she was no ordinary person. The courtyards of the Joyful Union Sect disciples were protected by restrictions. Only those with the token could enter freely unless a disciple lifted the restrictions to invite others inside. Otherwise, the formation would block entry unless one was powerful enough to break through the restrictions directly, though that would be easily detected. Alternatively, one might possess a secret treasure immune to restrictions or be an absolute powerhouse who could come and go through any restriction at will. None of these possibilities boded well for Li Fengmian, as they meant someone could enter his courtyard unnoticed and assassinate him. However, the fellow disciple who sent the letter likely intended to reveal this flaw in the sect's disciple courtyard security. That is, some disciples could obtain the same token as Li Fengmian through connections, allowing them to enter his courtyard freely. Li Fengmian suddenly felt a surge of pressure. He needed to accelerate his cultivation and strive to gain the means to protect himself as soon as possible. He should not have intervened today, but Su Manman was the first person he had befriended since joining the sect. She was kind and innocent, he could not refuse to help. Blending into the crowd and staying out of the spotlight to protect himself was Li Fengmian's principle. But to go against his conscience and watch someone die without lifting a hand, that was not his Tao. Though Li Fengmian had not yet embarked on the path of martial arts, the many principles old Su had taught him had already shown him the kind of path he would walk as a man. Now that he had already made an enemy of Wang Bo, there was no point in hiding. He would stand up openly and see whose fists were tougher. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, a world where strength reigned supreme. Li Fengmian placed a chair by the door before lying down on the bed to sleep. He resumed the habit of never sleeping soundly as he had in Guanxing years ago, always alert to his surroundings. The next morning, Li Fengmian got up and tidied himself briefly. His stomach growled and he looked for something to eat, only to find the room empty. He decided to go out and ask someone where the kitchen was. Taking his storage pouch, he prepared to leave. The moment he pushed open the main door, he saw Su Manman standing at the entrance. "Good morning, senior sister Su." Li Fengmian thought of the previous evening's events and greeted her with a wry, polite yet awkward smile. "Good morning, junior brotherly." "Thank you for last night," Su Manman murmured shyly. "Senior sister Su, did you come looking for me so early for something?" Li Fengmian felt awkward seeing Su Manman like this. He thought to himself, "Sister, I just saw injustice on the road and drew my sword to help. What are you blushing for? Are you going to offer yourself to me?" "No way. I don't want to marry a fool." "Oh, junior brotherly, I almost forgot. This is for you." Su Manman handed a food box to Li Fengmian. "Junior brotherly, you just arrived at the sect and haven't started cultivating yet. You must still need to eat. I made this breakfast especially for you. Eat it while it's hot." Su Manman gave him the box. "By the way, junior brotherly, your clothes. Thank you for walking me back last night." Li Fengmian took the clothes, watching Su Manman blush from her neck to her ears. "Senior sister Su, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." Afraid she might get the wrong idea, he quickly explained. "Junior brotherly, my cousin already told me what happened last night. Thank you for helping me," Su Manman said sincerely, making Li Fengmian feel a bit shy himself. "Senior sister Su, you came so early you probably haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like to come in and join me for a bite?" Li Fengmian politely invited her. Su Manman stepped into his courtyard. Li Fengmian was stunned. "Seriously? I was just being polite, aren't you supposed to refuse first? My senior sister." Left with no choice, Li Fengmian braced himself and led Su Manman inside. Now that they were alone together, he would never be able to clear his name. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Why worry so much? He had already joined the Joyful Union Sect. Did he intend to remain a virgin for life? In his past life he had never even held a woman's hand before dying. This life he should live a little more freely. Li Fengmian opened the food box to find several buns, a large bowl of porridge with 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. His appetite was stirred. The bun melted on his tongue at the first bite, the tender chicken wrapped in rich broth whetting his appetite immensely. After they finished breakfast, Li Fengmian lounged contentedly in his chair while Su Manman took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed the corners of her mouth. For a moment Li Fengmian thought this senior sister Su, though a bit simple-minded, had excellent culinary skills. If he married her it might. No, forget it. How could a martial artist pledge his lifelong happiness for the sake of a meal? Even though senior sister Su was a stunner in both face and figure, having been reborn, he couldn't just hang himself on one tree. He. Junior brotherly, since you finished eating, let's go register at the new disciple office. You need to have your information recorded. I forgot about it yesterday. Su Man sat on the chair beside him, fidgeting with her fingers, looking a bit apologetic. Under Su Man's guidance, Li Fengmian arrived at the sect's disciple registration office. Li Fengmian, a new disciple. The elder in charge of records asked absent-mindedly while noting down his information. Where are you from? Where do you live? How many people in your family? Li Fengmian grumbled inwardly, damn it, if I weren't a new disciple why would I be here registering? Old man, are you picking a fight? But he had no choice but to cooperate with the elder in recording his details. The elder then asked about his origins, which puzzled Li Fengmian. So Li Fengmian made up a place name far, far away from the sect, a place old Su had once mentioned where a branch of the Li family had split off a century ago. Do you have any acquaintances among the sect's elders? Any relatives? The elder asked while writing. No. Li Fengmian thought of the only elder he knew in the Joyful Union Sect, Shen Luolua, but since they weren't close he answered casually. As soon as he said that, the recording elder curled his lip, disdain clear in his eyes. After finishing, he handed Li Fengmian a soul tablet and instructed him to drip blood onto it. This is a token for the Joyful Union Sect to verify whether a disciple is alive. As long as the disciple lives, the soul tablet will never extinguish. The recording elder called Li Fengmian to the back hall away from Su Man and handed him a token saying, Li Fengmian, from now on you will serve as a corpse burier. Remember, you must never breathe a word of this matter. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, you will be hunted down and killed. As for what this entails, someone will contact you and teach you. Remember, if you utter a single word about this, you die. Li Fengmian felt bitter but could not speak out. This was clearly not a good assignment. It seemed he would have to clean up someone else's mess. But when under someone's roof, one must bow the head. He had no choice but to accept the token from the elder. It seemed that bastard Wang Bo had set him up. If only he had claimed a more impressive background. Li Fengmian cursed inwardly, old man, just you wait. I'll make you pay. Li Fengmian muttered curses under his breath as he walked out of the disciple registration office. Seeing Su Man waiting foolishly for him at the door, an indescribable sense of grievance welled up in his heart. Watching Su Man run towards him and hearing her gentle greeting, Li Fengmian shook his head. Junior brotherly, someone just sent me a message saying that senior sister Chen has entered seclusion. There's no need to find her today. He said you should handle things on your own. Su Man looked at the young man before her and spoke. Li Fengmian laughed bitterly in his heart. Handle it. I'll handle it with a cold dish. I'll handle you first. Then recalling Chen Luoluo's appearance, Li Fengmian felt that handling her first might also be fine, though he wondered if someone else would get to her before he saw her again. Senior sister Su, may I ask how I can begin to practice martial arts? Li Fengmian respectfully inquired of this simple-minded senior sister. Junior brother, I'll first take you to get a marrow cleansing pill and then find a suitable cultivation technique in the sutra library to help you better absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Li Fengmian then followed Su Man to the sutra library. Looking up at the magnificent building before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the Hahuan sect's wealth and extravagance. Greetings, Elder Su. As Su Man passed the sutra library entrance, she bowed to the old man guarding the door. Li Fengmian followed suit, bowing to the elder. Oh, it's little Su. Long time no see. The old man lay languidly on his recliner, responding kindly to Su Man. Ah, our little Su has found herself a suitable dual cultivation disciple. Haha, excellent. The old man chuckled to himself. Elder Su, it's not what you think. This is my newly initiated junior brother Li Fengmian. I'm guiding him to undergo marrow cleansing. Su Man quickly explained. Alright, it's all the same. It'll happen sooner or later, ha. Hearing the old man's words, Li Fengmian felt a headache coming on. This old man, can't he just mind his own business guarding the sutra library? Always gossiping. This young master has his own plans. Su Man stood there dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Li Fengmian felt somewhat helpless. The old man was clearly joking with her, but this senior sister didn't seem to know how to reply. Disciple Li Fengmian pays respects to Elder Su. Seeing Su Man at a loss, Li Fengmian quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists. Elder Su, regarding my dual cultivation with senior sister, it's not even close to being settled. I've just joined the sect and haven't begun cultivation yet. I dare not hold her back. Li Fengmian realized that if an elder could openly discuss dual cultivation with juniors, it must not be a taboo in the Hahuan sect. Better to be straightforward and use this to strike up a conversation with the elder. True enough, boy. You must cultivate diligently. If your cultivation can't keep up with little Sue, I won't allow you two to engage in dual cultivation. The old man stroked his beard and then added sternly, and you boy, don't you dare bully my little Sue or I'll make your life miserable. Yes, senior. Li Fengmian cupped his hands. Senior sister Sue has taken great care of me since I entered the sect. I would never bully her. I am not one to repay kindness with enmity. Good lad. My little Sue didn't misjudge you. The old man stood up, stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. Junior brotherly, this is simply my duty. It's a sect mission I accepted. You don't need to thank me. Su Man, watching the exchange between the old man and the youth, quickly explained. The old man beside her shook his head helplessly and muttered under his breath, what a silly girl. Senior sister, even though it's a sect mission, you've been so attentive to me. I'll remember it and repay you properly in the future. Li Fengmian explained gently to Su Man, thinking to himself, you big fool, what are you saying? My naive senior sister. I really want to write your biography. Truly, junior brotherly, look, this is the mission I took from the sect board, helping new disciples understand the sect with a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Su Man happily pulled a special token from her storage pouch, waving it before Li Fengmian's eyes with delight. Silly girl, are you daft? Tell me, have you ever taken on new disciple missions before? When did you ever cook breakfast for them? This morning you not only delivered it to him but also brought it to his door. This lad just arrived and he's already getting treatment that rivals mine. The old man's beard bristled with anger. Senior sister, I still want to thank you. Li Fengmian felt a pang of exasperation, wondering how Su Man had survived in this dog-eat-dog world. All right, little Su, Li Fengmian, both of you follow me. The old man strode off without looking back. Li Fengmian followed him to a hall beside the sutra library. As soon as he entered, a surge of dense spiritual energy swept over him, nearly knocking him off balance. Inside the hall, the old man instructed Li Fengmian to place his hand on a testing stone. Suddenly a dazzling light burst forth from the stone. Heaven-bestowed divine physique, scrap iron sword. The old man's eyes widened and he exclaimed, a heaven-bestowed divine physique. The heavens favored one. But why does it show scrap iron sword? Could it be the heavens favored him halfway and then realized they favored the wrong person and stopped? The old man muttered. Hearing this, Li Fengmian nearly burst out laughing, thinking, right. You're the one who gets it. Who'd have thought you were a worm in the heaven's belly? It can't be. Truly a Unsystematic sight. The old man suddenly focused on the testing stone, picking it up and examining it closely. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, fleeting but caught by Li Fengmian. The old man gave Li Fengmian a marrow cleansing pill and quickly dismissed him and Su Man before hurrying away from Sunmi Mountain. Junior brotherly, let's go to the sutra library and find a suitable cultivation technique for you. Su Man tilted her head and said to Li Fengmian. All right. Li Fengmian looked at the somewhat dim-witted girl before him and replied, inwardly complaining, senior sister, I'm a 1 in 10,000 heaven-bestowed divine physique. Aren't you even surprised? Not even a little. Junior brotherly, all the basic cultivation techniques for disciples are here. Su Man stood before a row of bookshelves, speaking to Li Fengmian. Over the years since old Su had never practiced martial arts and his cheap father hadn't given him any techniques, Li Fengmian remained a novice in cultivation. Old Su had once told him how to choose a suitable technique. Though old Su couldn't cultivate, he could still talk about it with some authority. Old Su had said that the Sword Clan were born with a sword god physique, while among other humans only 1 in 10,000 would manifest a divine physique. But the Sword Clan all had it naturally, yet the spiritual energy required for their swordsmanship was purer than that for ordinary divine physiques. Therefore the Sword Clan's cultivation techniques needed to absorb the purest part of the world's spiritual energy for their use. Thus Li Fengmian needed to find a technique that could absorb pure spiritual energy, or one that could refine it. Just as Li Fengmian was at a loss, an inexplicable voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, the spirit control art on the top right of the bookshelf. Startled, Li Fengmian quickly looked around. Seeing no one paying attention, he patted his own crown chakra, realizing the voice seemed to come from within. Junior brotherly, what's wrong? Su Man asked, puzzled as she watched him pat his head. Oh, nothing. Li Fengmian replied with a wry smile. After answering Su Man, Li Fengmian's heart churned with shock. Could his system have arrived? Or perhaps it was a peerless old master hiding inside his body. No, that voice was clearly female. Could it be a fallen empress who had accidentally transmigrated into his mind? If so, he'd have to keep her hidden like a treasure. At the thought, Li Fengmian chuckled foolishly, growing even more curious about the entity in his mind. Li Fengmian tried to communicate with the voice again but received no response. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and retrieve the spirit control art from the top of the bookshelf. Junior brotherly, this is an incomplete cultivation technique. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Su Man reminded him. The art of spirit control is an incomplete technique. Are you certain you wish to borrow this, young friend? Li Fengmian replied with uncertainty, his heart repeatedly questioning the mysterious voice that had spoken earlier yet receiving no response. The scripture pavilion allows borrowing only one technique and 2 combat skills at a time. Have you made up your mind? The elder in charge of records cautioned Li Fengmian. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Your junior is quite curious about this technique and wishes to study it, Li Fengmian replied with a cheerful smile. It's only natural for a beginner in the martial path to be intrigued by such mysteries. I was the same when I first embarked on this journey, the elder said. The recording elder looked at Li Fengmian with some exasperation. If you find you cannot make progress, come back quickly to exchange it. Do not waste your precious cultivation time. Your disciple thanks you, elder. But there's no need. Li Fengmian expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow toward the old man. He thought to himself, I've got an ally now. I'm going to take this broken technique and cultivate it, becoming a peerless powerhouse and show all those naysayers. Li Fengmian even rehearsed the lines he would use to show off techniques are ultimately external. True cultivation relies on one's own enlightenment. Ha ha ha, wouldn't that leave those beautiful senior and junior sisters from the Joyful Union Sect utterly enchanted? Elder, I'll borrow this one. Su Man suddenly turned and retrieved a technique manual from the shelf. The Rising Momentum Art. Young lady, this technique isn't for yourself, is it? You've been cultivating martial arts for years, you shouldn't need such a basic one anymore, especially a sword art, the recording elder kindly pointed out. Elder, I'll borrow this one, Su Man stammered, unable to explain clearly, glancing down and then at Li Fengmian. Oh, I see. Ha ha ha, youth is wonderful, truly wonderful, the old man suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head as he spoke. I'll make the records for you now. Exiting the scripture pavilion, Li Fengmian and Su Man walked side by side, a handsome couple that drew envious glances from the passing senior sisters and fellow disciples. Li Fengmian and Su Man chatted idly. Senior sister, can you tell me about the martial cultivation realms? Su Man tucked a strand of windblown hair behind her ear, making Li Fengmian swallow hard. The martial realms. Su Man, who seemed lost in thought, suddenly replied, Oh junior brother Li, the martial realms. The martial realms are divided into marrow cleansing, foundation, establishment, observation, meridian, unblocking, true chi, true essence, golden core, and finally nascent soul. The nascent soul realm is the highest on this continent. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. I've read in ancient texts that there are realms beyond nascent soul. There are realms beyond nascent soul. Li Fengmian was utterly shocked. He had heard that nascent soul was the pinnacle of power on the continent, capable of moving mountains and draining seas. He never imagined there were realms above it. Li Fengmian thought to himself, this world is far from simple. Could there truly be a legendary upper realm? Senior sister, what realm lies beyond nascent soul? Li Fengmian couldn't fathom how terrifying a realm above moving mountains and draining seas would be. It ignited a fierce passion for martial cultivation within him. I've forgotten. I recall one called the Divine Sea Realm. 10,000 years ago, a genius known as the Sword Emperor appeared on our continent. A true god realm powerhouse once crossed the void to challenge him, and the Sword Emperor fought him for 10 days and nights before slaying him. That's why we renamed this continent the Fallen God Continent. Yes, Fallen God Continent. Su Man recalled slowly. Divine Sea Realm. Crossing the void. Li Fengmian could barely contain his excitement. These revelations shook him to his core. So senior sister, what realm are you at now? Li Fengmian asked Su Man curiously. Your senior sister is at the 7th level of observation. Impressive, right? Mentioning her realm, Su Man puffed out her slender waist with pride. Observation realm. What about your cousin in Wangbo? Li Fengmian was still unfamiliar with the realm system of this world and didn't know Su Man's true level. My cousin is also at the late peak of observation, the 9th level. Wangbo seems to be at the 6th level of observation. Su Man replied thoughtfully. What? Your cousin is that strong, at the peak of observation? Li Fengmian was astonished. Was this seemingly dazed senior sister really that powerful? Wait, senior sister, Wangbo is only at the 6th level of observation. Shouldn't you be able to defeat him? Li Fengmian suddenly remembered Su Man being cornered by Wangbo and his group the previous night. If she was so strong, why had she been troubled by them? I am at the 7th level of observation. Wangbo is at the 6th. Su Man stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Li Fengmian slapped his forehead, thinking, what a disaster. I've never fought before. I don't know if I can beat him. Su Man said dejectedly. Senior sister, don't be afraid. This world is ruled by strength. Just fight him. If you can't win, run. As long as you don't lose out, it's fine. Su Man stood still in a daze. The August sun beat down on her forehead and her hair drifted gently in the breeze. Only by fighting will I know. All right. After about half an incense stick's time, Sumanman suddenly spoke as if she had come to a realization. Senior sister, I need to go back and cultivate now. I must catch up to your pace. Fengmian clenched his fists, thinking that after 15 years in this world he finally had the chance to embark on the martial path. All right, go cultivate. I'll bring you dinner tonight, Sumanman said calmly as if she had transformed into a different person. After returning to his courtyard, Fengmian found a meditation cushion and began to sit in cultivation, completely forgetting the female voice that had echoed in his mind. He placed the tattered art of spirit control before him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and meditated for an incense stick's time. Then opening his eyes he calmly began to turn the pages of the art of spirit control. In the beginning of heaven and earth, one gives birth to 2, 2 to 3 and 3 to all things. All things return to the origin, enabling the cycle to repeat. Humans are the foundation, standing in the world, consuming grains and commanding all things. When heaven and earth first opened, all living things were born. The power of spirit control breaks the cycle, chases the sun and moon, and ultimately returns to one. Fengmian flipped through the incomplete art of spirit control but still couldn't grasp its essence. He suddenly recalled the voice that had appeared in his sea of consciousness back in the scripture pavilion. Following the method described in the art of spirit control to enter the sea of consciousness, he closed his eyes and meditated. Suddenly Fengmian felt a coolness around him, free from the August heat. Fengmian slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a vast ocean. The sea was as calm as a mirror and the sky was a river of stars. You're here. Just as Fengmian was taking in the scene, a delicate voice came from behind him. Startled, he spun around to see a young girl standing not far away. The girl wore a black dress adorned with rows of neat feathers at the hem. Her lustrous black hair was half draped over her chest with seductive lips and sparkling eyes. She was ethereally beautiful, making Fengmian feel that such a maiden could only exist in heaven, rarely seen in the mortal world. The girl held a cyan sword and suddenly lunged at Fengmian. Caught off guard, he turned and fled, shouting, "Who are you?" Seeing that the girl didn't answer but continued her assault, Fengmian yelled again, "Why are you trying to kill me? Do we have a grudge?" As he ran, it dawned on him that this was his own sea of consciousness. The art of spirit control stated that a cultivator was invincible within their own sea of consciousness. He was the master here, he was invincible. But Fengmian kept running, still too afraid to test it. The killing intent in the girl's eyes was unmistakable. After running for what felt like an eternity without feeling any fatigue, in fact feeling more energized, Fengmian finally dared to confirm that he was indeed invincible in his own sea of consciousness. But how had this fairy-like girl entered his sea of consciousness? Was she a killer of consciousnesses specializing in invading others' minds to slay them? Fengmian felt that running was no solution. He decided to take a gamble, suddenly turning and charging toward the girl. Just as he was about to collide with her, Fengmian closed his eyes and lunged, thinking that even if he died he would die holding such a beauty. The sudden attack caught the girl off guard. She thrust her sword into Fengmian's body, only to find the sword disappearing as it entered him. After tackling the girl to the ground, Fengmian kept his eyes tightly shut, holding her firmly in his arms. After a moment, feeling no pain, he quickly opened his eyes. Seeing he was unharmed, he glared fiercely at the girl beneath him. The girl clawed at him, but Fengmian grabbed her hands and pinned her down again. Their noses touched, and feeling her breath, a wisp of her hair's fragrance entered Fengmian's nostrils. He instinctively leaned in to kiss her lips. The girl suddenly burst into tears. Snapping back to reality, Fengmian quickly released her, standing helplessly nearby, unsure of what to do. He thought to himself, damn, looks like I'm not getting out of this one for 3 years. The girl, while sobbing quietly, lifted her head and noticed Fengmian standing nearby, looking dazed. Suddenly she rose, her fists clenched tightly, and glared at Fengmian with fierce intensity. Fengmian took 2 steps back from the girl before him, scratching the back of his head. "Just now. I'm sorry. If you hadn't chased me with that sword, I wouldn't have." He paused. "Why are you in my sea of consciousness?" Fengmian watched the girl wipe away her tears and asked. "I should be asking you why you've trapped me inside your sea of consciousness," the girl retorted, glaring at him angrily. "It's not my doing. I don't have that ability. As you've seen, I haven't even entered the path of martial arts yet," Fengmian said, spreading his hands innocently. The girl remained rooted to the spot, staring unblinkingly at Fengmian. "Then how can I let you out?" Fengmian looked at the girl before him, thinking she must be the dragon soul his chief father had placed inside his body, his guardian. Recalling her plight, he mused that she too was a tragic soul forced like himself onto his chief father's pirate ship. "You're willing to let me out?" the girl asked doubtfully, as if not believing his words. "Of course. Since you're unwilling to stay in my sea of consciousness, why would I force you?" Fengmian spoke with righteous conviction, but inwardly he muttered, "I'm willing to let you out, but you can't leave. Your physical body is destroyed. Leaving my sea of consciousness would mean your soul's annihilation." Moreover, having a beautiful woman for free imprisoned in his sea of consciousness, only a fool would let that go. Alright, but my physical body is destroyed now. I can only stay in your sea of consciousness for the time being. I can help you cultivate, but you must help me rebuild my physical form. The girl suddenly softened, speaking to Fengmian. Agreed. Fengmian thought that as a novice in martial arts with no one to guide him, having someone willing to instruct him would make his path much smoother. Moreover, the girl's background was already tragic. Rebuilding her body was something he would do even without being asked. After all, she was his guardian. Good pinky swear. The girl walked toward Fengmian, extending her little finger to seal the pact. Ha! Fengmian looked at the girl in bewilderment. What? Trying to back out? You're a liar. The girl, seeing Fengmian hesitate to link fingers, instantly bristled, feeling deceived. No, is this how pacts are made? Shouldn't there be some kind of contract? Fengmian explained. What contract? The girl stared at him, convinced he was just being evasive. Fine. Fengmian reluctantly extended his finger to pinky swear, with her thinking to himself, what a mess. I thought I'd finally met a powerful figure, but she's just as foolish. Suddenly the girl grabbed Fengmian's hand and interlaced their fingers. Fengmian was stunned, feeling this was moving too fast. Suddenly a blinding light burst forth between Fengmian and the girl's palms. When the light faded, the girl grinned at him like he was a delicious pastry, sending a chill down his spine. What have you done to me? Fengmian felt as if had been swindled down to his last thread. Why, I've made the contract you mentioned, an unbreakable one, till death do us part. The girl tilted her head, speaking cheerfully as if it were nothing. Till death. So our fates are intertwined. Fengmian stared in shock at the girl, wanting to curse her ancestors but finding himself speechless before her beautiful face. Of course. Otherwise, if you one day expelled me from your sea of consciousness, my soul would scatter. The girl triumphant lay down on a recliner formed from the sea of consciousness. Fengmian recalled how the girl had feigned foolishness by suggesting a pinky swear, mimicking Su Man's naivety to lower his guard. Fengmian was momentarily speechless with shock. This girl's scheming was formidable, he had to accept his defeat. Then if I die you die too, he suddenly realized. Having her in his sea of consciousness, was there any downside? It seemed there was no harm. Instead, with the contract she had to ensure his safety. All things considered, he hadn't lost out. Exactly. I'll help you cultivate because I need to absorb half of your spiritual energy, the girl said flatly. What? Half for you? So I have to support you. Fengmian's heart grew heavy and he nearly spat blood in frustration. Exactly. You support me. Why else do you think I made the contract? Ha ha. The girl laughed heartily at his miserable expression. Just holding hands meant losing half his cultivation and having to support her. This deal was a total loss. Fengmian watched the girl lounging on the recliner, her pale slender legs swinging before him, stirring an inner restlessness. On second thought, keeping a beauty in his sea of consciousness wasn't so bad. Ow ow ow. Fengmian suddenly yelped as the girl pinched his ear. Pervert, where are you looking? I'm sorry. Let go, I want look. Fengmian quickly begged for mercy, wondering why he felt pain in his own sea of consciousness. Be careful from now on. We're bound by contract. Though we can't kill each other, I can make your life worse than death. The girl released his ear, glaring fiercely. This spirit control art is a technique from my dragon clan. 10,000 years ago it fell into the hands of human cultivators and has become incomplete over time. Harems, the latter half of the spirit control art. Go cultivate. Don't get bullied. I've just awakened and my soul is unstable. As long as you're not dying, I won't intervene. The girl lay back on the recliner, speaking slowly. Moreover, if I act, I might be detected by your sex elders, which wouldn't be good for you. Following the guidance of the spirit control art, Fengmian opened and closed his eyes, his divine sense returning to his body. He opened his eyes, feeling as if the whole experience had been a dream. Having experienced martial arts for the first time, Fengmian was filled with awe and wonder. He pressed on, reading the spirit control art twice more, memorizing nearly all of its contents. Thus Fengmian closed his eyes and entered meditation. Calming his mind, he began to imitate the breathing methods from the spirit control art. As he circulated the technique and breathed, Fengmian felt a cool sensation spread through his body, which then gradually warmed up. Fengmian experienced this wondrous feeling for the first time. Like a newborn, he tirelessly and frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. After 2 hours, Fengmian felt drenched in sweat. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the absorbed spiritual energy into his dantian, compressing it. Fengmian slowly opened his eyes, feeling a lingering warmth in his dantian. He looked up to see the sky outside his door turning dusk. He thought of senior sister's us parting gaze, unsure if she had really gone to fight. Li Fengmian touched his stomach, realizing it was his first day delving into martial arts and he had been so engrossed that had forgotten his hunger. So Li Fengmian decided to find some food or perhaps look for senior sister Su. He wasn't good at cooking, only knew how to roast sweet potatoes, a skill old Su had taught him. When Li Fengmian pushed open the courtyard gate, he found Su Man standing outside, frantically smoothing her hair and clothes. Senior sister. Li Fengmian looked at Su Man before him with some surprise, never expecting that as he was about to seek her out she would appear at his courtyard entrance. Junior brother Li, this is the dinner I made for you. Su Man handed Li Fengmian a lunchbox just as she had in the morning. Li Fengmian took the lunchbox and led Su Man into his courtyard. Walking ahead, he asked, Senior sister, where did you go this afternoon? I had something to do. I think I'm sick. Su Man stammered, unable to explain clearly. Li Fengmian suddenly stopped and turned around, and Su Man with her head lowered bumped straight into his chest. Senior sister, what exactly did you do this afternoon? Li Fengmian steadied the staggering Su Man, wondering to himself, and what kind of explanation is I think I'm sick? Su Man was definitely hiding something from him. Could his words this morning have provoked her? Would she be so distraught as to put love powder in his food? His Su Man's forearm was caught by Li Fengmian and she winced in pain, quickly pulling it back. Sensing something amiss, Li Fengmian swiftly grabbed Su Man's arm again and rolled up her sleeve, revealing bruises and welts covering her skin. Senior sister, where did you get these injuries? Who bullied you? Li Fengmian asked anxiously, looking at the wounds on her hand. Su Man tried several times to pull her hand free but failed, so she simply let Li Fengmian hold it, lowering her head in silence. Seeing Su Man remain silent for so long, Li Fengmian grew irritated, thinking to himself how troublesome women could be with their hesitation. Oh, what's this? Feeling concerned. Suddenly the voice of the black-dressed girl echoed in Li Fengmian's ear. You. Li Fengmian felt extremely uncomfortable, as if being watched, knowing someone resided within his sea of consciousness. Come on, let's go inside. I'll apply medicine for you. Seeing Su Man wouldn't speak, Li Fengmian had no choice but to pull her into the house, take out a medicine bottle and tend to her wounds. Afterward, Li Fengmian opened the lunchbox and ate dinner with Su Man. Senior sister, were you bullied this afternoon? Li Fengmian probed again. No. I went to fight this afternoon. Su Man stopped chewing, looked up and replied to Li Fengmian. Ah. You really went to fight? Li Fengmian was stunned at a loss for words. Seeing Li Fengmian's utterly shocked expression, Su Man looked like a child who had done something wrong. Just as Li Fengmian was about to ask why, the black-dressed girl in his sea of consciousness interrupted him directly, saying, just ask her if she won. Li Fengmian shot a glare at the black-dressed girl, then turned to Su Man sitting beside him and asked, did you win? Su Man's eyes lit up and she raised her head happily, saying, humph, your senior sister is very formidable. Of course I won. Li Fengmian looked at Su Man, whose smile was beautiful, and gave her a thumbs up. Senior sister is mighty. Senior sister is amazing. Senior sister, who did you fight? Today I challenged the knight ranked on the outer court dragon and phoenix list. Now I'm the knight strongest in the outer court. Su Man straightened her back and said proudly. Li Fengmian, looking at her impressive figure, felt a sudden stir of emotion. Su Man also noticed Li Fengmian's intense gaze and her face flushed crimson. From then on, Li Fengmian made sporadic small talk with Su Man. Senior sister, your cooking is delicious. I haven't had such wonderful food in a long time. How blissful it would be to enjoy a meal like this after every training session. Li Fengmian ate voraciously, speaking to break the awkwardness. Since you like it, I can cook for you every day. Su Man responded happily to Li Fengmian. How blissful it would be to enjoy a meal like this after every training session. Suddenly the black-dressed girl's sarcastic voice echoed in Li Fengmian's ear again. Hey, are you crazy? Can you stop eavesdropping on people's conversations? Li Fengmian, full of embarrassment, transmitted his words helplessly to the black-dressed girl. You think I want to? The black-dressed girl rolled her eyes at Li Fengmian and continued to lie leisurely on her recliner, closing her eyes to rest. Su Man noticed Li Fengmian's strange expression and thought she had said something wrong. Junior brotherly eye. Alright, senior sister, it's settled then. Li Fengmian smiled warmly at Su Man. But won't this interfere with your training, senior sister? Not at all, not at all. Junior brotherly, I'm already happy that you enjoy my cooking. I'll bring you meals every day. Su Man smiled naively. Li Fengmian suddenly realized how he had inexplicably grown so close to this senior sister. He had thought her foolish and was reluctant to engage, yet now they had become so intimate. Li Fengmian shook his head, deciding to let nature take its course. This too was the path he must walk. After Li Fengmian finished eating, Su Man cleared the dishes, then hesitantly pulled out a cultivation manual. Junior brotherly, take this. The manual you got today is incomplete. Li Fengmian was about to say something but ultimately took the manual from Su Manman's hands. It was the very one she had borrowed today. A warmth filled Li Fengmian's heart. Over the years enduring hardships with old Su, no one had cared for him like this except for old Su. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fengmian was moved. Suddenly a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth and he began to collapse. Su Manman instantly flashed to his side and caught him. Junior brother Li, what's wrong? Su Manman asked urgently. I don't know. Could it be from practicing that manual this afternoon? Li Fengmian said thoughtfully. Su Manman grabbed Li Fengmian's hand and began taking his pulse. Junior brother Li, your spiritual energy is blocked in your meridians. Find a place to sit quickly, I'll help clear it. Su Manman helped Li Fengmian to the couch and began channeling her energy to unblock his meridians. After a long while, Li Fengmian gradually regained his senses. Li Fengmian found himself full of vitality. He looked up at the window and saw it was very late. Looking down, he saw Su Manman sleeping soundly beside him. Noticing the sweat on Su Manman's forehead, he was about to reach out and wipe it away when the token given by the elder in his storage pouch suddenly vibrated. Li Fengmian quickly got off the couch, covered Su Manman with a blanket and quietly left the room. He took out the token on which was written "Come to the back mountain immediately." Li Fengmian activated the courtyard's barrier, secured it to ensure Su Manman's safety, then rushed toward the back mountain under the cover of night. Li Fengmian, watch out for the tree. The black-dressed girl suddenly warned. Li Fengmian's heart raced with tension, and upon hearing her words he quickly looked toward the branches behind him. Li Fengmian saw a man in a black night suit standing on a branch. Startled, he wondered how such a thin branch could support a person's weight. Li Fengmian couldn't help but think the man must be a formidable expert. You've arrived. The black-clad man suddenly spoke. Senior, I, Li Fengmian, have come as summoned. Li Fengmian cupped his hands respectfully, fearing the man might strike him down in this desolate wilderness. Not bad. You have quite a handsome face. The black-clad man said coldly. Why pick a handsome disciple? He won't last long. Enough. Go drag that corpse under the tree to the back mountain and bury it. Li Fengmian was utterly bewildered by the words except for the handsome part, which he heard clearly. He silently praised, brother, you have good taste. What are you spacing out for? Bury the corpse and leave quickly. The black-clad man said angrily. Bury a corpse? No way. He kills and I bury the body, that would make me an accomplice. I knew this body burying job was no good. I need to find a way out quickly. Li Fengmian complained to the black-dressed girl. So Li Fengmian timidly approached the tree. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find a male corpse hidden in the darkness. Suppressing his fear, Li Fengmian looked more carefully and saw that the corpse was hideously emaciated, nothing but skin and bones. From now on you need to drag corpses from the Red Pavilion Peak's backyard to here and bury them. As for when the token will notify you, you'd better come whenever called. The black-clad man was about to leave. Oh, and sometimes you'll need to bring male disciples to Red Pavilion Peak. Don't worry, they'll arrange things. Just follow orders. Also don't dress so handsomely or you might end up like him. With that, the black-clad man vanished into the night. Damn it, you think he'll just do whatever you say? Li Fengmian cursed angrily. Oh. Is that so? Then you can go die. The black-clad man moved to strike. No, brother, I was joking. Li Fengmian quickly shouted. You'd better be. With that, the black-clad man disappeared into the night again. What's face worth anyway? Better get to work and focus on cultivation to escape this plight of bowing to every senior. Li Fengmian resentfully dragged the corpse aside. Finding no suitable tool to dig a grave, he pulled out his scrap iron sword, lamenting inwardly, others wield swords to roam the world and uphold justice, I use mine to clean up messes and bury bodies. How fitting. I truly am a corpse grave man. Li Fengmian labored with his iron sword to dig a pit, unable to stop himself from pondering as he dug, why would the sect require someone to bury corpses? A male disciple. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Li Fengmian took advantage of the thick fog to slip back into the courtyard. Just as Li Fengmian reached the courtyard gate, Su Manman opened the door from inside. Catching sight of his mud-covered figure, she glanced warily around before yanking him into the yard. Su Manman quickly shut the gate, her anxious gaze sweeping over Li Fengmian. Senior sister, I'm fine. This morning I deliberately went to the herb garden at the back mountain to dig up a spiritual herb said to have the power to unblock meridians. Li Fengmian pulled a prepared spiritual herb from his storage pouch. You're lying. You reek of corpse stench. I have a fox divine physique, I'm highly sensitive to such odors. Su Manman seized Li Fengmian's hand, discovering it covered in blisters. Li Fengmian was startled, he hadn't expected Su Manman to also possess a 1 in 10,000 divine physique. Weren't such physiques supposed to be rare? How could one be right beside him? Wasn't this unfair? What about the so-called protagonist's halo? Isn't a dog's nose supposed to be the keenest? Could a fox's nose work just as well? They made you bury corpses. Su Man asked, directly cutting through Li Fengmian's thoughts. Li Fengmian was dumbfounded. Su Man even knew about this and he had been keeping it hidden. If only he had told her earlier, he wouldn't have had to meet the black-clad figure in such fear. Seeing that Su Man had guessed the truth, Li Fengmian made no further attempt to conceal it, yet he refused to admit it aloud. Su Man stared at the silent Li Fengmian, understanding everything. Furious, she clenched her fists. Bastard. Wang Bo, I won't let you off. Watching the enraged Su Man, Li Fengmian found it ironic that such venomous words could come from her lips. Why couldn't she just utter a polite curse like damn it in proper Mandarin? Senior sister, you seem quite familiar with this corpse barrier. Can you tell me about it? Li Fengmian, seeing her fury, realized he was likely in serious trouble, a considerable one at that. Junior, brotherly rest for now. You must be hungry after a night's work. Don't overthink it, it'll make you breakfast and we can talk as we eat. Without waiting for Li Fengmian's agreement, Su Man rose and left his courtyard. Li Fengmian watched her retreating figure, suddenly wondering if this senior sister had grown smarter. Her words and actions had become decisive. Her demeanor had turned resolute. As Su Man departed, Li Fengmian felt an inexplicable restlessness. When he first received the token, he thought it was nothing serious, until last night when he saw the countless graves scattered across the back mountain. These corpses all shared one trait: they were all male disciples. It seemed the Joyous Union Sect was not as safe as it appeared on the surface. Hidden dangers lurked everywhere. Don't dwell on it. Focus on cultivation and find a way to escape. The voice of the black-dressed girl echoed in Li Fengmian's ears. Li Fengmian sat cross-legged on a cushion, then entered a meditative state to access his sea of consciousness. This time he slipped into it with ease. He saw the black-dressed girl sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed in repose. Hey. Help me. I can't help. And am not. Hey, my name is Schwellinger. The girl opened her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Li Fengmian found himself unable to look away. Ugly pervert. Schwellinger stood up, looking at Li Fengmian with disdain. Schwellinger. That's an awful name. From now on I'll call you Linger. Li Fengmian thought Schwellinger wasn't as pleasant as Linger. The white cat he once raised in the city lord's mansion was also named Linger. Whatever. Schwellinger replied dismissively. Her nickname was indeed Linger and she liked being called that. If you don't want to die, focus on cultivation. I need a massive supply of spiritual energy right now. If it's insufficient, I might fall back into slumber. Schwellinger shouted loudly. She had awakened 2 days ago and required a great deal of spiritual energy, but Li Fengmian had only just begun absorbing it. Li Fengmian felt somewhat helpless, so he simply swallowed the marrow cleansing pill the old man had given him, withdrew his thoughts and began to breathe and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With Li Fengmian at the center, streams of spiritual energy surged from the surrounding air into his body. After half an hour, Li Fengmian slowly opened his eyes, feeling that the fatigue from the previous night had vanished completely, replaced by a sense of boundless energy with no outlet. Sensing someone outside the door, Li Fengmian dispelled the barrier. Su Man entered the courtyard carrying a food box, followed by her cousin Wang Yuyan. They stepped into Li Fengmian's yard one after the other. Marrow cleansing realm. Wang Yuyan exclaimed, staring at Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian quickly turned to look behind him. What marrow cleansing realm? Wang Yuyan rolled her eyes at Li Fengmian in exasperation and followed Su Man into his room. Junior brother Li, you've broken through to the marrow cleansing realm. So fast, you only sought out a cultivation method yesterday. Su Man said, equally astonished. Li Fengmian found it hard to believe he had truly entered the marrow cleansing realm. So this feeling of lightness and inexhaustible strength meant he had broken through. What a prodigy. Wang Yuyan muttered as she opened the food box and laid out the dishes. I haven't tasted Man's cooking in ages, I'm starving. Wang Yuyan ladled herself a bowl of porridge and began devouring it ravenously. Senior sister, aren't martial artists immune to hunger? Li Fengmian asked Su Man, who was filling his bowl. Who said that? Only those who've mastered Inidia are immune, but who bothers to fast every day? Wang Yuyan replied between mouthfuls. Li Fengmian took the porridge from Su Man and also began eating voraciously. He and Wang Yuyan competed fiercely for every dish on the table. Su Man watched them with a silly grin. What are you laughing at? Eat up. Li Fengmian, seeing that both he and Wang Yuyan had bowls overflowing with food, placed a chicken leg from his own bowl onto Su Man's. Li Fengmian looked at Wang Yuyan before him. Her delicate features rivaled Su Man's in beauty, but her table manners were truly indescribable. After everyone finished eating, Su Man quietly cleared the dishes and the three sat down around the table. Wang Yuyan produced a box from her storage pouch and a barrier spread out to envelop them. Junior brother Li, why did you join the Joyous Union Sect? Wang Yuyan stared at Li Fengmian as if interrogating a criminal. Senior sister, what if I said I was tricked into coming? Would you believe me? Fengmian replied helplessly. Man said they made you the corpse barrier. She begged me to find a way to take you away. I came to hear your thoughts, Wan Yuyan said, her tone softening. Senior sister Wan, yes. Is there some significance to this corpse barrier role? Though Fengmian sensed the danger, he had yet to grasp the full peril of the position. A corpse barrier buries bodies. You experienced that last night. But the key issue is that these corpses were killed by the sect's core disciples. Wan Yuyan spoke with a heavy heart. On the surface, the Joyous Union Sect seems no different from other sects, but in truth it's a graveyard for some male disciples. The sect has 9 core disciples, all female. The cultivation method they practice requires absorbing male vital essence. They drain male disciples to death during intercourse. Everyone has qi, the foundation of life and martial cultivation. Once damaged, it's nearly impossible to repair. When vital essence is completely drained, the body turns into a dried husk. Fengmian suddenly recalled the male corpse he had buried the previous night and couldn't help but shudder. He thought, if you must absorb, at least take less, don't drain them to death. This makes things very difficult for me. This puts me in a real bind. Senior sister Wang, since this cultivation art is so sinister, why does the sect still allow disciples to practice it? Fengmian found it puzzling that a technique requiring the absorption of others' qi would be permitted by the sect. Rapid advancement. By absorbing others' qi to supplement one's own, one can also steal their fortune. Wan Yuyan looked at Fengmian with a grave expression. Senior sister, you too haven't been practicing such arts, have you? Fengmian feigned fear. Only core disciples can cultivate them, and only after reaching the meridian unblocking realm. Wan Yuyan shot Fengmian a glare, then cast a meaningful glance at Su Man. Then senior sister, will you and senior sister Man become core disciples? Fengmian looked at the two before him. Enough, let's drop this. We need to deal with your situation first. Wan Yuyan interrupted him. Man, tell him about the origins of the core disciples, Wan Yuyan said to Su Man. 1,000 years ago, a mysterious woman appeared in the fallen god continent. Her strength was astonishing and she possessed countless heavenly treasures. The woman came to the Qin prefecture. To await someone, she established a sect there. Due to her beauty, powerful figures from all directions came to propose marriage. She rejected them all and thus was ambushed and poisoned with a toxin akin to the bliss-inducing powder. To preserve her purity, she suppressed the poison with her cultivation, sustaining severe injuries and leaving behind a chronic ailment. When news of her grave injuries spread, enemies converged from all sides. Even the Grand Marshal of the demon race came personally for her treasures. Ultimately, the sect was forced to retreat, but not before grievously wounding countless experts of the continent. Later, the woman used a divine artifact to open the space, moving the sect into this small world. However, every full moon she could not suppress the fire in her heart and required 10 maidens to transfer Yin energy to her. Thus the sect established core disciples and renamed itself the Joyous Union Sect. These 9 core disciples were meant to help the sect master dispel her heart fire. But it is said that 100 years ago the founding ancestor went into seclusion and never reappeared. Some say she has already fallen, as cultivators below the nascent soul realm rarely have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Therefore, the 9 core disciples were still appointed for appearances, but their purpose diverged from the original. The sect split into 2 factions. One adhered to the ancestors' teachings, cultivating through their own efforts. The other sought shortcuts, absorbing others' qi through dual cultivation to advance. Over 1,000 years the sect integrated both paths, allowing disciples to choose. However, the 9 inner disciples cultivated the most domineering dual cultivation arts, which could easily prove fatal to their partners. Moreover, the inner disciples' cultivation method is too rapid, causing them to absorb impure spiritual energy that accumulates within them. Thus they must periodically engage in dual cultivation with male disciples to release it. To maintain appearances and prevent the outside world from learning of our founding ancestors' fall, the sect tacitly permits the existence of the 9 core disciples. Senior sister, you know so much. Fengmian was astonished as he looked at Su Man. Someone who had to write down instructions for welcoming new disciples could remember so many things. Fengmian muttered inwardly, these should be the sect's most guarded secrets. How could 2 ordinary outer disciples know them? Your senior sister Su truly cares for you. She memorized all of this just now. Wan Yuyan toyed with a teacup in her hand, speaking mockingly. Fengmian exchanged an awkward glance with Su Man, who blushed and lowered her head. A gravedigger, they said. One day those enchantresses might not be able to suppress their wicked fire and drag you into bed. Wan Yuyan emphasized the word enchantresses. It sent a shiver down Fengmian's spine. He couldn't tell if he felt excitement or fear, but it was certainly unsettling. But finding someone willing to clean up their mess and keep quiet isn't easy. They won't drain you dry so readily. This year marks the quinquennial sect Genius War. The sect will arrange for the top 100 disciples to venture outside for training. But you must reach at least the late stage of the meditation realm to have a chance at the top 100. Once we leave the sect's small world, it'll find a way to help you evade the elders' surveillance and escape. Wang Yuyan said to Li Fengmian with a serious tone. You'll team up with us then and we'll do our best to help you break into the top 100. But more importantly, you need to survive among those enchantresses. If you're still alive by the end of the year, I promised Man I'd take you to the southern prefecture. Our families there are powerful enough to protect you. Only by leaving the sect's small world can you have a chance to escape. After speaking, Wang Yuyan put away the small box rose and walked straight out of Li Fengmian's courtyard. Junior brother Li, don't worry. Senior sister Wang and I will do our best to help you, Su Man comforted him. Junior brother Li, focus on your cultivation. Su Man then picked up the food container and left the courtyard as well. Li Fengmian sat alone at the table, frowning and forcing bitter smiles, still processing the words of Wang Yuyan and Su Man. Li Fengmian. Get your ass to cultivation now. What's there to fear? Just fight when the time comes. I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Shui Linger's voice rang in his ears. Linger, why do you think they're helping me? Because senior sister Su might like me. I can see she just cares without much else involved. Li Fengmian said thoughtfully. Why worry so much? Even if they want to use you, you're not even worthy of that yet. Just focus on cultivating. Shui Linger's mocking words stirred a sense of irritation in Li Fengmian. Afterward, Li Fengmian sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. It took him the time it burns an incense stick to calm his mind. He cultivated until dusk when Su Man brought dinner. After eating, he resumed his practice. Late into the night, as Li Fengmian sat on the bed cultivating, his token lit up again. He took it out and saw the words Red Pavilion Peak Courtyard 1. Damn it, can't you give it a rest for one day? You have your fun, you die your deaths, but I'm the one who suffers. Red Pavilion Peak was located behind Seeker's Peak, connected only by a wooden bridge. It was a very small peak with about a dozen courtyards built on its gentler slopes. The moon was bright that night. Li Fengmian walked by its light for nearly an hour to reach Red Pavilion Peak. He thought to himself that he really needed to hasten his cultivation. If he could fly, this would be a matter of minutes. This was Li Fengmian's first time at the core disciples' residence. He didn't know which was Courtyard 1, so he headed toward what looked like the largest courtyard. Only at the gate did Li Fengmian see the sign reading Courtyard 1. He knocked gently but found the door unlocked. He pushed the door open and entered, discovering the courtyard was a dozen times larger than his own, with side chambers on both sides. It was filled with lush flowers and plants exquisitely beautiful. Suddenly Li Fengmian looked up and saw a woman in white sitting on the eaves, startling him. The woman wore a white dress that fluttered in the night breeze under the moonlight. The cold moonlight filtered through her thin translucent gown, casting a glow on her fair skin. From a distance, Li Fengmian saw she appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking features and a full, tempting figure. Her tight white dress accentuated her curves. Her long hair was tied up and her seductive eyes stared at him like prey. Li Fengmian swallowed hard, his heart racing, a mix of fear and agitation. He wanted to look but feared she might kill him. He quickly made up his mind. What was there to fear? He had only one life to live, and if she wanted it, so be it. So he puffed out his chest and looked at the woman on the rooftop without a hint of fear. The woman suddenly noticed the jade pendant at Li Fengmian's waist. She was slightly shocked but steadied herself. She picked up a wine flask, poured a cup and gently pushed it toward him. Li Fengmian caught it steadily. Little brother, sorry for the trouble tonight, the woman spoke, her voice soft and alluring, nearly making Li Fengmian lose his composure. Li Fengmian quickly steadied his Dao heart. He glanced at the withered male corpse beneath the eaves and stared at the wine in his hand, hesitant to drink. The woman seemed to understand his hesitation. She picked up the flask, tilted her head back and began to drink. The wine spilling from the corner of her mouth glistened like translucent pearls in the moonlight, trickling down her chin into the valley of her figure. Li Fengmian steeled himself, raised the cup and downed it in one gulp. He thought, if I die, I die. Dying beneath a bowtie skirt is a romantic way to go. My name is Lu Ruyan. You can call me Sister Ruyan like everyone else does. Li Fengmian muttered to himself upon hearing her words. Oh, so it's the Empress Ruyan. I thought it was someone else. I've heard so much about you. They say Empress Ruyan comes in all kinds, good, bad, dark and pink, but never ugly. Truly, the legends are real. Really, she even shares the name of my future wife. Sister Ruyan, shall I take the corpse down now? Li Fengmian placed his wine glass on the stone table beside him and clasped his hands in salute. Having said that, Li Fengmian walked over to the corpse, momentarily uncertain how to transport it out. Could he simply drag it away? In the end, he crouched down, hoisted the desiccated body onto his shoulder and quietly left the courtyard. Li Fengmian carried the corpse across the wooden bridge connecting Red Summit Peak and Seeker Peak, then headed toward the back mountain of Seeker Peak. This place was a restricted area of the sect, and due to its sparse spiritual energy hardly any disciples were willing to come here. Fengmian tossed the corpse onto the ground and addressed it, "Brother, my apologies. I was left with no choice. May you rest in peace. On the 7th day of the 7th month next year I'll burn some paper money for you. But don't feel too bad about it. Dying beneath her skirt, that's a story you can brag about all the way to your next life." After muttering to himself, Fengmian pulled out a shovel he had asked Su Man to prepare and began digging a pit beside the corpse. Fengmian intended to finish hastily digging rapidly, yet he failed to notice the red mist seeping into the air or the slight twitch of the corpse's fingers. Once the pit was dug, Fengmian placed the corpse inside and carefully straightened the man's clothes, muttering, "Ah, brother, safe travels. I wonder when my turn will come." With that, Fengmian rose from the pit and covered the corpse with earth. Just as he was about to leave, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the branches above his head. "My little lover, why such haste? We haven't yet consummated our wedding night," the voice said with a plaintive tone. Fengmian looked up sharply and saw a woman in red perched on the branches above, appearing as if from nowhere. Fengmian thought he had seen a female ghost and leaped a full zhang away, but the woman slowly descended from the tree, her red robes swirling as she landed gently on the ground. "Wait, if this is a female ghost, then I must truly thank nature's bounty." Once the woman stood still, Fengmian could make her out in the moonlight. Before him stood a woman of dignified grace, gentle temperament, and exquisite beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting. "Young master, this humble one has arrived late," the woman spoke, her voice delicate and sweet. "Now let us hasten to the bridal chamber so you may soon reunite with your brother." The woman drifted slowly toward Fengmian, terrifying him so much that his legs trembled and refused to move. "Sister, are you perhaps in need of a dual cultivation partner to quench your fire?" Thanks to Linger's reminder, Fengmian realized she was no ghost and quickly tried to divert her attention. The woman in red suddenly stopped, staring at him with a smile like a predator eyeing its prey. "Sister, I am merely the new corpse barrier, unworthy of dual cultivation with you. Let me find someone else for you," Fengmian said, hoping to use this pretext to steady her and make his escape. After all, if the corpse sellers died, it would cut off their sustenance. "New corpse barrier," the woman murmured to herself, then muttered, "So he has no background. Excellent." Suddenly the woman in red charged at Fengmian with reckless abandon like a vengeful specter. Fengmian stared at the beauty lunging toward him, his treacherous legs refusing to let him flee as he stood dumbfounded before the woman in red. "Run!" Linger's voice exploded in Fengmian's ear, snapping him back to his senses. Seeing the woman in red hurtling toward him, he spun around and bolted down the mountain. "She's likely on the brink of madness now. If she catches you, your survival is almost impossible." Linger guided him on how to escape, speaking rapidly. "I've just awakened and can't help you this time. Both our lives are in your hands now." Fengmian kept his eyes fixed on the treacherous terrain beneath his feet as he raced downhill. It was his fastest route, while the woman seemed to float. Yet for some reason the woman in red never managed to catch up. By all logic, her cultivation had likely reached the mid or even late meridian unblocking stage, but she remained a constant distance behind Fengmian. "Fengmian, I suspect they can't unleash their full power right now," Linger told him. "She's probably only at around the 5th level of the observation realm. But even I, who just entered the marrow cleansing stage, can't possibly defeat her." Fengmian panted heavily, grateful that he had reached the marrow cleansing stage today, his spiritual energy flowing abundantly. "I'll teach you the observation realm. Break through to it now, and with my guidance we might stand a chance." Linger paced anxiously in his sea of consciousness, racking her brains. "Tell me quickly, let's see if I can do it." Fengmian wove through the forest, constantly glancing back at the woman in red who pursued him relentlessly. "You need to channel spiritual energy to converge into the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, then break through the barriers to connect them. That's how you enter the observation realm," Linger said rapidly. Fengmian immediately tried her method but found he couldn't calm down. He could barely sense the spiritual energy flowing within him, let alone channel the world's spiritual energy. "It's no use. My heart is pounding too hard, I can't settle my mind. I can't grasp the spiritual energy. What do I do?" "Keep trying. This is our last chance," Linger said resolutely. "Fengmian, take deep breaths. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes. I'll guide your way. Trust yourself." Hearing Linger's comforting words, Fengmian felt an urgent need to break through. It was his only chance to live. He thought that death was inevitable either way, so there was nothing to fear. Gradually Fengmian began to ease his tension, regulating his breathing until it became steady and rhythmic. Suddenly, as he ran, he found himself at the edge of a cliff. Staring into the bottomless abyss, Linger's heart sank completely. "Fengmian, stop." Hearing Linger's command, Fengmian halted, instantly standing at the cliff's edge with his eyes closed, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly Fengmian felt a surge of wind rising from beneath his feet, an intense wave of worldly spiritual energy. At that moment the woman in red caught up, her hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, looking every bit a female fiend. The woman in red kept muttering, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Seeing this, Schwelinger resolved to fight with all she had. Li Fengmian sit down and meditate. Prepare to break through. I'll hold her off. But your soul is too weak. Li Fengmian worried. This is our only option now. After this I may fall into slumber. Later you must find treasures rich in worldly spiritual energy to nourish my soul and I can awaken again. Schwelinger spoke as if uttering her last words. Li Fengmian's heart was filled with regret for not starting his cultivation earlier, for his insufficient power, for his incompetence, always letting others shield him from harm. Li Fengmian, this is the only way for both of us to survive. Calm your mind and focus on breaking through. With that, Schwelinger's soul separated from Li Fengmian's body. Schwelinger stood before Li Fengmian, blocking the woman in red. The woman in red was filled with vigilance towards the black-dressed girl who had suddenly appeared. She watched as the girl slowly drifted toward Li Fengmian. Take one more step and you die. Schwelinger knew she was no match for her opponent, but she had to project an imposing presence. The woman in red was momentarily daunted, then inquired, "I need him now. Are you certain you want to protect him? He is my master and I will shield him with my life." With a wave of her hand, Schwelinger condensed a sword from Sword Aura. In terms of presence, Schwelinger held the upper hand, but she knew that if a fight broke out she could not withstand even a single blow from her opponent. She was merely using her spiritual energy to create an impressive facade, intimidating the woman to buy time for Li Fengmian. The woman in red wavered, then finally spoke slowly, "Then I only need to borrow a bit of his young energy, not take his life. Is that acceptable?" Schwelinger looked at the woman in red deliberately, not replying, pretending to ponder. After the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, she finally spoke slowly, "How can I trust you? You're toying with me. You're buying time." The woman in red suddenly bristled, feeling deceived. She burst forth with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, lunging to obliterate Schwelinger's soul body. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Perish. Although the woman in red was poisoned and her cultivation had dropped when she unleashed the full force of her peak illumination realm power, Schwelinger realized that all her efforts had been in vain. The woman in red tore Schwelinger's soul apart with one move. Li Fengmian felt a stabbing pain in his heart and abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant he felt all his meridians unblocked. He had successfully entered the illumination realm. Just as Li Fengmian was about to share this joyful news with Schwelinger, he saw her soul being torn apart before his very eyes by the maiden in red. Just as Li Fengmian prepared to rise and fight the woman to the death, a feeble voice echoed in his consciousness, "Li Fengmian, jump. She's at the peak of the illumination realm, we can't defeat her. Jump into the river." Li Fengmian turned and realized that behind him was a bottomless cliff. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he was about to step forward. "Damn it, I don't dare to jump. My legs won't obey. Close your eyes and fall backward. I'll protect you." Schwelinger's weak voice came again. Li Fengmian shut his eyes and leaped off the cliff, shouting, "If I survive this, I swear I'll kill her." The maiden in red watched the soul body shatter, its fluorescent light scattering around her. She steadied herself only to realize that her prey had jumped off the cliff. The woman in red rushed to the edge of the cliff, listening to the roaring river below, and fumed, "You'd better not survive or I'll drain you dry." As she finished speaking, the woman in red suddenly collapsed backward. She quickly pulled a token from her sleeve and crushed it. Under the moonlight, the woman in red lay at the cliff's edge. Her face was grotesquely disfigured, veins bulging and black lines crawling over half of her face, a truly horrifying sight. Before long, several figures flew over from Red Peak Pavilion, landing beside the woman in red. As the figures landed, the leaders were two middle-aged women followed by 5 young women. A woman in white stepped out from behind the two middle-aged women as if she had stepped out of a painting. She was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan quickly approached the woman in red and took her pulse. "Two masters, she has fallen into demonic cultivation and urgently needs a man's vital essence." The two middle-aged women walked to the cliff's edge and, seeing the footprints on the ground, understood that the woman's prey had jumped off the cliff. Having failed to obtain the man's vital essence in time, the woman in red collapsed unconscious. "Take her back. Investigate the missing man's background. If he has no significant connections, no need to report it." One of the middle-aged women addressed Lu Ruyan and the others. "Master, he was likely a corpse barrier. This area is a restricted sect zone only accessible to corpse barriers, and today he..." Lu Ruyan began but was cut off by the middle-aged woman. "This sect is no longer what it was 100 years ago. It's a den of mixed breeds now. How many times must we say it? Do not lay hands on the corpse barriers. That's cutting off our own supply. Forget it. Since he's just a nameless corpse barrier, let's pretend nothing happened. Have the outer courtyard find a replacement. When Hongluan wakes up, send her to the ancestral hall for self-reflection. Also have the outer courtyard assign an ordinary disciple to this waste." With that, the middle-aged woman and her companion flew away. You two take her back and handle the tasks the masters just assigned. Lu Ruyan ordered the remaining 4 women. Oh my, isn't this our junior sister Hongwon? Tsk tisk, the prey would rather jump off a cliff than fall for your charms, ha. A woman in silk burst into loud laughter, utterly indifferent to everyone's feelings. Ah. It's almost dawn and we're dealing with this. Forget it, I'm going back to sleep. A woman with a porcelain doll-like face yawned, speaking as if still half asleep, and turned to leave. You two are the talkative ones. Get this done or you're not going back to sleep. Lu Ruyan shot a glance at the 2 women who had spoken. Sister Ruyan. The porcelain-faced woman was about to complain, but a glare from Lu Ruyan silenced her. The 2 reluctantly picked up the woman on the ground and left. You two can go rest too. Lu Ruyan said to the other 2 women. One of them had an icy expression and held a sword, while the other wore a slit cheongsam and held a fan exuding an air of allure. Understood, senior sister Lu. With that, the 2 flew away and vanished. Lu Ruyan stood at the cliff's edge after everyone had left, gazing into the unfathomable abyss, and murmured, little one to escape from Hongwon on the brink of berserk, you are truly remarkable. I hope you can return alive. Lu Ruyan shook her head, thinking that if he could survive spending a night with him wouldn't be so bad. After all, he was a handsome young man. But a lad who had just entered the marrow-cleansing realm falling from such a height would surely be crushed to death. Moreover, the river's course was unknown. She had spent nearly 10 years in this small world, exhausting all her efforts to reach her current position, yet she still knew little of its secrets. In these 10 years she had only learned that the old sect master had been in seclusion for centuries, rendering the role of core disciples nominal. If not for the lingering sense of the old master's presence, she would have thought he had already passed away. Now the sect was a chaotic mix of factions, a tangled web of power. If the sect master's aura were to vanish one day, the Joyful Union Sect would face utter annihilation. The old sect master's origins were mysterious, and any treasure he brought forth could stir a bloodbath across the continent. Were it not for the world's fear of his power, the sect would have long been plundered. The silvery moonlight spilled onto Lu Ruyan's white dress as she stood at the cliff's edge facing the cold evening breeze. The moment Fengmian leaped off the cliff, his heart was eerily calm, as if it had ceased to beat. As his body plummeted, Fengmian opened his eyes in terror, only to find a thin mist veiling his vision. When Fengmian blinked through the mist, a jagged rock suddenly jutted out from the cliff face, rushing straight toward him. In that critical moment, Fengmian twisted his body, letting the protruding rock graze past his face. Just as he rejoiced in his narrow escape, his knee slammed into a rock, throwing him off balance. He tumbled wildly through the air until an inexplicable force steadied him, sending him plunging straight into the river below. As he was about to crash into the water, a spectral figure suddenly appeared, wrapping its arms around him and flipping him over with a surge of strength. With a splash, Fengmian and the spirit plunged into the river. He tried to open his eyes to see the figure, but found them sealed shut. Fengmian live. An Shuelinger's voice echoed in his ears. In the dead of night he slowly awoke in the biting wind, finding himself lying on a shoal by the riverbank. Fengmian tried to rise, only to realize his legs were numb. He turned his head and saw one leg horribly twisted. Gritting his teeth, he crawled to the cliffside, propping himself against the rock. After a moment of rest, he tore open the deformed pant leg, revealing skin pale from the river's chill below the knee. Fengmian stared at his leg from the knee down. It felt alien, as if it had never belonged to him. After fumbling for a long while, he found himself at a loss, panting heavily. Suddenly a memory struck him. He quickly withdrew his divine sense into a sea of consciousness, only to find Shuelinger gone, replaced by a single egg encased in ice. Fengmian approached the frozen egg. Though it lay within his mind, he could still feel its biting cold. Seeing Shuelinger curled up inside, a wave of agony and self-reproach washed over him. He reflected on the past days. Ever since Chen Luoluo had taken him from Guancheng, everything had accelerated, leaving him no time to think. Withdrawing his divine sense, Fengmian surveyed his surroundings. All he saw was the river vanishing into the distance and the towering cliffs. Spotting a withered branch nearby, he crawled over, picked it up, and tore some vines from the cliff to fashion a crude splint for his broken leg. After finishing, he was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and slumped against the cliff wall. A gurgle broke the silence. Leaning against the rock, Fengmian opened his weary eyes. He was hungry. He reached for the storage pouch at his waist, remembering he had a few sweet potatoes inside. But after patting around, he found it gone. It had disappeared without his notice. The food in his ring had long been devoured by him and old Su, leaving them no choice but to beg. Parched and famished, Fengmian crawled to the river, gulping down water. Yet the more he drank, the hungrier he grew. He gazed into the crystal-clear water, finding no sign of life, and felt a pang of despair. Turning his head, he spotted weeds clinging to the cliffside. He scrambled back and pulled himself up against the wall. Ripping off the plants, he stuffed them into his mouth without a second thought, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Suddenly memories flooded back. Old Zus roasted sweet potatoes, Su Manman's cooking in his father's dying moments. Fengmian's gaze hardened with resolve. But as he ate, he began to retch violently. So he forced himself to chew slowly, savoring each blade of grass, waiting for his stomach to adapt. Leaning against the cliff, he drifted into a deep sleep. He didn't wake until the cold dawn wind stirred. Feeling a flicker of strength, he knew he couldn't just sit there. He rose, leaning on the cliff, and began to hobble upstream along the river. Under the moonlight he walked and rested, losing track of time and distance. As dawn broke, the canyon was thick with fog. Through the haze, Fengmian glimpsed a wide platform in the distance. Clutching at this lifeline, he limped forward until he could see clearly. By the river lay a flat expanse 15 meters long and 10 meters wide, overgrown with weeds and debris as if untouched for years. Near the water, 2 ground lamps flickered with a faint glow. Overjoyed, Fengmian rushed to them, only to find they held not flames but 2 night pearls dimmed by a thick layer of dust. He pocketed the pearls, reasoning this must have been a ritual site or gathering place. There had to be a way out. Clutching a pearl in his stick, he began inspecting the area. As he approached the cliff, he noticed a section veiled by vines that seemed to conceal an entrance. He stepped forward and began clearing the foliage. Behind the vines was a collapsed gate, its middle split by a narrow gap as if 2 cliff faces had squeezed together, sealing the original passage. After clearing the entrance, Fengmian saw it was narrow but passable if he turned sideways. Where it led, however, remained a mystery. He sat on the rubble of the fallen stone gate, deciding to wait for daylight before investigating further. When the mist finally lifted, he stood up and hobbled around, only to discover there was no path ahead. Resolute, he returned to the stone gate and squeezed through the crevice bit by bit. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he saw an open space ahead. Emerging from the gap, he found himself in a stone cavern 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, sloping gently downward. Holding the night pearl, Fengmian walked on for nearly an hour as the path grew steeper. His walking stick became less and less useful. Just as despair set in, a faint light flickered at the far end of the cave. Like a drowning man grasping at a straw, he limped toward it. The light swelled from a fist-sized dot to fill the entire opening. Once his eyes adjusted to the glare, Fengmian realized this was a hidden world. It was like an underground realm, tens of meters high, thousands wide, with a ruined palace standing majestically in the distance. A surge of elation swept over Fengmian. After all, he had jumped off a cliff. How could he not stumble upon a stroke of fortune? A colossal cavern unfolded before Fengmian's eyes. At its deepest end, across a river, stood a dilapidated palace. Fengmian was stunned by the sight before him. Though the distant palace had long fallen into ruin, its grandeur bore witness to its former magnificence. Fengmian walked along the broad marble flagstone path to the palace. Lifting his head to look at the plaque above the entrance, 3 large characters blazed before his eyes: Taiji Hall. Fengmian pushed open the broken hall doors and peered inside. 72 pillars stood on either side, carved with dragons and phoenixes. He looked up toward the center of the great hall, where a skeleton sat upon a dragon throne. The skeleton sat upright, exuding a regal aura of slaughter that sent chills down Fengmian's spine as if it might come to life at any moment. Gazing at the imposing palace, Fengmian was momentarily dumbfounded. How could such a colossal palace be hidden within this enormous cave? Fengmian recalled that Su Manman had once said this space was cleaved open 1,000 years ago by the ancestor of the Joyful Union Sect using a celestial treasure. But how could such a massive palace be concealed in this cave beneath the cliff? Puzzled beyond comprehension, Fengmian decided to stop dwelling on it. Withdrawing his wandering gaze, he fixed his eyes firmly on the skeleton upon the dragon throne. What kind of past could have driven a monarch to build a palace in this cave and crown himself emperor? Fengmian couldn't help but marvel. What kind of emperor was this, a defeated general, a prince with no hope of restoring his kingdom, who built himself a palace within this cave? Fengmian surveyed the hall. No other skeletons were visible, suggesting that years ago only the one on the throne had remained within. Leaning on his wooden staff, Fengmian wandered casually through the hall, hoping to find some clues about the place. Fengmian discovered that the ancient texts on the nearby bookshelves had crumbled beyond repair in the river of time. Not a single intact scroll could be found. As Fengmian rummaged through the shelves, he found a box buried beneath a pile of damaged scrolls. He brushed aside the scrolls and lifted the box. The iron box was made of bronze covered in verdigris. Fengmian noticed a seal upon it. He tried infusing it with spiritual energy and the box opened easily, leaving him puzzled by the simplicity of the restriction. Fengmian peered inside the box. It held 3 intact scrolls. He took them out and unrolled them to read. After a long while, Fengmian finished reading all the contents of the 3 scrolls. He organized his thoughts and finally grasped the full sequence of events. This was an ancient clan, the Yao clan, which had existed on the fallen god continent for over 10,000 years. Apart from the dragon and sword clans, it was the foremost family, immensely powerful. Before the Tang dynasty, the Yao clan had ruled the northern Qi court. In a war with the Great Tang 1,000 years ago, they were annihilated by a mysterious force. When the founding emperor of the Great Tang led his army to the northern Qi capital, the city was strewn with rotting corpses. The entire capital had become a city of death. Only the Northern Chi's imperial grandson, its foremost expert and the strongest on the fallen god continent at the time, escaped with a few retainers only to go mad shortly after. Thus he alone knew who had massacred the city, for he was the sole survivor to have seen the perpetrators' faces on that day. Though mad, he still clung to the dream of restoring his kingdom. His loyal retainers escorted him in flight, eventually reaching this place. While the Tang Empire was embroiled in succession disputes among princes, his retainers seized the opportunity, expending vast resources to build an underground imperial palace here. Here he ascended the throne he had so coveted. But his reign was short-lived. Within a decade he passed away. The era where he single-handedly dominated the elite came to an end, and a prodigy faded from the stage of history. In his final days before death, his mind cleared. He arranged all his affairs as if he had never been mad. He ordered his retainers to record the Yao clan's 10th Ascend-year history, truthfully chronicling everything that had happened except for the massacre of the Northern Chi capital. Then he dismissed all his retainers, sat upon the throne, and departed from this world. Then followed a few lines in a different handwriting: His Majesty, benevolent and virtuous, forbade us from accompanying him in death. But we have served him for years and were nurtured and favored by Northern Chi in our youth. We retrace our steps to join His Majesty on the journey to the underworld. Upon reading this, Li Fengmian couldn't help but sigh at the loyalty of these subjects, filled with immense admiration for them. Li Fengmian placed the ancient scrolls back into the box, then rose, leaning on his wooden staff. Fixing his gaze on the skeleton on the throne, its dragon robe barely discernible, he clasped his hands and bowed in respect. Though Li Fengmian had only recently embarked on the path of martial arts, he still held deep reverence for those who had once ruled an era of cultivators. Just as Li Fengmian bowed in tribute, a golden dragon suddenly burst forth from the skeleton on the throne, circling above the hall. Li Fengmian was momentarily panicked, but quickly steadied his mind. If the dragon wished to kill him, it could do so at any moment. So he stood still, scrutinizing the great dragon. Soon the dragon hovered directly above Li Fengmian. Its massive head loomed before him, and a single snort nearly knocked him off his feet. Gripping his wooden staff, Li Fengmian boldly met the dragon's gaze. Old Su had said, if you can't win, run. If you can't run, stand there, stare the opponent in the eye, and then poke their eyes. Looking at the colossal creature before him, Li Fengmian thought Old Su had taught him useless tricks instead of real skills. But Old Su was right: if you can't win and can't escape, then lock eyes and fight to the death. So Li Fengmian straightened his back, puffed out his chest, raised his wooden staff like a sword, and stared directly at the dragon before him. And how bold! The dragon saw that Li Fengmian, instead of fleeing, gazed back with unwavering resolve, as if ready to contend for supremacy. Seeing that the dragon didn't immediately attack but instead spoke to him, Li Fengmian said, "Senior, I am Li Fengmian. Pursued by enemies, I fell off a cliff and stumbled into your esteemed domain. I beg you to show mercy and let me leave." Li Fengmian lowered his staff and bowed respectfully to the golden dragon, though his heart pounded fiercely. "Who is pursuing you?" the dragon asked, eyeing him appraisingly. So Li Fengmian recounted the whole story, embellishing it as if the one who had thrown him off the cliff was the culprit. Though Li Fengmian had endured many hardships under Old Su, he had still picked up some of Old Zu's eloquence, making him no slouch in verbal exchanges. The golden dragon looked at Li Fengmian dubiously, wondering if the boy took him for a fool. It then glanced at Li Fengmian's injured leg. "It seems you have indeed suffered a great calamity," the dragon said, twisting in the air. "Senior golden dragon, every word I speak is true. If I lie, may heaven strike me down with thunder." Li Fengmian quickly swore, seeing the dragon's lingering doubt. The golden dragon stared at Li Fengmian in silence, as if pondering something. Seizing the moment, Li Fengmian asked softly, "Senior, may I leave now?" The dragon said nothing. After half an incense stick's time, it finally spoke slowly, "Aunt, this is no place for you. Today you may not be able to leave." Li Fengmian was startled. Was this the end? He considered summoning his divine body to fight, unwilling to be butchered without a struggle. But then he thought again, that was a dragon. The mightiest race on this continent. It could crush him like an ant. And honestly, being an ant for the first time, it was quite unsettling. Thus Li Fengmian thought of summoning his divine body to battle, unwilling to be slaughtered without a fight. Yet upon second thought, that was a dragon. The most powerful race on this continent. In the end, Li Fengmian abandoned this impractical notion. "Senior, my clan has been annihilated and my vengeance remains unfulfilled. Now as I tread the path of martial arts, I beg you to show mercy. Whatever you demand I shall surely fulfill." Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting him go, Li Fengmian realized he was outmatched and that his life was spared for a reason. There must be a request. Thus Li Fengmian used this matter as a pretext to secure his release. Even if the dragon demanded his dignity, he would have to endure it for now. The golden dragon gazed at Li Fengmian, momentarily dazed, then slowly spoke, "I cannot let you leave because I fear you will reveal this place. I am the guardian of the Northern Chi imperial grandson from 1,000 years ago." At this, Li Fengmian was startled. No wonder he was a genius who dominated the martial arts era a millennium ago, commanding the reclusive Dragon Clan as his protector. But had the Dragon Clan not long ago withdrawn from worldly conflicts, vowing to abstain from mortal strife? Yet why? The golden dragon interrupted Li Fengmian's thoughts. The events of 1,000 years ago would be too burdensome for you to bear now. Let us not speak of it. Since your vengeance remains unfulfilled, I am a reasonable man. However, if I let you go and you divulge this place disturbing my master's peace, my heart will not rest easy. Then, senior, what must be done for you to allow my departure? Li Fengmian discerned the golden dragon's concern, thinking that the dragon likely intended to bind him to the same vessel, ensuring he would not reveal the secret. Moreover, since the dragon had not killed him, there must be a need. Thus Li Fengmian straightened his back, striving to project an air of equal negotiation to safeguard his own interests. The golden dragon seemed to perceive Li Fengmian's thoughts, and a voice laden with pressure boomed forth. Insignificant ant, how dare you? Li Fengmian instantly felt an invisible pressure descending from the heavens, forcing him to bow. He gripped his wooden staff tightly to remain standing lest he kneel before the dragon. Seeing Li Fengmian's stubborn resistance, the golden dragon withdrew the pressure after 3 breaths and spoke slowly. Ant, the matter I seek is not beyond you. Yet meeting you is fate. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. I will bestow upon you a fortune. I have chosen you because you bear the bloodline power of my dragon clan. I have guarded my master in this cave for 1,000 years, unaware of the outside world. You are likely half a member of the dragon clan, or you would not possess our bloodline. Hearing this, Li Fengmian finally realized that old Su had mentioned his mother was a dragon, hence his half-dragon lineage. Though uncertain if old Su had deceived him to prevent complacency, if the old dragon persisted, he would have to appeal to their kinship. He only hoped that his mother and Linger, if mentioned, did not hold grudges against the old dragon, or he would be reduced to nothing. Thank you, senior dragon, for your mercy. I am deeply grateful. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost. Seeing that the dragon had no intention of taking his life, Li Fengmian earnestly inquired, fearing a sudden outburst that could end him. The golden dragon, hearing Li Fengmian's softened tone, withdrew his fierce gaze and spoke calmly, raising his head. Boy, you have gleaned much of my master's background from the scrolls. Now I shall tell you what was not recorded. My master was the eldest grandson of the Northern Qi dynasty, the strongest among the young generation in the fallen god continent 1,000 years ago, the one most likely to unify the 13 provinces. Had it not been for me, he might have perished in the Great War a millennium ago. This world is not merely the small corner beyond the heavens. There are heavens, and beyond men there are men. Enduring hunger pangs and the throbbing pain in his leg, Li Fengmian listened to the old dragon's lament and muttered softly, "What a chatterbox." Hearing the mutter, the old dragon glanced at Li Fengmian, then shrank his form, transforming into a middle-aged man. Startled by the sight, Li Fengmian, who had been about to sit and listen to the dragon's rambling, tightened his grip on the wooden staff. Once he steadied his nerves, Li Fengmian saw the middle-aged man clad in a golden robe with distinct chest and abdominal muscles. Looking up, he saw the man's chiseled face, wynard hair cascading behind, and long dragon horns atop his head. Gazing at the 1.8-meter-tall middle-aged man, Li Fengmian was momentarily puzzled. Were all dragon clans so handsome? First the ethereal and flawless Shui Linger, now this man whose looks surpassed the author's. Truly sleepless nights wondering if the goddess of creation had nodded off. Senior. Li Fengmian bowed respectfully as the middle-aged man approached. Ignoring him, the middle-aged man circled Li Fengmian, then stopped before him, placing a broad hand on his shoulder. In an instant, a flood of ominous thoughts rushed through Li Fengmian's mind, his grip on the wooden staff tightening nervously. As his heart raced, unsure how to respond, Li Fengmian felt a surging energy course through the man's hand into his body, racing through his meridians before gradually calming, leaving him enveloped in warmth. All right, follow me. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Hearing the old dragon's voice, Li Fengmian snapped back from the warmth. Leaning on his staff, he hurried after the retreating dragon, only to realize after a few steps that the pain in his leg had vanished. Looking down at his knee, he noticed the wooden splints had fallen off and the exposed bone had inexplicably healed completely. Overjoyed yet pressed for time, Li Fengmian quickly adapted to his recovered leg and chased after the man. Catching up, the man boasted, 1,000 years ago a woman used a divine artifact to open this small world here, leading thousands of disciples into it. I intended to slay her but spared her for offering a supreme treasure. That treasure has allowed me to survive to this day. With that, the man led Li Fengmian to a side hall of the palace. As he stepped in, Li Fengmian saw a man seated on a stone chair. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find the seated man identical to the one beside him, casting a fearful glance at his companion. Seeing his terror, the man spoke slowly, I passed away with my master 1,000 years ago, but thanks to that woman's treasure my flesh remains undecayed, allowing me to exist as a soul. Senior, the woman you speak of must be the founding ancestor of the Joyful Union Sect. Li Fengmian, regaining composure, asked humbly. Indeed. At that time she pleaded with me, insisting that she would only enter nirvana after meeting the one she awaited. To avoid disturbing my master's peace, she designated this place as a forbidden area of the sect, forbidding all disciples from approaching. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years it would be you, young man, who discovered this place? The man let out a bitter laugh, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Senior, who was the founding ancestor of the Hahuan sect waiting for, and why did she fail to meet them after millennia? Li Fengmian, sensing the man's connection to the sect's founder, steered the conversation toward her. I do not know either. Shortly after she created this small world, she entered seclusion in the cave dwelling beside us. Little did I expect that seclusion would last 1,000 years. The middle-aged man finished speaking and pointed calmly at the stone door beside him. When she came to me back then, her time was limited. I made a pact with her to guard her seclusion here. The middle-aged man said with a sigh. The supreme treasure she gifted me allowed me to survive as a sole entity for an extra millennium and preserved my flesh from decay. Yet my remaining days are few. The man spoke softly. Our meeting today is fate. I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. I hope you will not reveal this place's secrets, disturbing my master's tranquility. Hearing this, Li Fengmian smirked. Jumping off a cliff without dying meant either meeting an ancient immortal or finding a stroke of luck. This leap had paid off handsomely. The man walked toward the husk seated on the stone chair, pausing to examine it closely. Li Fengmian, sensing the sorrow in the man's tone, was momentarily overcome with melancholy. On Earth, a human lifespan barely reached a century, yet people still saw joy amidst hardship, yearning for more years. But in this world, even martial artists who lived for millennia were but specks of dust in the river of time. With this thought, Li Fengmian grew more determined to carve his own grand path in this world. Living anew, not for any grand purpose but simply to ensure this journey was not in vain. In an instant, the gloom in Li Fengmian's heart dissipated. He withdrew his thoughts, glanced at the sealed stone door, then approached the old dragon studying the husk seated on the stone chair. Senior, whether mortal or martial artist, all must face death. Please do not grieve excessively. Li Fengmian quickly consoled the old dragon, fearing his good fortune might slip away. Haha, fine lad. I have lived for millennia, yet now I am comforted by a brat of merely a dozen years. The old dragon let out a bitter laugh, his tone tinged with self-mockery. Enough. I have little to offer you, but I shall grant you this dragon scale. With a sense of relief, the old dragon bent down and removed a gleaming golden scale from the arm of the husk on the chair. He turned to Li Fengmian and continued. The path of martial cultivation encompasses realms such as marrow cleansing, meditation, meridian unlocking, true chi, true yuan, golden core, nascent soul, cave, void, and spirit transformation. The world is fraught with danger. At the first level of meditation, you have merely stepped onto the martial path. I gift you this scale, which will protect you from 3 fatal perils. The old dragon slowly handed the scale to Li Fengmian. As he took it, a surge of powerful energy pierced into his meridians from his palm. Do not panic. The scale is acknowledging you as its master. Henceforth you and it are one. Seeing Li Fengmian's alarmed expression, the old dragon immediately reassured him. This dragon scale can shield you from 3 full force strikes by an expert 5 major realms above you. After that it will shatter. As it is now linked to your blood, upon shattering it will transform into a suit of dragon armor, granting you the strength to contend with an opponent 1 major realm above you. Looking at the beaming Li Fengmian, the old dragon was reminded of the joy on his master's face when they had forged their bond. Feeling the changes in his chi and blood, Li Fengmian sensed a surge of power within him. His once unstable realm rose steadily until it settled at the 5th level of meditation. Fengmian thanks the senior for this bestowed fortune. Sensing his elevated realm, Li Fengmian raised his head and cupped his fists in gratitude to the old dragon. I did not grant you this fortune without reason. I have a request. The old dragon turned to gaze at his own husk on the stone chair, his tone melancholic. Senior, please speak. Whatever the matter, Fengmian will spare no effort to fulfill your entrustment. Li Fengmian stood behind the old dragon, his voice resolute. 3 millennia have passed in the blink of an eye. 1,300 years ago I acknowledged my master and became his guardian, following him for 3 centuries. In those 300 years I accompanied my master in battles across the land, traversing every inch of the 13 provinces. Yet in the end my life came to an end here. Meeting you today fulfills my final wish. The old dragon turned to face Li Fengmian and continued, young friend Fengmian, my last wish is for you to take the trouble of returning my remains to the dragon clan so that I may find my roots again. Hearing this, Li Fengmian could not help but feel sorrowful. A human life might be filled with many obsessions, but none were as irresistible as the longing to return to one's roots. Having traversed into this world where strength reigned and the weak were prey, if he were to meet his end one day, would he too be able to return to his roots on Earth? Senior, where is the dragon clan? I swear to deliver your remains safely there. Li Fengmian cupped his fists and addressed the old dragon. The dragon clan, inherently mighty, has been trapped for 10 millennia in a small world within the Eastern Sea. That world drifts unpredictably. After 1,000 years I know not its location. Senior, rest assured. As I journey across the continent I will keep a vigilant eye. As long as I live I will return your remains. Gazing at the sorrowful man before him, Li Fengmian felt a kinship with his plight. It matters not. Do your best, but above all ensure your own survival. Once you become a formidable powerhouse, all will fall into place. The old dragon seemed to have aged considerably, his voice low. Senior, is there anything else you wish for me to do? Or do you have any regrets I might help resolve? Hearing the old dragon's words, Li Fengmian felt compelled to repay such a great favor by assisting him in some way. Nothing else. If there is a regret. The old dragon chuckled softly before continuing, my only regret is leaving the dragon realm before meeting my niece. When I departed she was but a dragon egg. I imagine she has grown into a young maiden by now. The old dragon spoke with a blissful expression. Had the clan not exhausted its efforts to breach the barrier and send me out, perhaps I would have. Enough, let us speak no more of it. Senior dragon. In truth, within my sea of consciousness resides a little dragon princess. After much deliberation, Li Fengmian decided to reveal the dragon within his mind to the old dragon. Li Fengmian speculated that Shui Linger in his sea of consciousness might be the old dragon's niece. Even if not, it would comfort him to see a fellow clansman one last time. What? Startled, the old dragon instantly seized Li Fengmian by the neck, lifting him off the ground. As Li Fengmian struggled, a golden radiance burst forth from within him, striking the ancient dragon's face and sending it crashing dozens of feet away, slamming heavily into the stone door of the Huan Sect ancestors' secluded chamber. The ancient dragon rose to its feet, gazing at Li Fengmian, who was still gasping for breath and couldn't help but mutter with bitter self-mockery, never did I imagine that a scale I've worn for 3,000 years would one day wound me so grievously. Hearing this, Li Fengmian quickly projected his consciousness onto the dragon's scale on his chest, only to find a small crack had already appeared on its surface. In an instant, Li Fengmian's heart ached with regret. Had he just squandered a precious opportunity with this newly acquired life-saving treasure? Senior, it's not what you think. Li Fengmian hastened to explain as he watched the ancient dragon clutching its chest in pain. Young one, no wonder I couldn't sense your sea of consciousness back in the hall. You've trapped a member of my dragon clan within it for your own use. You humans are as repulsive as ever, the ancient dragon fumed. Senior, I didn't mean to conceal it. I had no idea you had already probed my sea of consciousness earlier, Li Fengmian said urgently. Li Fengmian spoke hastily, terrified that the ancient dragon might launch another attack which would seal his doom today, all because of a careless remark. Senior, I brought it up only to arrange a meeting between you and her. I also have a favor to ask of you, Li Fengmian added. He quickly continued, and it's not that I deliberately trapped her in my sea of consciousness, we were both left with no choice. Young one, I'll trust you for now. The ancient dragon steadied its chi and strode toward Li Fengmian. Who is the dragon in your sea of consciousness? It asked, still wary. Senior, she was gravely injured at the time. Li Fengmian replied, eyeing the approaching dragon with lingering apprehension. Enough, that's no longer important. The ancient dragon cut him off as he was about to explain. A member of my dragon clan would only be trapped in a human sea of consciousness if they willingly formed a pact. Otherwise they would have perished together with you long ago. Open your sea of consciousness and let me see which of my kin it is, the ancient dragon said, sounding weary. Li Fengmian quickly touched his brow with a finger, and instantly a resplendent egg materialized before them like a projection. Through its iridescent shell they could see a girl in a black dress curled up with her knees hugged to her chest. The moment the ancient dragon recognized the girl within the egg, its eyes blazed with fury as it stared fixedly and cried out, linger. It reached out to grasp the egg floating in midair, only to find it was merely a projection. The dragon turned its head and glared at Li Fengmian as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. Senior. Li Fengmian called out, trembling with fear. Hearing his voice, the ancient dragon shut its eyes in rage, trembling, then turned away to avoid staring at him. Young one, your name is Li Fengmian, isn't it? The ancient dragon asked, suppressing its fury. Senior, my surname is indeed Li. The sudden question caught Li Fengmian off guard, but he dared not hesitate and quickly replied to the ancient dragon. Then are you the son of Li Feng of the Sword Clan? The ancient dragon inquired again, noting Li Fengmian's deference. Senior, you know of the Sword Clan and my father. Hearing this, Li Fengmian felt as if some earth-shattering secret was about to surface. Ha, so that's it, you must be a ruse child. What a stroke of fate. The ancient dragon burst into laughter and turned to face him. As the dragon's gaze grew increasingly delighted, Li Fengmian found it deeply unsettling. Were you also sent away by the Sword Clan? How is your mother? The ancient dragon asked, as if addressing a beloved younger relative. Dragon Senior, you know my mother. At these words, Li Fengmian's curiosity about his never-met mother surged. Though Li Fengmian hailed from Earth and felt little attachment to his nominal father in this world, he was deeply grateful to the mother who had lost her life giving birth to him. Maternal power was immense. Even as a soul from another realm, he could not help but be thankful for the mother who had granted him life. Of course I do. Aru's relationship with me is like that of cousins among you humans, the ancient dragon said, as if recalling cherished childhood memories. I grew up trailing after Sister Aru as a child. At this, Li Fengmian finally confirmed the ancient dragon's identity. The emotion in its eyes could not be feigned. He then recounted how he had come to be here, and the dragon listened attentively. Fengmian, is your mother well? The ancient dragon pressed, seeing that Li Fengmian had yet to answer its earlier question. Then I should call you uncle. Li Fengmian said, eager to forge a closer bond. Exactly. A broad smile spread across the ancient dragon's face as it continued. Over a decade ago I broke free from this place for a few years. I heard on the continent that my cousin was to marry a sword cultivator and planned to attend the wedding, but I could never find the sword clan's domain and eventually gave up. Looking at the ancient dragon, Li Fengmian felt a surge of unreality. Since old Zh's departure he had believed he had no kin left outside the sword clan's small world, yet here he had encountered someone he could call family. Uncle Mother passed away from complications during childbirth, Li Fengmian said, reluctant to shatter the dragon's joy but unable to let it depart in ignorance as it neared its end. The ancient dragon froze at his words as if its very soul had been drained away. Seeing the dragon's grief, Li Fengmian's eyes welled up and he couldn't help but lament inwardly, damn it, I've lived 2 lives, 30 years in total, and yet I'm tearing up over matters of this world. Sister Aru is gone. Seeing you I should have known. How could a dragon bear a child with a human? It would cost her life. Watching the ancient dragon, Li Fengmian felt as if a boulder weighed on his chest, crushing the breath from him. Li Fengmian wiped away his tears and approached the ancient dragon, which now resembled a lost child. If a spirit could weep, the dragon would have been drowning in tears. Uncle, please don't grieve, Li Fengmian said, taking the dragon's hands to console it. I knew there was something familiar about you, you carry the aura of the dragon clan. So that's why. The ancient dragon gazed at the ceiling, murmuring incessantly. Steadying itself, the dragon gently stroked Li Fengmian's head and said softly, Fengmian, Sister Aru must have had her reasons for bearing you. You must live on well. Yes. Li Fengmian was embraced by the ancient dragon and he couldn't help but think, rightly so, in this world I too am a descendant of the dragon. Fengmian, the spiritual root that Sister Aru passed on to you should be of the wood attribute. Show your uncle what your mutated wood spiritual root looks like. The old dragon released Li Fengmian from his embrace and asked, Uncle, how can I see if I have the wood spiritual root passed down by mother? Li Fengmian inquired with some confusion. Fengmian, channel your consciousness into the palm of your right hand, just like when you summon the left-hand sword god body, the old dragon quickly explained. Uncle, look. With that, Li Fengmian opened his right hand. As he moved his consciousness, a faint azure dragon emerged from his palm. Yes. The ancient texts were right. When dragon bloodline and human bloodline combine, the spiritual root indeed mutates, the old dragon exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the small azure dragon in Li Fengmian's palm. Fengmian, have you told anyone about this? The old dragon suddenly tensed up. Uncle, I haven't told anyone, and I didn't even know I possess 2 divine bodies. Li Fengmian looked at the small azure dragon in his right palm with great delight. In his heart he couldn't help but recall the protagonist of a novel, left hand clear sky, hammer, right hand blue silver grass, my name is Tang San, don't you run. While Li Fengmian was still immersed in the joy of having twin divine bodies, the old dragon spoke earnestly, Fengmian, this is not a divine body but a mutated with spiritual root. Originally your sword clan was a race blessed by the heavens. Every clan member is gifted with a divine body, so the heavenly divine body does not possess the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Similarly, our dragon clan possesses formidable bodies but cannot have multiple spiritual roots. However, every member of our dragon clan has the finest spiritual root in the world. Seeing that Li Fengmian was unfamiliar with this information, the old dragon patiently explained to him. Fengmian, your uncle will give you another gift. After carefully explaining, the old dragon seemed to recall something and walked straight to his own corpse. Reaching out, a fiery red bead emerged from the dantian of his body. Fengmian, Sister Aru possessed a wood attribute spiritual root, so you must have inherited her wood spiritual root. The old dragon handed the azure bead floating in his palm to Li Fengmian. Your uncle has a fire spiritual root and I will pass my fire spiritual root on to you. Li Fengmian reached out and took the fiery red bead, feeling the burning sensation it emitted. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle, is this your demonic core? If you give it to me, what will happen to you? Fengmian, your uncle doesn't have much time left. Keeping this is useless, it would only prolong my existence by a few more days. The old dragon said earnestly, besides, being able to meet you after 1,000 years is already a great fortune for your uncle. Uncle. At this moment Li Fengmian didn't know what words to express his feelings. Perhaps this was a form of inheritance. Fengmian quickly absorbed this core. Your uncle will protect you. The old dragon instructed Li Fengmian to store his own corpse from the stone chair into a ring, then looked at him with anticipation. All right. With that, Li Fengmian followed the old dragon's guidance and entered a stone chamber beside the ancestor of the Joyful Union Sect. He settled down and began to absorb the inner core as instructed. A month later. After absorbing the demonic core given by the old dragon, Li Fengmian felt his cultivation base had reached the peak of the inside meditation stage, ready to break through to the meridian opening stage at any moment. But Li Fengmian was in no hurry to break through. He imitated many novel protagonists by suppressing the spiritual energy within him to solidify his foundation. When Li Fengmian opened his eyes, a wave of heat radiated from his body, instantly incinerating the weeds growing in the stone crevices around him. The old dragon stood at the stone door with his hands behind his back watching Li Fengmian slowly open his eyes. He said, "Not bad, not bad. You know to suppress your cultivation and not chase after mere levels. Truly a ruse child." Li Fengmian scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't exactly say that he had initially wanted to break through directly but had intentionally suppressed his cultivation because he recalled novels he'd read on Earth in his past life. Watching Li Fengmian rise from the ground, the old dragon said, "Fengmian, let your uncle see what changes the fire attribute spiritual root has brought after your absorption." Li Fengmian also became curious about the changes after absorbing the fire spiritual root. When he approached the old dragon, he momentarily didn't know which hand to extend. After all, his sword god body was in his left hand, the small azure dragon passed on by his mother was in his right hand. Would the fire spiritual root require him to extend his left foot? Seeing Li Fengmian scratching his head awkwardly, the old dragon laughed. "Fengmian, just extend your right hand to check the fire spiritual root your uncle gave you, like other human cultivators with multiple spiritual roots." Hearing this, Li Fengmian immediately understood and quickly extended his right hand, channeling his consciousness into it. From the palm of his right hand, an azure dragon emerged, followed by a vermilion bird that poked its head out to survey its surroundings. Deeming it safe, it also emerged from his palm and began circling joyfully with the small azure dragon above his right hand. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! It's a vermilion bird, the king of all birds," the old dragon exclaimed excitedly, shouting the word excellent several times as he looked at the two little creatures on Li Fengmian's right palm. "Fengmian, try to communicate with the manifestations of both spiritual roots and let your uncle see their effects," the old dragon said with satisfaction. So Li Fengmian first began to communicate with the small azure dragon of the wood element. A dragon about a zhang long appeared behind him, radiating vibrant vitality. Just as Li Fengmian was about to communicate with the vermilion bird of the fire element, he suddenly recalled a cool technique he had seen online in his past life. Thus Li Fengmian summoned his divine body and held it in his left hand, preparing to attach the small azure dragon from his right palm onto the divine sword. As his right hand was about to touch the divine sword, the small azure dragon shot out from his palm and coiled around the divine sword in his left hand. A flash of azure light passed and the rusted iron sword that had become unrecognizable returned to its original form. Then, recalling the image of Zhang Sun fighting during their escape from Sword Province, Li Fengmian lowered the sword and held it in his hand. He swung it diagonally from the lower right to the upper left, and an azure sword light shot out from the side hall's main door into the outside. It was a long while before the sword light struck a distant cave wall and both Li Fengmian and the old dragon withdrew their gazes. By then, tender sprouts of grass had inexplicably grown from the brick crevices along the path of the sword light, thrilling the two. Then Li Fengmian extended his right hand again and summoned the vermilion bird. A fiery red vermilion bird hovered in the air behind him, raising the temperature of the entire side hall by many degrees. When the old dragon told Li Fengmian to put away the vermilion bird, he noticed that the ring of newly sprouted shoots around his feet had vanished without a trace. "Fengmian, the vermilion bird is of the fire element. From now on you will possess a fire spiritual root." The old dragon nodded happily and continued, "Fengmian, remember, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal that you possess both a divine body and fire and wood spiritual roots. You've been away for quite some time, it's time to return to the sect." The old dragon looked at Li Fengmian with some reluctance. Looking at the old dragon, a sense of loss welled up in Li Fengmian's heart. He would rather shorten his remaining days to pass on the best to his descendants. "Old dragon, you are far too good to me, I just want to punch you." "Uncle, thank you." Li Fengmian, stirred from his recent dejection by the old dragon's words, turned to look at the venerable being beside him. "Uncle, what has happened to you? You have aged so much." As Li Fengmian gazed upon the old dragon, he realized that the once vigorous and radiant middle-aged man had now withered by decades, his blood-red hair mostly turned white. "Fengmian, it is of no consequence." The old dragon struggled to straighten his somewhat hunched back, continuing, "Your uncle's days have long been numbered. Having lived alone here for over 1,000 years, I am already content. Without the divine treasure, I would have followed my master into the afterlife a millennium ago. Fengmian, since matters here are concluded, I shall give you another appearance-changing herb. Return to your sect now." With these words, the old dragon turned and made his way toward the grand hall nearby. Seeing the ancient dragon, now frail with age, Li Fengmian hurried forward to support him. The old dragon grasped Li Fengmian's hand and led him into the great hall. The old dragon gazed at the skeletal remains draped in a yellow robe upon the dragon throne and said, "Master, I have been utterly lonely in the 1,000 years since your departure. Yet unexpectedly I encountered the descendant of Sister Aru in these recent days, finally fulfilling a long-cherished wish." "Fengmian, kneel." The old dragon spoke gently to Li Fengmian, his eyes fixed on the skeleton on the throne. "Master, my soul is about to dissipate. Let me beseech you one last time." As he spoke, the old dragon clasped his hands toward the remains. "This young one is new to the martial world. I wish to request the sky-concealing pearl from you for him so that he may protect his life as he journeys across the lands." Having said this, the old dragon looked at Li Fengmian, who was kneeling beside him. Understanding the cue, Li Fengmian immediately prostrated himself and said respectfully, "This junior Li Fengmian pays respects to the senior." Just as Li Fengmian completed his bow and rose, a pearl rolled down from the skeletal hand on the throne. Mu Chen thanks the master. The old dragon, deeply moved, clasped his hands toward the skeleton once more. Stunned speechless by the spectacle, Li Fengmian quickly bowed again. This junior Li Fengmian thanks the senior for the precious gift. Fengmian, rise. The old dragon's voice sounded again in Li Fengmian's ears, and he promptly scrambled to his feet. The old dragon stepped forward, picked up the pearl from the ground and handed it to Li Fengmian, saying cheerfully, Fengmian, this pearl was acquired by your uncle and our master while traveling through the 4 seas and 9 prefectures, discovered within an ancient relic. This pearl allows a cultivator to alter their appearance at will, and in times of peril it can conceal them within itself. It is a creation that seizes the very essence of heaven and earth. You must guard it well. This pearl can also aid your cultivation. A single day of training within it is but half a day in the outside world. Hasten to bind it with your blood. The old dragon explained meticulously to Li Fengmian. Thank you, uncle. Li Fengmian said, his eyes reddening as he looked at the now gaunt and frail figure before him. Then he bowed deeply to the old dragon once more. Good cough. Good child. The old dragon, deeply moved, helped Li Fengmian up, his eyes filled with gratification. Fengmian, upon leaving this place, transformed into the likeness of this man. He fell into this cliff half a year ago. As he spoke, the old dragon conjured the image of a young man before Li Fengmian's eyes. Once you exit this cave, travel upstream for half a li to find his remains. Take his belongings and return to your sect. As for Linger, she remains in slumber. Once you leave, find an opportunity to go to White Tiger Manor and deliver this letter to the old master. He will assist you. This mountain range is sealed off from the outside world by a formation laid by the ancestor of the Joyful Union Sect and myself years ago. The life tablet of that young man within the sect should still be lit. You need not worry. After speaking, the old dragon coughed a few times before continuing, I have already extinguished your life tablet. You may return to the sect using this new identity without concern. Li Fengmian watched as the old dragon meticulously arranged everything for him, overwhelmed by the kindness shown by this being he had only just met. Fengmian, take Linger and live on. The hopes of both the Dragon Clan and the Sword Clan rest upon the two of you. The old dragon spoke as if delivering his final testament. After you leave, I shall seal this place, preventing anyone else from entering or exiting. The old dragon continued, only you with the sky concealing pearl can return. You must promise your uncle to come back once every 100 years to see if the ancestor of the Joyful Union Sect has awakened, and then take her out. Very well, uncle, I promise you. Li Fengmian felt a pang of sorrow. Though his time with Mu Chen had been brief, the old dragon's actions after confirming his identity were beyond what most in this world would do. The old dragon turned, bowed once more to the skeleton on the throne, then approached it and said, Master, I have come to join you. As he spoke, the old dragon's soul began to gradually dissipate. Seeing the old dragon's soul fading away, Li Fengmian was seized by panic. Regaining his composure, he knelt solemnly before the old dragon, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall, and cried out. I, Li Fengmian, your nephew, bid you farewell, uncle. Good child, go now. Remember to live well and take your uncle's remains home. The old dragon smiled at Li Fengmian as he spoke, and then his last vestiges of soul faded completely. As the old dragon's soul dissipated entirely, a dome of light expanded from where he had stood as if to envelop the entire world. Li Fengmian collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, unable to recover for a long time. Countless thoughts raced through Li Fengmian's mind. He remembered the shadow guards who had died for him, Zhang Sun, his nominal father, Li Shan, Old Su, and the missing Zhang Rui and Zhang Yusin, along with the recently departed Mu Chen. For a moment, Li Fengmian felt the bonds tying him to this world growing ever deeper, like being trapped in a quagmire that left him breathless. Sometimes Li Fengmian wondered whether it was he from Earth who had come to this world, or if he from this world had once been to Earth. Li Fengmian, as if in a trance, stood up and walked to the side hall of the Grand Palace. With his sword, he carved onto the stone door where the Joyful Union Sect ancestor was in seclusion. Wait for me when you come out. I will return every 100 years. Then dejectedly, Fengmian left the palace. He walked for what felt like an eternity before finally glimpsing a ray of light ahead in the darkness. Li Fengmian looked back at the pitch-black tunnel, then turned and passed through the barrier Mu Chen had set up, arriving at the altar where he had first entered. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Li Fengmian observed the damp ground. Looking up, he saw that the mist clinging to the mountainside had long since dissipated. Gazing at the clouds drifting across the azure sky, his mind suddenly cleared and he ceased to dwell on the matter of his origin from Earth. Living on Earth was living, and living in this world was also living, merely different experiences. Having come to this realization, Li Fengmian followed the river upstream until he stopped before a decaying corpse lying in the grass. Li Fengmian stepped forward, collected the token and storage pouch from the body, buried the remains, and then transformed into the likeness of the buried man. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Only when night fell did Li Fengmian summon the azure dragon. Leaping onto its head, he commanded it to carry him back to the forest behind the mountain. Following the number on the token, Li Fengmian found the previous owner's residence. After ensuring no one was around, he slipped into the house with a swift movement. Upon entering the courtyard, Fengmian noticed its layout was strikingly similar to his own former yard, though it was now overrun with weeds. As Fengmian stepped into the courtyard, he seemed to detect faint sounds coming from within the house. Thus, instead of paying much attention to the weeds, Fengmian carefully summoned the sword god physique into his hand and advanced toward the house step by step. Fengmian gently pushed the door open a crack and peered inside, only to see a dark figure dart out from the Kong in the bedroom and slip through an open window. Instantly, Fengmian flung the door wide open, rushed to the window with his sword, and saw the figure vault over the courtyard wall, escaping through the barrier. Failing to catch the shadow, Fengmian turned his gaze to the spot where the figure had been sitting. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a small wooden table on the Kong, upon which lay several sheets of paper and a brush. Fengmian quickly approached the table and picked up the paper, only to find it blank. He surmised that the shadow must have taken the unfinished sheet. The paper felt familiar to Fengmian. After a moment's recollection, he realized it was identical to the letter the mysterious person had left on his desk when he first entered the sect. Back then, Fengmian had wondered how that person had entered his yard. Seeing the shadow escape directly through the barrier today, he understood that the intruder must possess a treasure capable of ignoring the sect's protective formation. Thus, Fengmian decided to stop dwelling on the matter, for some things are inescapable, much like the fate that had brought him to this world. Fengmian took a turn around the house and found it spotless, despite the original owner having passed away over half a year ago. This suggested the shadow frequented the place, sparking renewed concern. Unable to find a solution, he eventually let the matter rest. Exhausted by recent events, Fengmian retrieved a fresh set of bedding from his ring, lay down quietly, and began reviewing everything that had happened. Reflecting on the recent occurrences, Fengmian found them both startling and perilous, but fortunate enough to have survived. Now he had to play his current role well and find a chance to escape from Huan Sect. Fengmian planned to go out the next day to gather information about the relationships of the person whose identity he had assumed. With everything arranged in his mind, he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, Fengmian slept until the sun was high before slowly rising. When he climbed out of bed, the glaring sunlight streaming through the window made it hard for him to open his eyes. Fengmian got up and went to the main hall. Pushing open the front door, he sat inside, gazing at the sunlight spilling over the threshold. He then decided to get up and wash up. In the sparsely furnished main hall, Fengmian found no washing supplies, only a life-sized crystal mirror. He stepped forward to examine his current appearance closely. The man in the mirror appeared to be around 17 or 18, with distinct features and a high nose bridge that strongly resembled Fengmian's original self. His hair was tied high and draped behind him, presenting the image of a striking young man. Fengmian gazed at the handsome face in the mirror with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Not bad, almost as handsome as my original self." After finishing up, Fengmian opened the courtyard gate and stepped out, heading straight for the square where disciples received sect missions. It was a crowded place, convenient for gathering information. As Fengmian passed row after row of courtyards and reached the sect square, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, followed by a familiar voice. "Senior brother Yi, you've come out of seclusion." Fengmian grumbled inwardly, "Damn, is Yi Zhongzhou really that popular? I've barely stepped out and already run into an acquaintance." Somewhat nervously, Fengmian turned to see the young man behind him, the very same lackey who had been at Wang Ba's side when he first entered the sect. For a moment, Fengmian stood frozen. "Senior brother Yi, what's wrong?" the young man teased. "Haven't seen you in half a year, did your seclusion make you dumb?" The young man laughed heartily and continued, "Senior brother Yi, we've all missed you so much these past 6 months. With that, he grabbed Fengmian's hand enthusiastically. "Come on, I'll take you to see everyone." Fengmian quickly pulled his hand free. "Junior brother, I miss everyone too, but it's not proper for two grown men to be tugging at each other in such a crowded place." All right, whatever you say, senior brother Yi," the young man said with a hint of sarcasm, then walked over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fengmian. Fengmian felt a strange discomfort at the young man's words, but then realized he was about to meet the friends of this body. Wouldn't he be exposed in no time? Just as Fengmian was at a loss, the young man cheerfully announced, "Senior brother Yi, let's go see young Master Wang. All the brothers are gathered together now." Fengmian had no choice but to follow half a step behind as the young man led him toward the clusters of courtyards near the square. Listening to the boys' incessant chatter, Fengmian suddenly felt he might have found a breakthrough. "Junior brother, how has everyone been lately?" Fengmian asked, realizing the young man was a pure chatterbox. He wanted to gather useful information before meeting Wang Bo. "Senior brother Yi, everyone's been doing well. The brothers usually train hard with young Master Wang. Whenever there's free time, he takes us to tease the junior sisters." The young man spoke with great animation, as if every day with the brothers was a joy. Fengmian couldn't help but think that Wang Bo didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. He had originally assumed Wang Bo was just a minor villain from a novel, a tyrant who bullied others. Yet he treated his underlings so well. This forced Fengmian to reassess Wang Bo. Everyone after all lived from their own perspective, striving for their own interests, and each had their own vivid character. Li Fengmian looked up at the cloudless sky, his anxious heart suddenly feeling more open. He thought, then let's go meet these people. Senior brother Yi, what are you doing? Why are you spacing out? Are you even listening to me? The young man came up to Li Fengmian, puffing with indignation. Li Fengmian sighed helplessly. I heard you. You're as nagging as an old woman. The young man was momentarily stunned by Li Fengmian's words. It wasn't until Li Fengmian had taken a few steps that he turned around, nervously wondering if he had been exposed. After a brief pause of half a breath, the young man quickly caught up to Li Fengmian, whose heart was now in his throat. Senior brother Yi, I'm not a woman. The young man said, puffing out his chest. I'm just concerned about you. That's right. This is the real senior brother Yi. With these words, the youth delivered a punch to Li Fengmian's shoulder and continued, Senior brother Yi, I was starting to think that your seclusion had truly addled your brains. I was wondering why you, who usually has such a sharp tongue, had gone mute today. Li Fengmian's heart, which had been in his throat, settled back down. He thought to himself that at least he hadn't been exposed, for he wouldn't have known how to talk his way out of it. In an instant, Li Fengmian felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a chatterbox, otherwise he would surely have been found out today. I really wonder what I'd do if you ever went mute. You never stop talking from dawn till dusk. Li Fengmian continued, his voice a mix of shock and delight. Alright, senior brother Yi, stop picking on me. Young Master Wang has called the brothers together today to prepare for the Sect's Genius Tournament. We should hurry over or well keep the others waiting. The youth walked briskly ahead of Li Fengmian, who followed behind, as he had no idea where Wang Bo's little group would be gathering. Oh right. Senior brother Yi, even though you've been in seclusion for half a year and I can't discern your cultivation level, don't challenge young Master Wang again. He's already broken through to the first level of the Meridian Unblocking Realm. Don't always think about defeating him to become the leader. Young Master Wan's grandfather is an enforcement elder, it's better for everyone if he's in charge. Don't be so stubborn, thinking that strength is everything and constantly challenging him to a fight. Put away that obstinacy of yours. The youth spoke earnestly, turning around to face Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian, with an air of arrogance, replied, in the path of martial arts, strength is paramount. Even if Wang Bo's grandfather is an enforcement elder, I'm not afraid of him. Oh. I never thought I'd see the day my senior brother Yi was stared upon hearing that Wang Bo had broken through to the Meridian Unblocking Realm. You never call him young Master Wang. The youth said with a teasing grin. Damn, that was a close call. Li Fengmian's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, this chatterbox had inadvertently provided him with an excuse. So Li Fengmian indignantly picked up the thread, so what if he has a grandfather? Without his old man's help, could he have broken through before me? Seeing Li Fengmian's fury, the youth exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother Yi, have you broken through to the 9th level of the observation realm? Indeed. Don't you know what a genius your senior brother Yi is? Recalling the personas of various characters from the novels he had read in his past life, Li Fengmian mimicked an arrogant show-off archetype as he spoke. Oh ho ho. Yes, our great genius Yi. The youth teased, then quickly said with delight, alright senior brother Yi, you've gone off on a tangent again. Since you've broken through to the 9th level of the observation realm, we have another strong fighter for the Sect's Genius Tournament. Hearing the youth mention the Sect's Genius Tournament again, Li Fengmian was somewhat baffled, but he couldn't directly ask about it for fear of revealing his identity. Li Fengmian then followed the youth towards their destination, exchanging jabs with him along the way. During this journey, Li Fengmian managed to glean a great deal of useful information from the youth's chatter. Firstly, Yi Chongzhou frequently challenged Wang Bo to become the leader of their small group, but was always soundly defeated. This time he had spent 6 months in seclusion, striving to reach the 9th level of the observation realm in order to defeat Wang Bo. Secondly, Wang Bo treated his subordinates very well, using his grandfather's influence to obtain more cultivation resources, which he shared with them. If any of his brothers got into trouble and were taken to the enforcement hall, Wang Bo would beg his grandfather to get them released. Thirdly, although Yi Chongzhou and Wang Bo often bickered and fought, they didn't actually hate each other, in fact they seemed to enjoy it. Finally, there was Yi Chongzhou himself. He was an arrogant, boastful, sharp-tongued individual who excelled at belittling others and frequently liked to act like a master. Moreover, he loved using his sword and dreamed of becoming a carefree swordsman, roaming the world and living by his own code of honor. As Li Fengmian processed this information, he felt as if the sky was falling. He was a well-behaved youth of the new era who, aside from occasionally bragging and showing off among his classmates, was nowhere near this Chinibu level. Li Fengmian looked up again and realized that he and the youth had arrived outside a very large courtyard, at least 10 times the size of an ordinary disciple's dwelling. Hearing the heated discussions coming from within the courtyard, an inexplicable urge to do something Chinibu suddenly welled up in Li Fengmian's heart. Against his own will, he found himself taking out the red sword from Yi Chongzhi's ring and dashing towards the courtyard gate. With a leap, Li Fengmian landed on the glazed tiles of the courtyard roof, turned sideways to face the crowd below, and declared, "Your sword emperor has returned." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Fengmian felt so mortified that his toes could have dug out an entire apartment in the tiles. Li Fengmian had no idea why he had inexplicably flown up onto the roof, but with no other choice he had to grit his teeth and see the act through. Hearing the once noisy courtyard fall into dead silence, Li Fengmian nervously turned his head. Senior brother Yi has emerged from seclusion. A female disciple suddenly exclaimed. Just then the youth who had first encountered Li Fengmian rushed in through the courtyard gate, pointed at Li Fengmian on the roof and shouted, "Senior brother Yi, you're on the roof again. That'll be a fine. Brothers, let's knock this show off down." Suddenly another youth stood up from his seat, pointing at Li Fengmian and shouting. Amidst the laughter and horseplay of the crowd, Li Fengmian felt he hadn't been exposed and continued, "Is this how you welcome a great swordsman? I can't take it anymore. Don't hold me back." The youth who had first called for Li Fengmian to be knocked down rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge at him, but the others held him back, trying to convince him that he was no match for Li Fengmian. "Chongjiu, if you don't come down now, I'm really going to have to fine you." Wang Bo, who had been sitting silently in the main seat, suddenly spoke. Li Fengmian turned to look at Wang Bo in the main seat. Their eyes met as if on the verge of sparking a romantic flame. Another female disciple giggled and said, "The bickering couple meets again. It's so adorable." Lanlin, make a note, in the 137th year of the Ming Tang era, Yi Chongjiu damaged the roof. Wang Bo said, looking at Li Fengmian with an ambiguous smile. No. I'm coming down right now." Li Fengmian quickly jumped down from the roof. A female disciple and 3 other male disciples immediately surrounded him, chattering incessantly with questions. Li Fengmian looked at the junior disciples, who were half a head shorter than him, and suddenly remembered a crucial detail: he didn't know any of their names. Just as Li Fengmian was at a loss, he noticed Wang Bo staring at him with that same ambiguous smile from amidst the crowd. Li Fengmian stared back intently. Remembering that Yi Chongjiu and Wang Bo were a pair of bickering lovers, Li Fengmian decided to deliberately ignore the people crowding around him and fixed his gaze on Wang Bo. Seeing the two of them at loggerheads, the crowd immediately sensed the gunpowder in the air and fell silent. Fight! The girl named Lanlin, watching them stare each other down, decided to fan the flames. Everyone then turned to look at her. Lanlin, who was sitting next to Wang Bo, let out a silly chuckle and nervously lowered her head. "Alright, the Sect's Genius Tournament begins in 3 days. Everyone should conserve their strength." Wang Bo finally spoke, breaking the awkward silence. The male disciple who had brought Li Fengmian quickly chimed in to ease the tension. Everyone then took their seats and began to discuss their battle strategies. The crowd chattered noisily, discussing the tactical arrangements for the upcoming Battle of Prodigies, and Li Fengmian managed to glean the gist of it. The Sect's Battle of Prodigies was held once every 5 years, consisting of 3 stages. The first stage required everyone to venture into the beast forest to slay demonic beasts and collect their cores. Rankings would be determined by the number of cores obtained, with the top 1,000 advancing. The second stage was a team battle. Disciples would be sent to a battlefield where they could form their own teams, and only 300 would remain. The third stage involved these 300 vying for the top 100 spots on the prodigy ranking. Those 100 disciples would be granted permission to leave the Halwan Sect's microcosm and train in the outside world. When Li Fengmian heard this, he recalled Wang Yuyan's mention of training at the White Tiger Manor. She had intended to use this opportunity to escape the Halwan Sect with him. Just as Li Fengmian was immersed in summarizing the crowd's words, he suddenly noticed everyone staring at him. Li Fengmian looked up in confusion, meeting their gazes. He realized he had been so engrossed in listening that he had forgotten to voice his own opinion. But then he thought he knew nothing about this. If he spoke now, he'd be exposed. "Senior brother Yi, everyone's discussing tactics. Why aren't you taking this seriously?" A female disciple named Lan Lan complained with a hint of reproach. Li Fengmian looked at Lan Lan's affectionate gaze and felt an inexplicable suspicion. Could this Lan Lan be the original owner's lover? If so, he was doomed. Wouldn't that be the end of him? Just as Li Fengmian was about to spit out the blade of grass in his mouth and say something, the male disciple who had earlier threatened to knock him off the roof spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Senior brother Yi never needs tactics. He's invincible with his sword, one man against the world." Li Fengmian turned to look at the jealous male disciple, thinking that this guy must have feelings for Lan Lan. A love triangle. Or could it be a double romance? Li Fengmian quickly dismissed the absurd thought that had popped into his mind. He cleared his throat, spat out the grass root, and declared arrogantly, "No big deal. I'll beat anyone who dares to oppose me. After all, I've been practicing swordsmanship for 2.5 years. As soon as he said it, Li Fengmian was startled. Oh heavens, why did he blurt out that catchphrase? He quickly glanced at the expressions around him. Seeing everyone's disdain and another female disciple rolling her eyes, his lingering fear gradually faded. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Everyone go back and train hard, aiming to win the Battle of Prodigies. Lan Lan stood up, addressed the crowd, winked at Li Fengmian, then turned and left, holding another female disciple's hand. Witnessing this, Li Fengmian's heart churned with unease. It seemed he was in trouble. Just as he prepared to flee this place of trouble, Wang Bo called out to him. Li Fengmian was startled, wondering if he had been exposed. Instead, after everyone dispersed, Wang Bo had the talkative disciple who had brought Li Fengmian here retrieve a box from the inner room and handed it to him. Chongjiu, you've reached the 9th level of the sitting meditation realm after your seclusion. Now you need to break through to the meridian unblocking realm. Wang Bo said with a warm smile, this is a meridian unblocking pill. Take it and seize the chance to break through. With this pill your chances increase by at least 30%. Li Fengmian looked at the box Wang Bo held out to him, hesitating whether to take it or not. After all, in Li Fengmian's impression, pills in this world were extremely scarce, unlike the countless alchemists in other novels. And this meridian unblocking pill was a second-grade elixir. Even if Li Fengmian sold himself, he couldn't obtain one like this. Senior brother Yi, if young Master Wang gives it to you, just take it. Why be shy? The talkative disciple quickly took the box from Wang Bo and placed it in Li Fengmian's hands. Li Fengmian shot him a glare, thinking Wang Bo was truly generous. What a good brother, just leave the window open for me tonight. Li Fengmian looked at Wang Bo, feeling that being his lackey was quite rewarding. A second-grade pill, and he gave it so freely. Taking the box containing the pill, Li Fengmian cupped his fists playfully and said thanks. A brother is in the heart. Wang Bo couldn't help but laugh, then said leisurely, all right, it's my honor to be a brother to a future great swordsman, isn't it? After hearing this, Li Fengmian turned and quickly left the courtyard, afraid that speaking more would give him away. Fortunately, today had been a close call without incident. By the time Li Fengmian returned to Yi Chongjia's courtyard, it was almost dark. He still hadn't recovered from the earlier events, it all felt like a dream. Li Fengmian lay exhausted on the con, staring at a body that wasn't his, feeling utterly alien. Playing a role among a group of strangers, pretending to be someone they knew but he didn't, this was far too challenging. Fortunately, he hadn't slipped up today. From encountering the talkative disciple to the group in the courtyard, no one seemed to have noticed anything unusual about him. Most importantly, that female disciple named Lan Lan seemed to have a complicated relationship with this Yi Chongjiu. Especially the wink she gave him as she left, was it some kind of signal? Could it be that she was inviting him to the grove tonight? Thinking about this, Li Fengmian felt a pang of loneliness. Was this the world of martial cultivation? Should he get up and train all night? Forget it, why torture himself? But recalling old dragon's dying entreaty, a sense of guilt crept into his heart. Just as Li Fengmian was wrestling with his thoughts on the con, he suddenly remembered something crucial he had overlooked today, his voice. Startled, he sat up abruptly. But then he reasoned that since no one had seen through him, his voice must have been fine today. Otherwise he would have been exposed long ago. With that thought, Li Fengmian flopped back onto the con. Then he recalled the pearl old dragon had given him, so he quickly retrieved it from his storage ring. Li Fengmian gazed at the crystal-clear pearl in his hand, realizing it was a true treasure. Not only could it help him transform into any appearance he desired, but it also altered his voice beyond recognition. More importantly, many of Li Fengmian's actions today felt out of character, as if the pearl was influencing his thoughts. It even seemed to change his behavior. For a moment, Li Fengmian grew fearful of the pearl. He wondered if by playing a role for so long he might one day forget who he truly was. This was a profound philosophical question, only practice would yield the truth. He would see if playing this role would drive him to a split personality. After pondering this, Li Fengmian immediately got up from the bed and approached the crystal mirror. By the light of the luminous pearl, he dispelled his disguise, revealing his original appearance. Gazing at the handsome face in the crystal mirror, Li Fengmian sighed softly, "Oh, it's so handsome it keeps me awake at night." When Li Fengmian shed his disguise and stood before the crystal mirror gazing at his own reflection, a wave of sorrow surged over him, catching him utterly off guard. Li Fengmian stood dazed before the mirror, as if he could see within it Zhang Sim, Li Shan and old Su, who had sacrificed themselves for him. He saw Linger, who had shielded him from above as they leaped off the cliff. He saw the old dragon giving everything he had for him. In an instant, Li Fengmian seemed to watch his recent experiences flash before his eyes like a lantern procession. Recalling the version of himself who had just been lying on the bed, Li Fengmian nervously hurried to look at the bead in his hand. At this moment, the entire bead was glowing with red light patterns, stunning Li Fengmian. It seemed this bead could not only transform one into another's likeness, but over time would also shift one's personality to match that person. Didn't this mean killing one's original self and truly becoming someone else? With this thought, Li Fengmian began to plan from now on he would try to go out as little as possible, and while in the courtyard do his best to change back to his original form. Thinking of this, Li Fengmian remembered Shui Linger, who was still in slumber. So he put away the sky-shrouding bead, which he both loved and hated, closed the doors and windows, and returned to the Kong to sit cross-legged. Li Fengmian extended his divine sense into his sea of consciousness and found that the eggshell enveloping Shui Linger had become even more translucent. This filled Li Fengmian with joy, for it meant Linger would awaken before long. Li Fengmian realized that this must be due to his breakthrough. Linger had once said she was symbiotically linked to him and would absorb half of his spiritual energy. Thus Li Fengmian began to assess his situation. Although he no longer feared being drained into a dried corpse by those core disciples at any moment, he now needed to escape the Huan sect. First, to avoid losing himself through prolonged use of the sky-shrouding bead for disguise. Second, because Linger was still asleep and according to his uncle's guidance he had to go to the White Tiger Manor to awaken her. As for why that elder named Chen Luoluo had gone to such trouble to lure him to the Huan sect, Li Fengmian still hadn't figured it out, but he could only take things one step at a time. He was no longer the unrestrained Yi Zhongjiu who spent all day dreaming of being a swordsman. He was Li Fengmian, burdened with the expectations of many. At this thought, Li Fengmian remembered the woman in red who had forced him off the cliff that night. Rage instantly surged within him. He could not quell his resentment until he killed her. The next day, as the horizon was bathed in the light of dawn, Li Fengmian transformed into the likeness of Yi Zhongjiu and headed towards the cultivation tower that Su Manman had once told him about. Originally, Li Fengmian had planned to stay indoors until the Battle of the Prodigies began to avoid prolonged transformation into Yi Zhongjiu affecting him. But Li Fengmian thought that to kill that woman in red for revenge mere cultivation level was insufficient. He simply lacked combat experience. Moreover, if he wished to advance his cultivation further and go farther, he needed to focus on combat techniques, otherwise he would be nothing but an empty shell. Having made up his mind, Li Fengmian arrived early at the Huan sect's training grounds, intending to find a training room to practice the swordsmanship technique from Yi Zhongjiu's ring. Li Fengmian stood before the Huan sect's cultivation tower, gazing at the structure that covered over 1,000 square meters and rose 20 zhan high. Li Fengmian felt that the Huan sect's foundations were indeed profound, for such cultivation towers numbered 10 in the sect. Approaching the tower, Li Fengmian saw the character 9 hanging above the first floor lintel and knew that this was the 9th tower he had come to today. Li Fengmian observed the Huan sect disciples entering in 2s and 3s ahead of him. Some were arm-in-arm couples, while female disciples dressed seductively, showing off their long legs. Li Fengmian couldn't help but think, truly unafraid that passionate youths might lose control. What a paradise on earth! Chen Luoluo did not deceive me. Just as Li Fengmian was about to grab a disciple to ask how to enter the cultivation tower, he overheard the conversation of 2 female disciples ahead. The training rooms on the top 3 floors cost 10 points per day, but they're worth it. I was captivated by the prairie inside last time, it was truly magical. Another female disciple said, "Junior sister, you must be new to the sect. There are many wonders here, you'll learn about them in time. But sect points aren't easy to earn and I can't keep this up for long. After a few more days he'll have to settle for the ordinary floors that cost 3 or 5 points. The first female disciple spoke with a hint of disappointment. Listening to the 2 women ahead, Li Fengmian took out Yi Zhongjiu's point token. Seeing the 107 points recorded on it, he silently exclaimed, "What a pauper." It wasn't even enough for a proper splurge, but freeloading felt great. Otherwise, how would he ever gather such points? Li Fengmian gave a cursory glance around, then followed the crowd into the cultivation tower. On the first floor was a registration desk where disciples queued up in an orderly fashion. When it was Li Fengmian's turn, he said to the registering disciple, "Brother, are there any good training rooms left on the top floors?" "Yes, brother, there are. 9 such rooms remain." The male disciple who had been looking down raised his head to glance at Li Fengmian and continued, "Brother, the top 3 floors cost 10 points per day." With that, he extended his hand. Li Fengmian quickly handed over Yi Zhongjiu's point token, watching as the disciple deducted the points and gave him a stone tablet. "Brother, 3rd room on the 9th floor." The disciple said without looking up, then called out to the crowd behind, "Next." When Li Fengmian, without a blush or a racing heart, took the stone tablet bought with Yi Zhongjiu's sect points and entered the training room, he felt only that freeloading was truly satisfying. Standing in the cramped stone chamber, Li Fengmian felt a bit lost, recalling the woman's words outside the tower, and began to search around. Where was the promised prairie? Where was the promised best training room? Just as Li Fengmian was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a wheel beside the stone door. He tentatively turned it and after a dizzying whirl found himself on a desolate plain. Gazing at the surreal scenery, Li Fengmian quickly crouched down to grab a handful of yellow soil, only to realize it was all real. Li Fengmian couldn't help but marvel that the Huan sect was truly astonishing. Who was this Huan sect ancestor to wield such power in this low martial world? Could there be an upper realm beyond this world? This thought ignited Li Fengmian's fighting spirit. It seemed this world was far more complex than he had imagined, and he must train harder to venture out and see it. With that, Li Fengmian summoned Little Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird one after another to begin cultivation, determined to fully develop the potential of these 2 creatures in the coming days. Li Fengmian summoned a Cyan Dragon from his right hand. A long jade-green serpent coiled behind him before darting before him, transforming into a colossal dragon spanning 5 zhang. Observing the dragon's transformation, Li Fengmian mused that as his cultivation advanced, this azure dragon would grow even larger. Without overthinking the self-aware beast before him, Li Fengmian leaped onto its head and commanded it to race across the boundless desolate wilderness. Feeling the wind roar past his ears, Li Fengmian experienced a freedom he had never known. Joyfully he steered the dragon, soaring high and swooping low. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Fengmian suddenly felt drained of strength. He tumbled from the dragon's head, but just before hitting the ground the dragon caught him securely, then dissipated, leaving him on the earth. After the span of an incense stick, the feeling of exhaustion gradually faded and he struggled to his feet. Sitting down, Fengmian examined his dantian only to discover that the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians had become surprisingly thin. Reflecting carefully, he realized that controlling the dragon for so long had unknowingly drained his spiritual energy. Thus he began to circulate the Yuling Ju to absorb the world's qi. After half an hour his spiritual energy was restored. He thought to himself that the Yuling Ju was indeed a remarkable cultivation method. Based on his recent experience with the dragon, he estimated his current cultivation could sustain it for the duration of an incense stick. In the future, if he faced an unbeatable enemy, he could use the dragon to escape swiftly. Pleased with this thought, Fengmian then summoned the vermilion bird. Gazing at the creature wreathed in flames, he speculated that it too could serve as a mount. But since he already had the azure dragon as an escape tool, he decided to use the vermilion bird as a means of attack. Looking at the bird circling overhead, Fengmian focused his mind and pointed a finger straight ahead. With a single cry, the vermilion bird shot forward in the direction he indicated, smashing a circular pit a full zhang in diameter into the ground not far away. Satisfied with the result, Fengmian nodded. After mastering the abilities granted by the two divine beasts, he dismissed them. From Yi Changjia's ring he retrieved a longsword and a sword manual. He examined the pitch-black blade, 3 qi long and 2.5 fingers wide. Turning his attention to the worn manual, he set the sword aside and sat cross-legged to leaf through it. Time passed, and after half an hour he finished reading the entire manual, memorizing its techniques. The manual, titled The Liang Sword Art, consisted of 3 forms, each overwhelmingly aggressive and aimed at an opponent's vital points. Having finished the manual, Fengmian put it away and closed his eyes to mentally rehearse the techniques he had seen. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he took a deep breath and snapped his eyes open, visualizing the woman in red he had seen that night standing before him. He grabbed the black sword beside him and sprang to his feet, charging straight at the woman's face. Upon reaching her, he drew the sword and executed an upward slash, sending her flying. Then he flashed above her, reversed his grip and slashed downward. As her body fell, he teleported beneath her, swept the blade across her back and launched her into the air once more. He kept her suspended in midair, delivering dozens of slashes from all directions before landing, sheathing his sword and exhaling a long turbid breath. Standing upright, Fengmian snapped his fingers. The woman suspended in the air was sliced into fragments by countless sword lights, then dissipated. Overjoyed, Fengmian thought no wonder Yi Chongjia wanted to become a swordsman. After such a display, even a man would be awestruck, let alone a woman. After all, sword cultivation is a man's romance. Gazing at the air churned by his blade, he marveled at the exquisiteness of the technique. A simple parry, a sweep, a lift, a chop, yet it embodied the principle of using an opponent's force against them. However, the final move seemed more akin to a saber technique than a sword art. And though exquisite, it lacked power. So Fengmian sat cross-legged again, opened the manual and studied it more closely. It was only when he linked the 3 layers of the manual that he understood the first layer was merely foundational, but the combined moves possessed considerable might. Fengmian wondered if the sword in his hand was too ordinary to unleash the manual's full potential. So he summoned his divine body and began practicing the techniques. As he swung the sword, he noticed a white light trailing from its tip. An idea struck him. He infused the divine sword with the vermilion bird's fire attribute and swung again. Seeing the sword's chi scorch the spiritual energy in the air around the blade, Fengmian was astounded. He marveled that this must be why the world perpetually sought divine artifacts. A fine weapon truly could magnify the power of a technique to its fullest. Over the next 2 days, Fengmian practiced the sword art in the training tower during the day and cultivated through the night, occasionally checking on Linger's condition. Having trained in the tower for several days, he now understood its functions. On the eve of the genius battle, after packing up and transforming into Yi Chongjia, he set out for the training tower. During the upcoming battle, Fengmian could not use his divine body or his firewood spiritual root. He had to rely solely on Yi Chongjia's black sword. To quickly adapt to the sword, he carried it constantly, even placing it on his lap during nightly cultivation, treating it like a new bride. Moreover, Fengmian discovered that when he transformed into Yi Chongjia, his spiritual root changed to Yi Chongjia's fire root. This realization shocked him and underscored the power of the sky concealing pearl. During these days, he also gradually mastered the pearl, occasionally entering it to cultivate for several hours. As he passed the sect's main square with his sword, he noticed a large crowd gathered, with many disciples setting up stalls on the ground. Curiously, Fengmian approached and wandered through the crowd. The stalls offered low-grade artifacts, common first-grade pills, soft armor, and even rare spiritual weapons. This attracted a circle of onlookers. Fengmian squeezed into the crowd and saw a disheveled youth methodically polishing 5 spiritual weapons before placing them one by one on a crude wooden rack. "That sword has reached the mid-grade spiritual weapon level, a rare treasure," said a youth in ornate robes, arms crossed. Brother Wan's vision is truly narrow. "A mere mid-grade spiritual weapon counts as a rare treasure," another youth in fine clothes scoffed. "We can hardly compare to a scion of a wealthy household like Brotherly." A mid-grade spiritual weapon may be nothing but Brotherly himself only wields a high-grade one. The youth called Brother Wang retorted with sarcasm. What do you know? Above spiritual weapons are profound weapons, and above those earth-grade weapons. The entire Great Tang and Fan Kingdom possess only a few earth-grade weapons. As for legendary heaven-grade weapons, none have been seen in 10,000 years, the youth surnamedly declared arrogantly. Listening to their exchange, Li Fengmian recalled reading in the Sword Clan's archives that his divine body was a divine weapon surpassing even heaven-grade weapons. Unfortunately, his sword soul had been taken by his so-called father. Otherwise he wouldn't need to practice the sword art so painstakingly, he could simply hand it to the sword spirit to train. With that thought, Li Fengmian pushed out of the crowd and headed to the training tower to continue practicing the Liang sword art. Li Fengmian walked into the cultivation chamber and turned the dial, suddenly finding himself on a vast boundless grassland. Before Li Fengmian could even take in his surroundings, he felt the turf beneath him tremble violently. As he struggled to keep his footing, a rapid low growling sound came from behind. Li Fengmian instinctively turned his head and saw a massive herd of rhinoceros-like beasts appearing out of nowhere, charging straight toward him. Seeing the endless dark tide of beasts behind him, Li Fengmian turned and fled. Yet as he ran, he realized, how could a 12-wheel drive human outrun a 4-wheel drive beast? Just as the sharp horn of the rhino beast behind him was about to deliver a fatal blow, Li Fengmian raised his right hand, summoned the Azure Dragon, and leaped onto its head in one swift motion. As Li Fengmian guided the Azure Dragon higher and faster, ascending into the midair, the rhino herd on the ground gradually slowed down, roaring up at him incessantly. It was as if they were saying, "If you've got the guts, come down here and face us." Only after realizing he was out of danger did Li Fengmian calm down. Reflecting on how he hadn't summoned the Azure Dragon to escape immediately, he understood the importance of combat experience. If one is not familiar with their own techniques and life-saving skills, they cannot make the quickest and most correct decision even when danger strikes. With that thought, Li Fengmian took Yichangjia's long sword in hand, activated his fire spirit root, and leaped down from midair, striking directly at the beast that had tried to impale him. You may desire my rear, but you need my consent. Without my permission, you have already earned your doom. By the time the setting sun on the grassland was about to dip below the distant horizon, the green turf had long been stained crimson with blood. The afterglow of sunset and the blood-red grass formed a surreal tableau. Throughout the entire day, Li Fengmian fell again and again, only to rise, perished repeatedly, only to revive and continue swinging his sword. The spiritual energy in his dantian was depleted time and time again until he finally chopped off the head of the last rhino in the herd. Covered in blood, Li Fengmian leaned against the carcass of a rhino, gasping for air. He lifted his head and reached out his hand, trying to grasp the last glimmer of the sunset. Afterward, Li Fengmian exited the simulated environment of the cultivation chamber, once again transformed his appearance to resemble Yichangjiu, and dragged his weary body out of the cultivation tower. By then the sky had already darkened. All Li Fengmian wanted at that moment was to stand under a hot shower. Thinking of this, he stealthily made his way toward the back of the mountain, recalling a hot spring he had seen when he once visited the red summit peak. He intended to wash away the sweat and grime. Although he already knew how to cleanse himself with magical power, he still longed for a soak, for the sheer pleasure of bathing was something magic could never replicate. When Li Fengmian quietly arrived at the hot spring, he scanned the area to ensure no one was around, then quickly stripped off his clothes, reverted to his original appearance, and plunged into the warm water. Before Li Fengmian had been soaking for even the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he heard soft footsteps from the distant woods. He hurriedly swam toward the shore, but just as he was about to grab his clothes, a figure had already come into his line of sight. Li Fengmian quickly stored his clothes in his ring and submerged his head beneath the water. "Senior sister, this is the sect's forbidden ground. Are we really okay sneaking in here?" A timid female voice sounded. Have you forgotten why you came to the sect?" Another woman spoke with a tone of exasperation. "This is probably the only place in the entire sect suitable for talking. Everywhere else is under surveillance. They're about to make a move on the Joyful Union Sect," the woman said in a lowered voice. As she spoke to the girl who had first spoken, she slipped off her dress and stepped into the hot spring. Come on in. Ever since I joined this Joyful Union Sect, we sisters haven't bathed together in over 2 years." "All right, senior sister, I'm coming." The girl named replied, quickly shedding her clothes and jumping into the spring, swimming toward the woman who had entered first. "Come scrub my back. We can talk while we soak." The woman addressed as senior sister looked at the girl before her, then turned her back to her. "This time at the Heavenly Pride Tournament you must break into the top 100. Strive for the chance to leave the sect for training and take the item out. Outside the sect I'll have my family receive you and help you escape. The Joyful Union Sect is doomed this time. Senior sister, like this." The girl suddenly reached out to the woman's chest teasingly. Stop fooling around. I'm being serious." The woman broke free from the girl's mischievous hands, turning around to playfully scuffle with her. Hiding underwater, Li Fengmian was so stunned his nose almost bled. Fearing exposure, he quietly swam toward the opposite shore. Senior sister, I never expected such a big change after not bathing with you for over a year. How do you maintain it? Teach me. The girl said, puffing out her chest toward the woman. Hearing this, Li Fengmian couldn't help but exhale a burst of air. Who's there? Discovered, Li Fengmian quickly covered his mouth and nose, paddling even more frantically toward the shore. Just as Li Fengmian was about to reach the shore, the woman struck out with her palm, landing a direct hit on his unprepared back. Unable to hold back, Li Fengmian expelled all the air from his mouth, then quickly transformed into Yi Changjia's form and leaped onto the bank. As Li Fengmian hastily pulled on his trousers, a cold sword was already pressed against his neck. Just as Li Fengmian raised his left hand to summon a divine sword and slay the two women, the woman's sword moved first, resting firmly against his throat. Don't move, or I don't care which faction you belong to. The woman's voice thundered in Li Fengmian's ear. Feeling the sting on his neck, Li Fengmian realized he was under control. He quickly spoke to placate the woman. Beautiful lady, please. Don't act rashly. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Li Fengmian hurriedly tried to calm her down. Turn around, the woman commanded. Hearing her words and sensing the sword slightly pulling away, Li Fengmian tentatively turned around. He saw the woman had already draped a thin garment over herself. Li Fengmian looked her up and down, silently marveling at how the girl earlier had been absolutely right. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? The sword-wielding woman demanded sternly. I was just passing by, taking a soak here, and happened upon you too. Li Fengmian put on a fawning, ingratiating smile. Senior brother Yi. The other girl, now dressed, stepped forward and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Fengmian. Junior sister. Li Fengmian exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the girl before him. He hadn't expected the other woman to be Lanlan, the girl from Wang Bo's little group. Senior sister, please put down your sword, don't hurt brother Yi. Lan said to the woman holding the sword. Where do you know this man? The woman turned to look at Lan with confusion but did not lower her sword. Senior sister, he is brother Yi, the one I mentioned to you before. Lan quickly spoke to the woman, then reached out and pulled the sword back. Li Fengmian instantly felt the icy sensation at his neck vanish, but his heart grew even more anxious. Li Fengmian could tell that the young woman named Lan or Yuer shared a deep connection with Yi Changjiu. Senior sister, perhaps you should first put on some clothes. The young woman spoke, looking at the woman before her who wore only a thin undergarment. Ah. The woman then looked down and realized the moonlight shone through her flimsy translucent attire, letting out a startled cry. Close your eyes, don't look. Senior sister, I didn't see anything. Li Fengmian quickly shut his eyes and the woman turned and ran into the nearby woods. Hearing the woman's footsteps, Li Fengmian squinted one eye and tilted his head to gaze at the figure retreating behind Lan. That silhouette, that figure, the moonlight truly was magnificent. Lan slapped Li Fengmian across the body, pouting, look again and I'll gouge out your eyes. Li Fengmian quickly straightened his head and opened his eyes to face Lan, whose hair was still wet. He spoke with a guilty tone, Junior sister, what a coincidence. Junior sister. Lan exclaimed in surprise. His senior sister was right. Men are indeed worthless. I should have let her run you through with her sword just now. Ah. Had I underestimated the relationship between Yi Changjiu and this young woman named Lan. Damn it, this is truly the end. Lan turned to look behind her where her senior sister had yet to return and asked, what are you doing here? I came to take a bath. Li Fengmian looked at the young woman before him, thinking that if he were exposed he would kill her and flee quickly. Otherwise he might be the next to die. After all, he had already overheard things he shouldn't have. Why didn't you invite me to bathe with you? Lan shot Li Fengmian a fierce glare, speaking with a hint of jealousy. Wait, what? Sister, is this some kind of perverse game? But it does sound rather intriguing. It would be even better if her senior sister joined in. Realizing he hadn't been exposed yet, Li Fengmian could only steel himself and say, I just finished my cultivation practice and am drenched in sweat. As he spoke, Li Fengmian reached out to pat Lan's shoulder to comfort her. Don't touch me. Lan angrily dodged his wandering hand. Who is he exactly? Just as the atmosphere between Li Fengmian and Lan grew awkward, the woman swiftly approached Lan's side and asked. Senior sister, he is brother Yi Changjiu, the one I told you about. Lan spoke timidly. So you are Yi Changjiu? The woman glanced at Lan, then turned to look at Li Fengmian with a hint of disdain. Senior sister, I am indeed Yi Changjiu. Li Fengmian spoke with some trepidation. Not bad, you've reached the peak of the meditation realm at 17, but that's still not enough. The woman cast a glance at Li Fengmian's 8-pack abs glistening with water droplets and swallowed. Then, after assessing his cultivation level, she nodded with some satisfaction. Yi Changjiu, is it? If you wish to enter the Qin family's gates, you must step into the true Qi realm before the age of 20. Can you do that? The woman held her sword to her chest, speaking to Fengmian with contempt. Senior sister, why are you saying all this? Lan shyly tugged at the woman's sleeve. Fengmian instantly felt as though he were treading on thin ice with a fishbone lodged in his throat, thorns piercing his back and the Tathagata Buddha himself. Senior sister, I will do my utmost. Fengmian, now only wanting to slip away, quickly cupped his fists in reply. That's good. Moreover, the Qin family has never allowed women to marry out, only men can marry in. If you truly care for Yuer, I trust you won't mind. The woman continued. Senior sister. Lan again tugged forcefully at the woman's sleeve, signaling her to stop. The woman shook off Lan's hand impatiently and said, a daughter is indeed hard to keep. He knows too much. If he doesn't swear eternal loyalty to the Qin family, I'll run him through with my sword today. Lan glanced at Fengmian, then lowered her head, both shy and helpless. Senior sister Lan. Yuer and I share a deep bond. None of these are issues. Fengmian felt utterly resigned. I don't know anything. Yet I have to bear this burden. Very well. Here is a meridian unblocking pill. Return and break through to the meridian unblocking realm as soon as possible so you can squeeze into the top 100 in the prodigy battle. Then a task will be assigned to you. The woman took a pill from the storage pouch at her waist and handed it to Fengmian, then continued, once you complete the task, I'll have Yuer take you back to the Qin family for your wedding. Tomorrow is the first round of the prodigy battle. Go back early and rest and strive to come out on top. With that, the woman pulled the reluctant Yuer away and left. Fengmian was left standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. Hilarious, had come out for a bath and ended up with a wife for free, and a wealthy, beautiful one at that. But this Yi Changzhou was truly unlucky to encounter such an overbearing family. If he were still alive, he'd surely be unable to escape becoming a Lythian son-in-law. However, from their conversation it seemed the Joyous Union Sect was in for a great calamity. Had better make his own plans early. With that thought, Fengmian lost all interest in bathing. He dressed, dried his hair, and left this place of trouble. Fengmian entered his room wearily. Just as he closed the door, a woman suddenly darted out from the darkness. Just as Fengmian was about to cry out in alarm, the woman covered his mouth and pressed him against the door. Fengmian quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to resist, but the woman erupted with a powerful pressure that suppressed him completely. Shut up. Don't make a sound. I'm not here to kill you, the woman said somewhat breathlessly. Fengmian instantly calmed down, and as the woman withdrew her pressure, quickly put distance between them. Who are you and why are you in my room? Fengmian demanded. Who am I? Who else could I be? The woman in black removed her mask and said angrily, Brother Yi, how could you forget me so quickly? Fengmian looked at the unfamiliar woman before him and truly had no idea who she was. Hearing her words, Fengmian suddenly seemed to understand something, cursing inwardly, Yi Changzhou, you beast. You're playing both sides, you scoundrel. But it's fine, my good brother, since I become you, let me bear this pain for you. Why are you here? Fengmian quickly feigned confusion and asked. I waited for you at the place we agreed upon, but when you didn't show, I came looking for you here. The black-clad girl slowly walked over, gently embracing Fengmian's waist, leaning her head against his shoulder. I was a bit tired today and planned to find a place to soak in a bath, but I ran into an acquaintance, so I was delayed. At the sight, Fengmian's heart raced wildly, yet he still spoke to the girl in a tender tone. Brother Yi, who did you encounter? The girl lifted her head slightly as if seeking a kiss from Fengmian and asked softly. Fengmian froze for a moment, thinking, damn it, what should I say? After a moment of inner struggle, Fengmian tentatively spoke, the two Qin sisters. So it's those two sluts. The black-clad girl hugged Fengmian even tighter, squeezing him until he could hardly bear it. Brother Yi, have you gained their trust? Hearing the tone in the girl's voice, Fengmian let out a long breath and then said, almost. They said that after the prodigy battle they'll have me handle a task. Really? Then it must be that thing. The girl spoke with some delight, and seeming tired from standing, she pulled Fengmian to sit on the bed. Damn, already on the bed. Shouldn't we warm things up first? We just met. Brother Yi, look. The girl joyfully removed her black outer robe, retrieved a ring from her bosom, and then took out a red-black longsword from the ring, handing it to Fengmian. Fengmian took the sword but couldn't discern much from it. So he feigned amazement, staring at the sword in silence, waiting for the girl to speak first to glean some useful information. Brother Yi, what's wrong? The girl asked as she looked at the silent Fengmian, who then raised his head with a look of feigned emotion toward her. Brother Yi, how is it? Your favorite Hongmong sword, aren't you happy? The girl looked at him with eager anticipation. Hearing this, Fengmian thought even a fool could guess the plot. Most likely this girl risked her life to retrieve this precious sword for her beloved. So Fengmian set the sword aside and joyfully embraced the girl. But he lost his balance and accidentally pinned her onto the bed. Suddenly the atmosphere fell silent and Fengmian was too embarrassed to know what to do. He thought, should I move or not? Brother Yi, we agreed to wait until marriage. The girl's voice came through tinged with fear, snapping Li Fengmian back to his senses. He cursed inwardly, blaming the heaven-shrouding pearl for controlling his body, otherwise he was a righteous man and would never have done such a thing. It seemed this Yi Zhangjiu wasn't an honest man either, always harboring such lecherous thoughts. Then Li Fengmian quickly got off the girl, saying awkwardly, I didn't mean to, I just lost my balance and fell. Seeing the girl silent for a long time, Li Fengmian turned his head and found her eyes red and full of grievance, as if she might cry at any moment. What's wrong? Li Fengmian looked at the girl before him, suddenly panicking. Please don't cry. Just tell me what's the matter. Brother Yi, are you angry? It's not that I don't want to give myself to you, but my family requires me to be at least 18. The girl said woefully. Upon hearing this, Li Fengmian nearly jumped off the bed. Wait, what? You're not even 18. Why didn't you say so earlier? But then Li Fengmian thought, if Yi Zhangjiu was only 17, how could the girl who called him brother Yi be 18? Thankfully it was a close call, I almost messed up. I'm not angry about that. Where did you get that idea? Li Fengmian said with a sense of relief. Then why won't you call me little sister anymore? The girl said pitifully. I didn't. Little sister, it's just that I'm so happy about this sword. When Li Fengmian heard the girl bring up how to address her, he felt a surge of relief, thinking it was perfect since he had no idea what to do otherwise. Alright, brother Yi. The girl hugged him again and continued. Brother Yi quickly put away the Hongmong sword. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Fengmian stored the sword into his ring. Brother Yi, keep a close watch on those two Qin sluts and don't let your cover be blown. The girl emphasized the word blown. Little sister, rest assured I'll be vigilant. Li Fengmian reached out and gently stroked her hair, offering a soft reassurance. Brother Yi, this is a Meridian Open pill. Absorb it quickly and try to break through to the Meridian Open realm by tomorrow. That way you'll have a better chance in the prodigy battle. As the girl took a Meridian Open pill from her ring, Li Fengmian's mind went blank. Wasn't it said that second-grade pills and above were the rarest? How come everyone has one and they all end up in my pocket? Is this what it means to be the child of destiny? Li Fengmian accepted the pill, his heart a mix of emotions. It seemed this girl's identity was no simple matter either. Brother Yi, if those two Qin sluts offer you a Meridian Open pill, don't take it. Li Fengmian looked at the 3 pills already in his ring and thought, I've already taken them, should I give them back? Alright, I'll listen to you, little sister, Li Fengmian replied guiltily. After the prodigy battle, when we go out for sect training, the Qin sisters will surely give you that item. Keep it safe and we'll meet at White Tiger Manor. You'll hand it over to me and I'll take it back to our family. The girl nuzzled against Li Fengmian's shoulder and spoke softly. Li Fengmian wanted to ask what the item was, but he knew that would reveal his ignorance. For now he had to take things one step at a time. Perhaps, as the Qin sisters had said, the Joyous Union Sect was now riddled with infiltrators beyond repair. It seemed that after 1,000 years the world still coveted the sect master's treasure. Brother Yi'll head back to rain-covering mountain now. Be careful and don't blow your cover. After putting on her black robe, the girl once again stressed that Li Fengmian must not be exposed, making him wonder if she had sensed something. Li Fengmian watched as the girl climbed out the window, scaled the courtyard wall, glanced back at him and then jumped down, disappearing from sight. Watching her series of movements, Li Fengmian suddenly realized she was the same black-clad woman he had encountered on the day he first pretended to be Yi Zhangjiu. She must have been the one who delivered the letter to him right after he entered the sect. Li Fengmian quickly connected Su Manman Wang Yuyan Wang Bo, the Qin sisters the girl called little sister, before him, and the deeply hidden Chen Luolua, and his scalp tingled. This Joyous Union Sect was not just a terminally ill patient, it was a rotting, worm-ridden corpse. These people had mysterious origins, but Li Fengmian could see the formidable power behind each of them, and they all shared a common goal, the treasure of the Joyous Union Sect. Li Fengmian couldn't help but sneer. So this is how it is. Everyone's a wolf and I'm the only civilian. After the girl in black left, Li Fengmian repeatedly reviewed the conversation he had just had with her, becoming increasingly alarmed. He recalled how heavily she had emphasized the word exposure on 2 occasions. Li Fengmian was unsure if he had already revealed himself. He could only resign to fate and take it one step at a time. His primary goal now was to break through to the Meridian realm and strive to place within the top 100 in the sect's genius battle. Once he left the sect, he planned to head to the Baihu Villa for training, taking the opportunity to deliver the letter given to him by the old dragon to the villa's master, first aiding Linger in her recovery and then seeking a chance to escape the group. During the upcoming genius battle, he intended to avoid everyone as much as possible to reduce the risk of exposure. Having said that, Li Fengmian shut the doors and windows tightly, then removed the disguise of the heaven-covering pearl, reverting to his original appearance, and began to meditate on his bed. Although Li Fengmian had received 3 meridian pills, the spiritual power within him from absorbing the demon pill given by the old dragon was already sufficient for him to break through to the meridian realm. However, he wanted to familiarize himself more with the sitting and shining realm so he could comprehend the distinctions between the realms. He was also afraid that advancing too quickly might destabilize his foundation, as each breakthrough brought fundamental changes to the body. If he broke through too quickly, he feared his body might not withstand the changes, leading to a catastrophic explosion. However, after 3 days of training and practical combat in the training tower, Fengmian gradually understood the changes between the sitting and shining and the cleansing marrow realms. The cleansing marrow realm is essentially about cleansing the meridians to allow the flow of spiritual power. It also involves expanding the dantian to store spiritual power, thus enabling a stronger burst of power in battle compared to ordinary individuals. The sitting and shining realm signifies entry into martial arts, where the sensitivity to the spiritual power in the world becomes much stronger and the amount of spiritual power stored in the dantian increases. At the same time, one can transform the spiritual power within the dantian into special forms of attack akin to hero skills in mobile games on Earth. As for the meridian realm, as the name suggests, it is about unblocking the meridians, making them stronger and thicker, allowing for a greater output of spiritual power for combat, resulting in a burst capability that surpasses the sitting and shining realm by a whole level. Fengmian somewhat regretted not borrowing a body technique from the scripture depository these days. If he could learn a body technique, he would be able to avoid his opponent's attacks during combat, but fortunately he had the little azure dragon. During the first match of the genius battle, he planned to utilize the fire attribute spiritual root of the Zhuxue, since Yi Chongji himself was a fire spiritual root. After contemplating this, Fengmian began to meditate, expanding his meridians with as much spiritual power as possible. When he opened his eyes again, 5 hours had passed and he had successfully entered the meridian realm. Feeling the ferocity of the spiritual power flowing through his meridians was countless times stronger than when he was in the sitting and shining realm. Fengmian was overjoyed. This breakthrough was quite urgent for him given the upcoming sect genius battle, and he had to push for it. He couldn't let it be that when someone struck him, it felt like a large truck crashing towards him, while his own strike resembled a small bicycle timidly approaching the opponent that would be akin to seeking death. Fengmian exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened the window, only to find it was already noon. He leaped off the bed, activated the heaven-covering pearl, transformed into Yi Chongji, and dashed towards the sect square. Today was the first match of the sect's genius battle, where disciples were to head to the beast forest for the first contest, obtaining magic cores. When Fengmian arrived at the square, he discovered that the usually crowded area was already devoid of people. This made Fengmian even more anxious, but then he thought to check the entrance to the beast forest first. When he reached the entrance, he saw Wang Bo anxiously standing there, and Fengmian hurriedly ran up to him. "Why did you just arrive? Hurry and come with me to find my grandpa so he can take us in," Wang Bo exclaimed, grabbing Fengmian's hand and sprinting towards the elder. At this moment, Fengmian could clearly see that the beast forest was nestled within a range of mountains. The sect had sealed off the surrounding mountains with thick walls, and with the addition of barriers they had trapped the magical beasts inside for the disciples' trials. While Fengmian was observing his surroundings, a portly old man approached him and Wang Bo. "Grandpa, please." Wang Bo pulled on the old man's arm, acting adorably, which almost made Fengmian vomit. "All right, I understand, follow me, I'll take you in." The old man glanced at Fengmian, then led the two towards the entrance of the beast forest. The disciples who had arrived late and were not allowed in cursed under their breath, "Relations dog. I knew they were taking the back door." Fengmian looked disdainfully at that group of disciples, thinking to himself, "I am indeed a relations dog, what can you do about it? Having connections and not using them would be foolish." At that moment, Fengmian looked at Wang Bo beside him and instantly found him to be quite handsome. He generously admitted that Wang Bo looked better than him today. He was simply too handsome. After Fengmian and Wang Bo were taken into the beast forest by the old man, he suddenly noticed a group of men and women standing not far away. Upon stepping closer, he realized it was Wang Bo's little group. "Grandson, go ahead, be sure to stay safe. If you can't fight the magical beasts, just run. Don't push yourself too hard." After saying this, the old man quickly leaned down to speak softly to Wang Bo. "Kill as many as you can, Grandpa is here. You will be staying in there for half a month. Here's the food I prepared for you, eat whenever you're hungry." The old man then handed a spatial ring to Wang Bo while meticulously adjusting Wang Bo's clothing. At that moment, Fengmian caught a glimpse of a girl in black flashing past on a branch from afar. Looking at her figure and attire, Fengmian felt she resembled the girl he had called little sister last night, but he also found it hard to believe. "Did she see me running? I must have seen it wrong." "Understood, Grandpa," Wang Bo said, then led Fengmian towards the small group. The old man withdrew from the beast forest as the group gathered. "Hey! Our great swordsman Yi is quite the big shot, making us wait here for over an hour." The man who had nearly knocked Fengmian off the roof during their first meeting began to mock him. "Ouyang Sun, can you please shut your filthy mouth?" Lan Lan, standing beside him, reprimanded him with an authoritative demeanor. "Everyone, I apologize, I was in a rush to break through to the Meridian realm last night and didn't realize the time." Fengmian sincerely apologized to everyone with a cupped fist. "Yi Shixiang, why did you only break through last night?" A chatterbox disciple exclaimed in surprise. "I was wondering where you had been these past few days, why hadn't I seen you?" "Alright Yunshan, we can catch up after we get out. At that time I'll lock you two together and you can have a good chat." Wang Bo seemed worried that the chatterbox would continue talking indefinitely, quickly interrupted. Other disciples have already been inside for over an hour, we need to hurry and not fall behind them. With that, everyone followed Wang Bo as they swept into the depths of the beast forest. Li Fengmian and Wang Bo led the group deeper into the beast forest, encountering only a few first and second tier demonic beasts along the way, all of which were slain by others for their demon cores. Li Fengmian had no opportunity to act, and he dared not strike recklessly, fearing that a single move would expose his true identity. After all, according to Yun Shan, the original Yi Zhongjiu often sparred with Wang Bo. If he were to make a move in Wang Bo's presence, he would likely be seen through. Yet continuing like this was no solution. If he failed to kill any demonic beasts and gather enough demon cores, he would surely be eliminated. As Li Fengmian and the others pressed deeper, they spotted fewer and fewer demonic beasts. The few third-tier beasts they encountered were swiftly slain by Wang Bo and Ouyang Sun working together. "This won't do," Wang Bo remarked after he and Ouyang Sun had just killed a third-tier beast. "We must have arrived too late. The beasts have been scared off by the earlier disciples. Let's split up." Just as Li Fengmian was contemplating how to break away from the group to hunt alone, Wang Bo proposed the very idea. It was a godsend. "Agreed." Li Fengmian immediately voiced his support. "Then he'll team up with senior brother Yi." Lan Lan also stepped forward to agree, insisting on joining Li Fengmian. This left Li Fengmian, who had intended to go solo, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't very well refuse. "Then he'll go with Lan Lan." Ouyang Sun wiped the blood from his blade and stood up. "No way. You two are among the strongest in our group. If you team up, what about me, Qingqing and Zhang Ming, the three rookies?" Yun Shan immediately objected upon hearing their plan. "No, I won't agree to this pairing," he insisted. "What do you think?" Wang Bo turned to Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian had intended to say he could manage alone, but recalling how the group had waited for him for an hour, he felt it would be unreasonable to just walk away. "Yun Shan, come with me. The rest of you figure it out among yourselves. Ideally, each team should have a Meridian Opening Realm cultivator." Li Fengmian scanned the group and settled on Yun Shan, the chatterbox he knew best, a simple soul unlikely to see through his disguise. "Oh, our great swordsman has finally learned some teamwork." Ouyang Sun seized the chance to mock Li Fengmian. "Someone who needs backup to kill a third-tier beast should keep his mouth shut." Li Fengmian shot back irritably. "Yi Zhongjiu, do you think you're so capable? If you are, why didn't you step up earlier?" Ouyang Sun's eyes bulged as if he wanted to devour Li Fengmian alive. "I'm not like some people who crave the spotlight. These third-tier beasts aren't even worth my effort." Li Fengmian retorted, only then realizing he had momentarily forgotten he was supposed to be Yi Zhongjiu. He followed up with a disdainful, arrogant pose. "Yi Zhongjiu, are you asking for death?" Ouyang Sun raised his blade to strike Li Fengmian. "Enough!" Wang Bo bellowed, stepping between them. "Take Yun Shan and go ahead. I'll arrange the others," Wang Bo ordered with a glance at Li Fengmian. "Nighttime is when demonic beasts are active. Everyone must reach Cloud Pool before dark." Wang Bo produced a map and pointed to a location. Li Fengmian glanced at Lan Lan, who was staring at him in confusion, then turned and walked away. "Hey, senior brother Yi, wait for me." Yun Shan hurried after Li Fengmian, who showed no intention of taking him alone. Once Li Fengmian was far off, Wang Bo, Lan Lan and Ouyang Sun exchanged bewildered looks. "Don't you think Yi Zhongjiu has been acting strange lately?" Ouyang Sun remarked. Wang Bo pondered for a moment without answering. "Lan Lan, take Qingqing and go ahead. Ouyang, you take the other two. Wang Lin, come with me." With that, Wang Bo and Wang Lin departed, heading deeper into the beast forest. Dusk. The Huan Sect Beast Forest. "What is senior brother Yi doing?" Yun Shan, trailing not far behind, watched Li Fengmian crouch down and rummage through something, muttering to himself in confusion. Drawing closer, he saw Li Fengmian playing with some kind of demonic beast's droppings, even bringing it to his nose to sniff, then smiling back at him. Yun Shan shuddered at Li Fengmian's eerie grin, feeling thoroughly unsettled. He thought to himself, "I never knew senior brother Yi was this kind of person." He resolved to stay far away from this pervert. "Senior brother Yi, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. It's getting dark, we need to hurry and meet up with Wang Xiao and the others." Yun Shan called out to Li Fengmian, who had left him far behind. "Shoo, keep quiet." Hearing Yun Shan's voice, Li Fengmian swiftly moved to his side and reached out to cover his mouth, inadvertently shoving the fingers that had been touching bare dung into Yun Shan's mouth. Once Yun Shan fell silent, Li Fengmian withdrew his hand, drew his pitch-black longsword and crept toward a distant cave. Yun Shan frantically wiped his mouth with his sleeve, fuming. "Senior brother Yi eats feces himself, but why does he have to shove it into my mouth? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'll expose him when we get back." A shadow darted out of the cave, charging at Li Fengmian. A flash of white light shot straight for his face. Li Fengmian hastily raised his sword to block only to be sent flying several zhang away. A fourth-tier beast. The steel-hide bear. Li Fengmian steadied himself and finally got a clear look at the creature that had knocked him back. It's a fourth-tier steel-hide bear. Yunshan gaped at the over 3-meter turtle brown bear. Senior brother Yi, we can't beat this. Li Fengmian rolled his eyes. Obviously. If we can't beat it, then go get help. Hurry to Cloud Pool and find Wang Xiao and the others. Before Li Fengmian could finish, Yunshan was already several zhang away. Senior brother Yi, hold on. I'll go get reinforcements. Yunshan shouted as he ran. Watching Yunshan disappear into the distance, Li Fengmian smiled. It seemed those years of trekking thousands of miles with Old Su had paid off. Though he hadn't begun martial training during the years he traveled with Old Su to the Tang dynasty, he had traversed countless mountains and rivers and seen myriad birds and beasts. Whenever they encountered a demonic beast, Old Su would lead Li Fengmian in a swift retreat. Once they tried to steal eggs from a nest to improve their meal. But a young steel-hide bear also after the eggs spotted them and chased them for 2 li. Since Old Su ran ahead, Li Fengmian was furious with him for days. Now recalling their escape-filled life, he found it utterly amusing. During those 2.5 years on the run, Old Su was like a walking encyclopedia. Every time they encountered a beast, he would chatter on about it for ages. Through constant exposure, Li Fengmian came to recognize many demonic beasts and even learned their habits and weaknesses. Thus this whole scene was a scheme he had devised to get rid of Yunshan. Ever since he smelled the steel-hide bear's droppings, Li Fengmian had planned this trap. He just hadn't expected the bear to be a 4th-tier beast. Rubbing his aching chest, Li Fengmian shouted at the bear beast. I'll fight you to the death. He yelled loudly but remained rooted to the spot, watching Yunshan flee into the distance. Seeing Yunshan vanish into the thicket, Li Fengmian flashed a triumphant grin. The wild king of the national server, always ready to betray his teammates. Upon hearing Li Fengmian's words, the Vajra bear instantly dropped to the ground, assuming a combat stance and glaring intently at Li Fengmian. Yet to its surprise, Li Fengmian remained standing still, unmoving. Seeing that Yunshan had already run far away, Li Fengmian turned his head to look at the Vajra bear. Damned if I didn't run into a 4th-rank beast. Normally 5th-rank beasts can speak human language and 4th-rank ones can understand it. The Vajra bear, seeing Li Fengmian remain motionless, stood up and stared at the human before it with confusion. You stupid bear, if you hadn't ambushed me, how could you have knocked me flying? This time I'm getting serious. Li Fengmian shouted loudly at the Vajra bear. Hearing his words, the bear let out a great roar and beat its chest as if saying, come and fight. Li Fengmian sheathed his pitch-black longsword, crouched down to gather strength, and with a whoosh he vanished into the nearby thicket. The Vajra bear stood frozen for 3 seconds. With a roar it gave chase as Li Fengmian fled. As he ran, Li Fengmian sneered inwardly, fooled you, big bear. Only an idiot would fight you. He noticed the furious bear pursuing him from behind. Hey buddy, stop chasing me. I don't like you, were destined for nothing. Li Fengmian shouted back at the bear while running. The only reply was the bear's enraged roars. Thus they ran far into the distance, one after the other. Seeing the bear closing in, Li Fengmian thought he had no choice but to fight. Win or lose, he would engage first. He dashed to a clearing, abruptly stopped, turned around and summoned the 110 sword, gathering his strength. The Vajra bear tried to break but couldn't stop in time, skidding to a halt right before Li Fengmian. Li Fengmian looked up at the bear with a sinister grin, nearly startling it into speaking human words. Just as the bear raised its paw to strike, Li Fengmian swung his sword, aiming directly at its face. The Vajra bear was sent flying 3 zhang away by the strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Fengmian sheathed his sword and let out a long, relieving breath. Gazing at the fallen bear, Li Fengmian wondered, is it dead already? That was too fast. No farewell. With a sudden roar, the bear sat up, then collapsed again. Startled, Li Fengmian turned to flee, not that he wanted to, but old habits of running with Old Su had made his legs act on their own. Hearing the bear fall again, Li Fengmian wondered if it was truly dead. He crept forward to inspect and found his sword had left a deep gash on the bear's face. His heart still racing, Li Fengmian thought that if not for his sneak attack he would have been crushed by the bear. Pointing at the motionless bear, he muttered to himself, "Our youth is wonderful, eat well, sleep well, and just collapse." A faint sound came from a distant tree trunk. Who's there? Li Fengmian tensed. Am I hallucinating from the stress? Forget it, I'll take the core and leave. This place isn't safe. Just as he extracted the Vajra bear's demon core and turned to go, he noticed a trace of blood seeping from its chest. Li Fengmian bent down to examine it and found a tiny needle hole near the bear's heart. He quickly drew Yi Chongjia's black iron sword, cut open the bear's chest, and discovered a silver needle piercing its heart. Pulling out the needle, Li Fengmian's mind churned. This was a 4th-rank beast. Even he had only managed a sneak attack with his sword. He had thought his strike on the bear's weakest spot, its eye, had killed it, but now he realized his naivety. How could a 4th-rank beast die from a single sword blow? Yet this silver needle pierced through its toughest armor and into its heart. The attacker must be at least at the peak of true Qi realm, and it took a full-powered strike. Their cultivation might even surpass that. Could it be an elder from the sect secretly protecting a disciple? But who would care about someone as insignificant as me? Maybe a guardian elder from some family passed by, saw my handsomeness, and saved me. This Hawan sect is no place to stay. It feels like eyes are everywhere watching me. With that thought, Fengmian quickly tossed the demon core and silver needle into his ring and fled the scene. Help! Help! Yunshan shouted from afar, spotting a group by a campfire near Yun Lake. But he tripped over a root and fell beneath a tree. Hearing the noise, the group jumped up but saw no one. They nervously gripped their weapons. After all, 5th rank beasts could speak human language. They often used such tricks to lure humans. Wait, that sounds like Yunshan. A male disciple suddenly said. Relieved, the disciple called into the bushes, "Senior brother Yun, stop pretending I see you." The others stared blankly into the thicket, nothing there. They shot the disciple a confused look and braced for battle again. A 5th rank beast was no joke. Their group of 7 included 3 at Meridian Opening Realm and 4 at Late Sitting Observation. Yi Changzhou and Yun Shan were still missing, not yet rendezvoused. They were among the strongest teams, but even a 4th rank beast required their combined strength to kill. If a 5th rank beast appeared, they'd have to run. If it was a speed type, they'd all be doomed. "Qin Feng, where's junior brother Yun? Did you see him?" Ouyang Sun asked nervously. "No, I was bluffing." Li Ming replied, equally scared. The group glared at Qin Feng with annoyance, making his neck chill. "If it's a 5th rank beast, Lan Ouyang and I will hold it off. The rest of you scatter." Wang Ba's palms were sweating, but he organized calmly. A hand emerged from the bushes a few zhang away. Ah! Ouyang Sun charged forward. Yun Shan stood up from the grass, disheveled and dirty. Ouyang Sun's blade sliced past Yun Shan's head, missing. Seeing someone before him, he quickly retreated without recognizing the face. "It's transformed. At least 6th rank. Lan, run." Ouyang Sun grabbed Lan to flee before seeing Yun Shan's face. "Ouyang Sun, look before you speak. You'll scare people to death." Lan recognized Yun Shan and scolded him angrily. "It's Yun Shan." Ouyang Sun steadied himself, seeing Yun Shan wipe the leaves off his face. "Damn, you scared us. Beat him." Ouyang Sun dropped his blade and pounced on Yun Shan, pounding him. Even Lan and Wang Bo couldn't resist stomping him a couple of times. "Stop. Stop. Senior brother Yi is about to be eaten by a 4th rank beast." Yun Shan covered his head and shouted. "What? Where is senior brother Yi? Take us there." Ching said, still landing a few extra punches. If not for Lan pulling her back, she'd have beaten Yun Shan to death. "Today senior brother Yi and I were walking. He ate dung and forced me to join him, but I refused." "Shut up. Get to the point. Where is senior brother Yi now?" Yun Shan sat on the ground starting to sob, but Lan cut him off. He quickly stood and pointed at a distant mountain. "At the foot of that mountain there's a cave with a 4th rank Vajra bear." He droned on, but when he turned, the others were gone. Seeing the dark surroundings, Yun Shan got up and sprinted after them. "Why do you always leave me behind?" When Wang Bo and his group arrived at the place where Li Fengmian first met the golden bear, they found the surroundings in chaos with no trace of Li Fengmian. "Where's Yun Shan? Where did he go?" Ouyang Sun asked loudly. "No need to ask. It's clear a battle took place here. Look at those fallen trees over there." Wang Bo pointed at the distant fallen trunks. As they searched for Li Fengmian, they stumbled upon a golden bear, and before it lay a corpse. Lan, upon seeing the corpse before the golden bear, cried out, "Senior brother Yi," and charged forward with her sword. Ouyang Sun shouted Lan and summoned a broadsword from his ring, joining the fray. Then only Wang Bo remained standing, staring in confusion at the 3rd-tier golden bear before him. Wasn't it supposed to be a 4th-tier beast? Had Yi Zhangjiu even changed into an outer disciple's robe before dying? How particular. "Young Master Wang, what are you gawking at? Get over here and help." As Wang Bo was about to get a clear look at the blood-smeared face Ouyang Sun sent flying by, a swipe from the golden bear shouted at him. Without time to think, Wang Bo leaped up to catch Qingqing, who had been swatted away by the golden bear, then joined the battle. After they joined forces to slay the golden bear, Yun Shan finally arrived late. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, Yun Shan immediately threw himself onto it. "Senior brother Yi, how could you just leave like that?" The others, witnessing this, stepped forward with sorrowful expressions. Wang Bo, kneeling on one knee and panting heavily, said impatiently, "That's not Yi Zhangjiu." Hearing this, Yun Shan quickly turned the corpse's face. Seeing the male disciple's bloodied visage, everyone realized it was not Yi Zhangjiu. Lan let out a long breath, her lips still trembling. "Yun Shan, Wasn't it supposed to be a 4th-tier beast? This golden bear is clearly only 3rd tier. Yang Sun demanded loudly. I don't know. Senior brother Yi and I definitely encountered a 4th-tier beast. Could this be the 4th-tier golden bear's mate? Yunshan looked up at the others, speaking with confusion. So where exactly did senior brother Yi go? And why are you clinging to a corpse? Lan Lan stepped forward, sword in hand, her tone indignant. I don't know. Yunshan quickly dropped the corpse and stood up. Yunshan and Xingxing stay to collect the demon core and bury this disciple. The rest of you come with me to find Yi Zhongjiu. Wang Bo quickly arranged and was about to leave with the two. Wang Bo moving at night is unwise. Besides, after killing this 3rd-tier golden bear, everyone is tired today. Yang Sun said, clutching his chest. Moreover, so much time has passed. Yi Zhongjiu might already be dead. Even if he escaped the golden bear's pursuit, who knows where he's hiding now? How do we find him? And even if we did, in our current state, we can't defeat a 4th-tier golden bear. Yang Sun analyzed rationally. So we just abandoned senior brother Yi. Lan Lan said, swaying unsteadily. Wang Bo looked at the group. Aside from Yang Sun and Lanlan, who had the highest cultivation and could barely stand, the others sat injured, adjusting their chi. Lanlan, it's not that we want to save him, it's that we can't. Yang Sun suddenly coughed up blood and continued. We've been on the move all day with little to show for it. If we don't hurry, we might be eliminated in the first round. Don't forget your own mission. Yang Sun stepped forward, lowering his voice as he spoke to Lan Lan and Wang Bo. Hearing this, Lan Lan and Wang Bo stood frozen silent for a long time. They all knew what this sect trial meant for them. To avoid being caught in the coming upheaval, this was their only chance to escape the Hahuan sect. Yi Zhongjiu was just one member of their small group over the past 3 years. Though they shared deep bonds in the face of family and true sect ambitions, he was merely a friend. 10 days passed like that. During this time, Fengmian avoided everyone as much as possible. He attacked 1st and 2nd tier beasts with full force, but when faced with 3rd tier or stronger, he fled swiftly. Yet Fengmian didn't only slay beasts below the 3rd tier. When encountering a 3rd-tier beast, he would seize the chance to ambush, aiming for a single fatal blow. If he found he couldn't kill it with a sneak attack, he would turn and flee. Wang Bo, over these 10 days, all the 3rd-tier beasts we've killed together share one thing. Every one of them has an unhealed sword wound at their vital point. This scene was playing out all over the beast forest. In recent days, Fengmian's ring held over 100 demon cores from 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, more than 20 from 3rd-tier ones, and 1 4th-tier core from a golden bear. As night fell, Fengmian reached the central area of the beast forest. He was planning to ambush a 4th-tier scale serpent. After all, hitting a snake at its vital spot, a single strike to the 7th inch would silence it instantly. It seemed easy enough. Fengmian had been following this 4th-tier scale serpent all afternoon but couldn't find the right moment to strike. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the serpent slithering toward the lake. It seemed the scale serpent was going to drink from the lake. Perfect timing, as animals were usually most relaxed then. The tier of demon beasts was generally one level higher than that of martial artists. A 3rd-tier beast reached the true chi realm, so Wang Bo's group had to combine forces to kill one. But a 4th-tier beast was equivalent to a true Yuan realm cultivator. Fengmian leaped into a tree, summoned the Wendy sword, and gripped it tightly, silently waiting for the serpent to stretch its head toward the lake to drink. Then he would strike with a single fatal blow. Just as the serpent extended its tongue toward the lake's surface, Fengmian dropped from the tree, his sword slicing straight for its 7th inch. In that critical moment, the serpent suddenly transformed into human form, its 2 fingers firmly clamping Fengmian's Wendy sword. Hello there. As Fengmian prepared to drop his sword and flee, he saw the woman's eyes change color and he became paralyzed. Medusa's gaze. I can't move. Young master, you've been following me all afternoon. Are you coveting my body? Fengmian stared at the transformed scale serpent, utterly shocked. A 5th-tier beast. But as his gaze traveled downward, he saw her lower body was still a serpent's tail. No. It was half of the 4th tier, half a tier less than the 5th. Hey beauty, a pleasure to meet you. Could you let go first? Let's talk nicely, no need for this tugging lest someone sees us. Fengmian felt nauseated by the serpent's refined speech. A demon is a demon, calling herself little woman. Oh. You've been following me all afternoon, aren't you afraid of being seen? The serpent licked her fingers, mimicking a human maiden's coquettish tone. Beauty, are you called Kaelin? Fengmian asked, watching the serpent's swaying form. Kaelin. What a lovely human name. I was wondering what to call myself after transformation. Thank you, young master, for the name. The serpent suddenly drew close, lifting Fengmian's chin with one hand while holding his head with the other, and licked his face with her tongue. Young master, you smell delightful. I wonder how you taste. Fengmian suddenly found half his body could move. It seemed the serpent's control didn't last long. But his eyes seemed fixed, staring at one spot. Listening to the serpent's words, Fengmian thought this serpent must be one that admires human culture with such refined speech. Looking at his movable hand, Fengmian thought, then don't blame me for trying this move. You can't keep shaking those two things in my eyes. At least put on some clothes. Fengmian reached out with his other hand and poked the serpent's chest. Ah. Don't look. Turn around, the serpent demon shrieked, instantly shielding her chest with both hands as she glared fiercely at Fengmian. I don't want to look either, but first lift the seal on me. Fengmian's eyes darted incessantly over the serpent demon, putting on a show of defiance, yet his words professed reluctance. The serpent demon quickly waved her hand and Fengmian felt the other half of his body become mobile again. Watching the flustered serpent demon before him, Fengmian found it all rather amusing, so he deliberately feigned curiosity and stepped forward. Terrified, the serpent demon leaped into the lake, glaring venomously at Fengmian and said, I will remember you. How dare you trifle with me? I will have my revenge one day. Startled, Fengmian quickly pointed at Yi Zongjia's face and said, Come take a good look at me, don't forget. Don't think that by disguising yourself as another you can swagger before me. I have also memorized the face beneath that mask of yours, the serpent demon lamented from within the water, directing her ire at Fengmian. Moreover, I know your name is Fengmian, I can see the memories of those I touch. I hope you're still this cocky the next time we meet. With those venomous words, the serpent demon transformed back into her serpentine form in the water and swam away into the distance, vanishing from Fengmian's sight. Fengmian stood frozen in place, unable to collect his thoughts for a long time. Could she truly see through the disguise granted by the heaven-obscuring pearl? Or could she genuinely glimpse his memories? Regardless, the fact that this serpent demon could take human form at the 4.5 rank already marked her as an anomaly, and she possessed some unique abilities. Recalling the moment he had locked eyes with the serpent demon, Fengmian realized his body had inexplicably frozen. It seemed there was something peculiar about her eyes. Had it not been for the serpent demon's coy address, calling him young master and referring to herself as a maiden, Fengmian would never have exploited her nudity after her transformation to facilitate his escape. Evidently, the beast forest of the Joyful Union Sect was no ordinary place. It was already producing demonic beasts capable of human transformation. As a rule, without celestial treasures, it was exceedingly difficult for beast clans to take human form. They must undergo heavenly tribulation to do so. Standing by the lake, Fengmian pondered everything that had just transpired, concluding that the serpent demon must have encountered an immense stroke of fortune. Could he perhaps seize an opportunity for himself? Just as Fengmian was contemplating how to locate the serpent demon's lair, the sound of urgent footsteps approached from afar. Quickly leaping into a tree to hide, Fengmian watched as two young women ran over. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to recognize them as Su Manman and Wang Yuyan. Cousin, we clearly heard a woman's cry from over here just now, but now I see no one, Su Manman said, gazing at the empty lakeshore as she questioned Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan remained silent, walking to the lake's edge and crouching to examine the traces on the ground. After a long pause, she stood up and said, Man, it seems a female disciple was devoured by a 7-scaled serpent. Cousin, can you tell what rank the 7-scaled serpent is? Su Man pressed on. I'm not sure, but at least rank 3 or above. We just need to be cautious. Wang Yuyan continued, It's getting late, let's rest by this lake tonight. Alright cousin, I'll gather some dry wood, Su Man said, heading into the forest. Wang Yuyan, remaining in place, spoke toward Fengmian's hiding spot. Come out. Fengmian crouched on a tree branch, stared in shock at Wang Yuyan by the lake, utterly speechless. How did you spot me? Isn't Su Man supposed to have a fox spirit body? Doesn't she have an excellent nose? She didn't detect me, but you did. Helplessly, Fengmian leaped down from the tree, cradling Yi Zongjia's pitch-black iron sword as he approached Wang Yuyan. Cousin, I think I caught the scent of junior brother Fengmian nearby. Su Man returned and addressed Wang Yuyan. Hearing Su Man's words, Fengmian was covered in confusion. Sister, is this how it is? Just as I thought of you, you had to make your presence known. Here. See if that scent comes from him. Wang Yuyan's gaze turned sharp as she stared at the unfamiliar young man, as if ready to draw her sword and strike at any moment. Fengmian nervously watched the two women before him, wondering about his supposedly invincible heaven-obscuring pearl. Wasn't it meant to conceal his identity? Exposed twice within half an hour. How could he keep playing this game? It was utterly unfair. Cousin, he carries the scent of junior brother Fengmian. The other scent is very faint. Su Man's gaze turned fierce as she looked at Fengmian. With two crisp sword cries, Su Man and Wang Yuyan drew their blades in unison and charged at Fengmian with lightning speed. Startled, Fengmian hastily drew the sword from his bosom and engaged the two women in combat. Wait. After exchanging dozens of moves with Su Man and Wang Yuyan, Fengmian had initially intended to spar with them. However, after a dozen exchanges, he realized that the two women had somehow also broken through to the Meridian unblocking realm. Speak. Did you kill junior brother Li? Su Man demanded, sword in hand, glaring at Fengmian. Senior sister Man, is there a possibility that I am Li Fengmian? Li Fengmian stood still panting heavily and replied helplessly. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know what junior brother Li looks like? Do you take me for a fool? Su Man raised her sword to charge at him. Man. Wang Yuyan suddenly called out, stopping her. Don't rush. Let him finish speaking first. Man, see. Senior sister Wang is the clever one. Li Fengmian looked at Su Man before him, a sense of exasperation welling up inside him. I have no choice, I must disguise myself for now. After speaking, Li Fengmian glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then dropped his disguise, reverting to his original appearance. Junior brother, it really is you. Su Man dropped her sword and ran toward Li Fengmian, stopping right in front of him. Li Fengmian stood awkwardly with his arms open, then scratched his head. Witnessing the scene, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh, a knowing smile spreading across her face as she watched the two. Junior brother, I thought you were dead. I never expected you to be alive. Su Man, like an excited little rabbit, circled around Li Fengmian. Ah, yes. Could I be half dead? Li Fengmian replied with a bitter smile. Junior brother Li, it seems you've encountered quite a fortuitous adventure. Wang Yuyan looked at Li Fengmian as if he were a treasure. Senior sister, it was pure luck, just luck. Li Fengmian quickly responded with a humble and honest demeanor. Change back. It seems you are not free at the moment, do not let others see you. Wang Yuyan promptly reminded him. Li Fengmian transformed back into Yizongjia's appearance, looking at Su Man before him, thinking Wang Yuyan is truly reliable. This is not a good place to talk, follow me first. Wang Yuyan stepped forward, grabbed Su Man, who was about to bombard him with questions, and headed toward the distant forest. Seeing no one around, Li Fengmian leaped onto a tree and followed Wang Yuyan and Su Man until they reached a cave entrance. Wang Yuran stood at the cave entrance and cast a pebble into the depths. In an instant, a 3D-eared white-furred gorilla burst forth, its eyes locking onto Wang Yuran and Su Man before charging at them. Li Fengmian muttered a silent curse, a three-tiered beast. Why would Wang Yuran provoke it? He prepared to leap from the tree to assist the two women. Wang Yuran drew her sword and charged at the gorilla. A dozen dazzling arcs of swordlight flashed by. She sheathed her blade, rose, and let out a long exhale. Li Fengmian, who had just jumped down from the tree, stood frozen as he watched the motionless gorilla split into several pieces. One word: magnificent. Two words: truly magnificent. In a word: utterly breathtaking. Was this what it meant to be a sword cultivator? Li Fengmian glanced at his own sword and shamefully tucked it away. So this was the essence of sword cultivation. This was the romance of a sword cultivator. Su Man, as if nothing had happened, dashed forward to retrieve the gorilla's magic core. She then poured a vial of liquid over the beast, and its body vanished instantly, along with every trace of blood on the ground. Wang Yuran cast a glance at Li Fengmian before leading Su Man into the gorilla's cave. Seeing no one around, Li Fengmian followed them inside. No sooner had Li Fengmian stepped into the cave and reverted to his original form than Wang Yuran produced her small box, which instantly conjured a miniature barrier enveloping the entire cavern. Junior brother Fengmian, take this and sit here. Su Man, having just cleaned the cave and laid down a carpet, thoughtfully handed Li Fengmian a cushion and spoke. Senior sister Wang, what realm are you at now? You took down a three-tiered beast in one strike. Was it a critical hit? Li Fengmian sat down, brimming with excitement, as he questioned Wang Yuran. Ha! What do you mean by one strike and critical hit? Wang Yuran looked puzzled. Oh. You mean how did I do it? Li Fengmian realized what he had just blurted out. In his curiosity, he had inadvertently let slip gaming jargon from Earth. Ah, so you're asking about the sword art I cultivate, junior brother. The sword intent I practice is the unfettered and unyielding sword, where thoughts flow freely and charge ahead without hesitation. So I simply wield my sword. When the thought arrives, the sword follows. Wang Yuran replied succinctly. I wonder, junior brother, what sword manual do you cultivate? And what is your sword intent? Perhaps we could discuss it sometime. Wang Yuran looked at Li Fengmian and spoke. What sword manual did I cultivate? What sword intent? I'm just a pathetic fool. Li Fengmian recalled Yi Changjia's blazing sun sword art. Though flashy, he had never used it during his recent beast hunting expeditions. Because when facing three-tiered beasts, he only resorted to ambushes, a single strike to a vital spot. If it failed to kill, he fled. Against first or second-tier beasts, either they fled before he could execute the move, or they couldn't withstand it and perished before the technique fully manifested. The main issue was that in the trial tower he could revive infinitely, allowing him to unleash that move even in dire straits. But in the real world, death was final. No room for jokes. Junior brother sitting here won't lead to any conclusions. Let's spar when we have the chance. Li Fengmian laughed bitterly, inwardly realizing he might end up like that three-tiered gorilla. Wang Yuran, noticing his pensive state, said, "Junior brother, tell me about your recent experiences. Why were you gone so long?" Li Fengmian collected his thoughts and recounted all that had happened recently. He altered the story of encountering the ancient dragon, claiming that after jumping off a cliff he was severely injured but discovered a radiant golden immortal herb at the bottom. Desperate, he consumed it, healing his wounds and breaking through to the peak of the sitting observation realm. When Wang Yuran inquired about the herb's appearance, Li Fengmian faltered. Glancing at Su Manman, who had tears in her eyes, he described a narcissus from Earth. Seeing Wang Yuran's suspicion fade, Li Fengmian continued, explaining that he later found a pearl that allowed him to change his appearance. He encountered Yi Changjia's corpse and transformed into him to return to the sect. As he spoke, he vividly detailed his hardships, making the tale sound genuine. "But junior brother Fengmian, why was your soul tablet extinguished while Yi Changjia's remained lit?" "Senior sister Wang, I have no idea." Li Fengmian replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "It seems that cliff you fell from is no ordinary place." Wang Yuran muttered to herself. Li Fengmian thought bitterly, "Sister, stop guessing, or you'll soon figure out even the color of my underwear." Then Li Fengmian recounted everything he had witnessed since returning, knowing that these two young women were far from ordinary and likely held many secrets. "Junior brother, we are not actually disciples of the Hahuan sect," Wang Yuran said calmly. "As you've likely noticed these past few days, the Hahuan sect is no ordinary sect anymore. The sect is riddled with internal decay. Major sects across the continent have secretly sent disciples here, all vying for the Hahuan sect's treasures." Wang Yuran's tone remained flat. "Senior sister, are the Hahuan sect's treasures truly that enticing?" Li Fengmian was deeply puzzled. What treasures could the Hahuan sect possess that were worth such a scramble? They didn't even compare to the martial arts sects had read about in novels on Earth. "Junior brother, is this your first time joining a sect?" Wang Yuran asked, a note of curiosity in her voice. "Yes, senior sister. Fengmian is an orphan inexplicably brought here by a female elder from the sect." Li Fengmian spoke earnestly. "The Hahuan sect possesses many treasures unseen on the continent, such as the Trial Tower advanced manuals in the scripture library and various spirit weapons, profound weapons, and even earth-grade weapons. And the old sect master wields a heaven-grade weapon. Lower-grade spirit weapons are common on the continent, mid-grade ones are not scarce in larger families, top-grade spirit weapons require influential families and sects. As for profound weapons, there are barely 100 across the continent, and those are only lower grade. Earth-grade and heaven-grade weapons exist only in ancient texts." Hearing this, Li Fengmian realized how impoverished other sects were. He had thought being lured into the Hahuan sect was a misfortune, but it turned out to be one of the most luxurious sects on the continent. Wang Yuran paused, glanced at Su Manman, and continued, "Are you familiar with that elder?" "I had never met her before. And I haven't seen her since joining the sect." "Junior brother, in that case I have a favor to ask of you," Wang Yuran said with a hint of anticipation. "Senior sister Wang, just tell me. If I can help, I will." "All right, junior brother, I won't beat around the bush. You should know that the old sect master appeared mysteriously on this continent 1,000 years ago, bringing countless treasures. The war a millennium ago was fought over the Hahuan sect master's treasures, forcing the sect into this small world. The old sect master hid the sect in this pocket dimension, but walls have ears. Since the old master entered seclusion centuries ago, if not for the lingering aura within the sect, the entire place would have been plundered long ago." Li Fengmian wondered inwardly why the old sect master had established a sect that nearly faced annihilation 1,000 years ago. Why not simply hide the treasures and search for that person alone? Why build a sect and wait? Could it be to make it easier for that person to find her? Was the sect master waiting for him, the transmigrator? But then he thought he had been right at the entrance to her seclusion chamber, yet she hadn't emerged to see him. Clearly he wasn't the protagonist. With that realization, Li Fengmian resigned himself to the fact that he was not the chosen one. It seems that the person the old master of the Hahuan sect is waiting for must be very important to her. Wang Yuyan's tone suddenly grew heavy. "All right, let's get down to business." But in recent years the old master's aura has grown weaker and weaker until half a month ago it completely vanished. Now undercurrents are already stirring outside the Hahuan sect, with everyone fiercely contending over the division of the sect's treasures. So they're already fighting over the fat that hasn't even been swallowed yet. Is this the cruelty of the cultivation world? Li Fengmian interrupted Wang Yuyan, speaking up. "Junior brother, such is human nature." After Wang Yuyan spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward Su Manman, who lowered her head at that moment. "So senior sister Wang, what can I do to help?" Li Fengmian had already guessed the gist of it. It must be like with that Yuer, where he was to help them smuggle something out. "Junior brother, since various factions have long entrenched themselves within the sect, everyone has agreed on a rule." Wang Yuyan continued, cutting off Li Fengmian's train of thought. "That rule is each junior can only take one treasure out," Wang Yuyan said. "We can't take obvious things like the trial tower, but sneaking some spiritual weapons out from within the sect is no problem. Wang Yuyan suddenly spoke with a playful tone, catching Li Fengmian off guard. Li Fengmian suddenly recalled the crimson mang sword given to him by the woman in black that night, and remembering Wang Yuyan's mention of weapon classifications, he grew curious about the grade of his own blade, which he still couldn't identify. So junior brother Fengmian, since you're not sent by any clan or sect, you can take a few more items, Wang Yuyan said with some excitement. While Li Fengmian and Wang Yuyan were deep in animated conversation, Su Man had already drifted into a light sleep, her breathing soft and steady. Li Fengmian and Wang Yuyan exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Yuyan then summoned a barrier from the box, enveloping Su Man within it. If that's the case, other families would have thought of it too. Li Fengmian looked at Wang Yuyan with some confusion. In the past 100 years you are the only one who belongs to no faction and has still managed to enter the Hahuan sect. For 100 years no disciple from any family outside the continent's Martial Arts Revival Alliance has ever set foot in the Hahuan sect. Martial Arts Revival Alliance. Li Fengmian was utterly shocked by the term he had just heard. Wasn't this akin to the Renaissance mentioned in Earth's European nations? So this so-called revival was nothing but plundering the immortal artifacts of a powerful sect to strengthen themselves. How could they have the audacity to speak of revival? Truly shameless. So in principle I shouldn't have been able to enter the Hahuan sect. Li Fengmian felt as though he had fallen into a vast vortex, realizing how close he had come to death. I don't know how you managed to get in alive. Only that you are not the one Chen Luoluo was supposed to bring. I once received a secret mission from the Hahuan sect to eliminate you. But it had to be a plausible death. So on the night you disappeared I made extensive inquiries and learned that you had been killed by a core disciple. Senior sister, why issue a hidden sect mission? Is it so difficult to kill an ordinary disciple in the Hahuan sect? Li Fengmian was very puzzled. If they didn't want him here, why not act directly and instead release a hidden mission? Because the sect has strict decrees to protect new disciples. For instance, the courtyard where you live is shielded by a barrier. If a new disciple were to die, the entire sect would launch a thorough investigation. For these sects and families, killing you would waste an opportunity to bring out a treasure. It's not worth it. Then why was there no reaction after my death? Li Fengmian felt more and more confused. Because they were too impatient. Originally a corpse handler couldn't be a new disciple, but too many wanted you dead. Your death should have shaken the entire sect, but what mattered most was that the old master's aura had vanished. So no one bothered to pursue your case anymore. That's how I know for certain that you have no background. You don't fit into the rules of any family or sect. Li Fengmian summed it up. He had stumbled into this vortex by accident. The sect had mechanisms to protect new disciples like a novice protection period, but his death happened to coincide with the disappearance of the old master's aura, so no one paid him any mind. Senior sister, do other sects also protect new disciples? Li Fengmian suddenly grew curious. What kind of person was this old master to have set up a novice protection period? I've never heard of such a thing. The Hahuan sect's novice protection period only applies to disciples below the meridian unblocking realm or those not participating in the prodigy battle. This has been the sect's rule for 1,000 years. Senior sister, I understand. So as I am now dead, my current identity is Yi Changjiu and I can't help you take things out. In principle I have my own faction. Li Fengmian looked at Wang Yuyan with confusion. Yes, but Yi Changjiu's clan was annihilated. Yi Changjiu was killed by someone else. So are there people in the sect who know and not Yi Changjiu, including those outside who want to plunder the Hahuan sect's treasures? Li Fengmian suddenly felt like a buffoon. No. Those people believe Yi Changjiu hasn't died. According to my investigation, after Yi Changjiu announced his seclusion, he soon broke through to the meridian unblocking realm and then was killed. As for the body, the killer didn't dispose of it directly but threw it into the back mountain where you found it. That's how you came to take his form. So you must be careful, that person will come back to kill you. Hearing Wang Yuyan's words, Li Fengmian broke out in a cold sweat. If the woman in black that night had come to kill him, he would have died countless times over. That night when he went alone to the forbidden hot spring in the back mountain, he could have died countless times. Was he so fortunate because he was the protagonist? Perhaps, as old dragon uncle said, the dragon race are the mightiest guardians of this continent. They not only help you resolve dangers but also help you avoid them. That's why his mother had found him a dragon guardian. He had survived until now only because he carried the fortune of the dragon race. Thinking of this, Li Fengmian quickly cast his divine sense into his sea of consciousness, only to find Linger still sleeping. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Linger was truly his lucky star. He wondered if such fortune could help him win 5 million in the lottery on Earth. He. While Li Fengmian was still lost in his fantasies, Wang Yuyan continued, so now like your original self, no rules can bind you. But if you live under this identity, you will face endless assassination attempts. Moreover, when the sect sends disciples out for training, you will become the primary target of those other families. They will do everything in their power to kill you. But once you leave the sect, I will arrange for someone to escort you safely to Nanzhao Kingdom. Wang Yuyan looked at Li Fengmian with sincerity. Li Fengmian looked at Wang Yuyan before him and realized the point of her wanting to use him. No wonder she had planned to help him escape the Hawan sect from the very beginning. It seemed she had already guessed his identity back then. After all, a new disciple becoming a corpse handler revealed enough. Everyone feared that I might take an extra treasure. I'm afraid that once I hand over the treasures to Wang Yuyan's contact, he'll be killed on the spot. And as someone belonging to no family or sect, if I took the treasures those people had already set their sights on, I would surely face relentless pursuit. And then there was the girl named Lon Lon by the hot spring, her senior sister, and that woman in black. What a well-laid plan, but do you truly know me? Now I know your depths, do you know my measure? He. Li Fengmian recalled Wang Bo and his grandfather. It seemed that over the past 100 years the Hawan sect had not only involved many disciples but even some elders had become members of the Martial Arts Revival Alliance. Yet since a century had passed and even the upper echelons of the Hawan sect had been infiltrated, why hadn't they made a move? Could it be solely because the old sect leader of the Hawan sect still clung to life? The more Li Fengmian pondered, the more alarmed he became. If the Hawan sect dared not act even after such deep infiltration, there must be something the Martial Arts Revival Alliance feared. After all, the Hawan sect had stood for 1,000 years. Some elders were surely still loyal to it. This was growing more intriguing. He had to find a way to escape, or once the great battle erupted he would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. The problem now was that Wang Yuyan, Lon Lon and the woman in black were all seeking his help to smuggle out treasures. The moment he left the Hawan sect's territory, he would be ambushed and killed by various factions for those treasures. It seemed he needed to plan carefully. Since they dared to entrust someone they barely knew, they must have prepared for the possibility that he might renege and keep the treasures for himself. For now he would focus on the task at hand. Li Fengmian picked up a cushion, lay down beside it and drifted off to sleep. He hadn't rested well in the past 10 days. The next day Li Fengmian awoke in a daze, struggling to breathe. He opened his eyes to find Su Man Man asleep on top of him, having somehow crawled onto him during the night. Her head rested on his chest, her bare thigh draped over his lower body and her arms wrapped around him. Feeling the tent pressed down by Su Man Man's thigh, Li Fengmian was utterly helpless. He quickly scanned the cave and noticed Wang Yuyan was gone, which brought him a wave of relief and spared him further embarrassment. Li Fengmian carefully shifted the still sleeping Su Man Man off him, then stood up intending to find a secluded spot outside to relieve himself. When Li Fengmian stumbled out of the cave looking rather disheveled, Wang Yuyan stood at a distance, barely suppressing a smile as she watched him. Feeling helpless, Li Fengmian approached Wang Yuyan to greet her. She gave him a knowing smile and asked, "Junior brother Fengmian, did you sleep well last night? It must have been a long time since you had such a good rest, right?" Li Fengmian sensed an underlying meaning in her words and instantly blushed. In his past life he had been an orphan, deeply insecure, and had never even touched a woman's hand. Yet last night he had slept in a cave with 2 beautiful women and done nothing at all. "Senior sister, I haven't had a good night's sleep in a while. I must thank you for your hospitality last night." Though Li Fengmian had never touched a girl's hand in his past life, he was skilled at banter. Since senior sister Wang had teased him, he wasn't about to back down. "Li Fengmian, you..." Wang Yuyan's ears turned crimson and she stomped her foot in frustration. Seeing this, Li Fengmian suddenly recalled her sword and quickly interrupted, "Senior sister, I'll take my leave now. Once we're out of the beast forest we can find another chance to meet." With that he leaped onto a tree, and seeing Wang Yuyan standing still he added, "Senior sister Wang, don't try to keep me. Well, sleep together another time." Without waiting for her reaction he vanished from her sight, leaving Wang Yuyan standing there, sword drawn, furious and unsure whom to strike. Li Fengmian ran a long distance before stopping to relieve himself leisurely by a large tree. He mused, "Little girl, you're no match for me in a game of wits. I've read the complete guide to flirting." "Ah. Pervert." Just as he was gloating over his verbal victory over Wang Yuyan, a female voice exploded from the tree above him. It startled him so much that his stream cut off. Looking up he saw a girl in a red loose end dress lying on a branch, staring down at his manhood and screaming. Terrified he held back his urine, pulled up his pants and prepared to flee. As he turned to run, the girl jumped down from the tree and shouted, "Stop." Only then did Li Fengmian realize he had forgotten to change back into Yi Zhongjia's form. This was disastrous. "Leave that thing behind." The girl in the red dress drew her sword and pointed it at him. Junior sister, you really shouldn't cut that off. If you like, I'll let you take another look." Li Fengmian dared not turn around, fearing she would recognize his face. "Not moving. Then I'll do it myself." The girl swung her sword at him and Li Fengmian shouted, "Junior sister, you can't use a sword on that. If you like it, you can use your mouth." As the girl froze in shock, he pulled up his pants and ran, yelling, "Ah, you're dead meat." The girl, furious, chased him for 2 miles. If he hadn't found a chance to hide and transform back into Yi Zhongju, a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. "Senior brother, have you seen a male disciple in black clothes run past here?" the girl in the red dress asked Li Fengmian, now in Yi Zhongjia's guise. Junior sister, what happened? Did that disciple harass you? Fengmian asked, feigning concern. He urinated under the tree where I was resting. The girl blushed as she spoke. Fengmian thought, speechless, I'm the one who got the short end of the stick and she acts like she's the victim. Junior sister, since he didn't harass you, you haven't really lost anything. Senior brother, what did you say? The girl asked in shock. Oh, junior sister, I meant, do you remember what that male disciple looked like? Fengmian had intended to persuade her, but seeing her murderous expression, he quickly changed tack and asked if she remembered his face. Senior brother, I didn't see his face, the girl said, still angry. Fengmian thought she didn't see my face. No problem then. Little girl, just wait and see how I get back at you for chasing me with that sword. Junior sister, it will be hard to find him. The beast forest is vast and he could be anywhere by now. Fengmian continued calmly, junior sister, it's better to let go of grudges. Let's spare that scoundrel for today. He thought to himself that he was even cursing himself. He just hoped this little nemesis would let him off the hook. Junior sister, are you here alone hunting for demon cores? Fengmian tried to distract her from her anger. Senior brother, I got separated from my sister last night when we encountered a 4th-tier demon wolf, the girl replied flatly.